Rome, the Eternal City. I had been working for a private security agency called Fidentia for a few months. The pay was lousy, but it had a huge advantage. Nobody there cared who I was or where I came from. Me and Malcolm, my boss/roommate, were escorting yet another VIP to discover the wonderful views of Rome. Everything was going as planned. The guy didn't look like he wanted to talk, and we were more than happy to accommodate him. Then, as if reading my mind, Destiny decided to liven up the situation. From that moment on, the last thing I could complain about would be boredom. Kiddo, wake up.
5 more minutes, Dad. 10?
Get up, sleepyhead. I need to leave for a while.
Leave?
I left something for you. It's in the kitchen.
Dad? Dad? He's gone.
You're still in bed? Didn't you say bye to your father?
No.
Oh, well, that'll teach you not to stay up so late with those stupid detective magazines you read.
They're not stupid. When I grow up, I will be a great detective.
All right, take it easy. Breakfast is ready, but first, I'm sure you meant well when you decided to decorate the wall with that mural. But get rid of it now, please.
But it looks great. Do I really have to?
You have the nerve to complain? Tell you what, don't even dare come into the kitchen until you picked up all those clothes scattered around as well.
But Mom... Bobby! He's gonna help me. Hi, Bobby! Did you sleep well? Come on, I know you're awake. I'm gonna tickle your tiny paws, you know.
Little brat, don't you dare! And by the way, I never sleep. I stand guard.
Oh, right. The guarding went well then?
Nothing to report, except for that rooster that keeps singing at 3 a.m. and the endless snoring of your father.
He almost sounds like a rusty muffler.
So what's on the schedule for today? Shall we flush out a criminal gang, search for stolen goods, a few chases, hand-to-hand fight?
We need to tidy up the room.
I love hand-to-hand. You call that a schedule?
Let's hurry up. Dad promised me a surprise.
Aren't you forgetting something?
My notebook! I can't launch myself on a mission without my notebook. Yes. I'm done. What a chore.
Your stomach roars louder than me.
Breakfast is my favorite meal of the day. I can't wait.
All done? I warn you, I'll be checking later on.
What smells so good?
Your favorite breakfast. Pancakes with pistachio cream.
Pistachios!
I heard you talking earlier, and yeah, I mean, about Bobby. He is a good friend, I'm sure, but you know that he doesn't really, don't you?
Mom, I know that Bobby doesn't really talk. I'm not 6.
All right, I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes your imagination confuses me, that's all. Your father left something for you on the table before leaving.
This is going to be an epic challenge. I'm ready. Dad didn't tell me he had to leave.
He received an urgent call tonight while you were sleeping. I don't know exactly where they sent him this time, but he packed his luggage with light clothes. Probably someplace warm and exotic.
He's gonna drink coconut milk with a straw.
He will swim in the ocean or in the sea or in a river. I mean, knowing him, he's going to dive into the first patch of water he can find.
And he's gonna romance all the ladies in town.
He'd better keep his hands to himself.
What a bummer I had to erase my painting.
Sweetie, I don't want to limit you or curb your enthusiasm, but you see, you have many fine qualities. It's just that painting is not one of them.
What good qualities do I have then?
Well, you're creative, curious, you have a keen eye, and above all, you're tenacious.
What does tenacious mean?
Stubborn, but in a good way.
Look! Look!
I see. Dad told me about the loose tooth. Did it hurt?
Hurt? I never feel a thing.
So it isn't because you were scared I'd pull it out that you didn't tell me, right?
No, not at all.
Did you check if the tooth mouse came?
I forgot.
Hurry up. He usually leaves a penny under the pillow as payment.
I need to complete some tasks for my initialization.
Do you? Are you ready for anything to become a great detective?
For anything and more.
It's going to be tough.
I like that.
Twisted.
All right.
Full of dead ends and pitfalls.
Oh.
And above all, dangerous.
Can't you help me?
Are you kidding? Your father would never speak to me again if I ruined your initialization. But you'll manage. I have no doubt.
What's this? Wow! A pair of gloves! Bobby! Mom thinks you're imaginarific!
She's right.
Ugh, you two are boring. Dad left me some challenges to overcome.
Something fun at last.
Let's have a warm-up lap.
Stop! You'll break your neck.
I can't let Dad down. I did it! What do you think is on the videotape? It only says kiddo.
Maybe it's the video of your first grade play.
Mom laughed until she cried.
You were an exceptional tree.
Look, Bobby, a penny.
This is the start of a real financial empire.
The coin is flat and thin. Maybe it will work. Here's the force field protecting the mysterious package. Such a long red scarf. I've completed all the tasks.
Whoa, you have such a powerful aura now.
It's over 9,000. I'll go tell Mom. Mom, I did it!
You did great. What did Dad get you?
A pair of wonderful gloves, a long scarf, and a videotape.
Oh, it's already time for the videotape. I was hoping he'd give you more time.
Huh?
Get ready and meet me in the living room. I'll turn on the VCR. They're a bit too big for you. I guess you can use them when you get older.
What's on the tape?
Listen to me now. It's not going to be funny, but your father thinks it's necessary. Even if I trust him, I don't agree. Let me ask you again. Do you really want to become a great detective?
Yes.
You don't look so sure.
Yes, I want to. I want to find the criminals, fight them, and arrest them.
If this is not just a game for you, one day you will really have to face them. Do you understand that?
I got it. Who is he?
He is one of the worst criminals in history. One of the meanest.
Why are they interviewing him, though?
People are weird. On the one hand, they do everything they can to forget about evil, and yet they're fascinated by it. And so it happens that thieves and murderers often make the front page. You know, they write books, they almost become legends.
I don't like it. This man has hurt people?
He hurt a lot of people, yes.
But he is famous?
There's no one in the world who doesn't know his name.
That's not right. He scares me so bad.
Me too. Look at his eyes. They're empty. You still don't know Nietzsche, but it is like gazing into the abyss while it gazes into you.
I don't want him to be famous. People need to forget about him.
Sweetie, it's impossible. Every time people hear his name, they will remember what he did.
Then I'll steal it from him. I'll steal his name and become the most famous detective ever. I'll arrest anyone else like him. All of them. I'll be so famous, people won't think about him anymore. They'll think about me.
That's not such a bad idea, you know.
What? What's his name?
Bundy!
What? Mom?
Bundy, get up! This is not the time for a nap.
I took a nasty blow to the back of my head. It hurts like crazy. On the other hand, he got the worst of it.
Is he dead?
Well, he doesn't look so good.
He is dead.
Yep. Stone cold dead.
He is dead! Do you get it?
I get it. He's deceased, departed, taking a dirt nap, stiff like a board, running in the green meadows with his ancestors.
I think I'm going to be sick.
How come I don't hear the sirens yet? Nobody called the authorities?
I showed my fake police ID around, told everyone to go home, that there's nothing to see here. Same old story.
Great move. Now, stay there and breathe. I ain't thinking about what to do. We were in Villa Borghese, in the city center. The authorities would get there at any moment, and I couldn't afford to be linked to a murder case. The evidence of my presence had to disappear. How you doing, Mel?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Plus, it's such a beautiful day. What about you? How's everyone at home?
Well, actually,
How do you think I'm doing, man? We haven't shot that client who not only will be able to pay our day's wage, but who's probably gonna drag us with him to the grave!
Although the man had died almost instantly, his expression conveyed the anguished awareness of death. The bullet caught him center mass. Now, judging by the angle of entry, it must have pierced his rib cage, torn right through his heart, and probably a lung.
Here we go. I'm gagging.
I'm pretty sure the bullet went straight through the victim and exited. A real shame. Could have tried to extract it from the body.
Ugh.
Malcolm, should you feel the irresistible impulse to throw up,
Yes?
close your mouth and swallow. We don't want to flood the crime scene with fresh piping hot DNA, do we?
You're not helping.
Comfortable for a sweltering summer day, but not so elegant. The victim's ID.
What are you doing? That's evidence.
Don't worry. I always wear gloves precisely for such eventualities.
You mean you're used to it?
We'll talk about that later, okay? The blood, still fresh, partially covered the personal details. But one thing caught my attention anyway. Listen, didn't this guy tell us his name was Philip Sanders?
Yes. Why?
Well, the few letters I can make out don't match.
But why provide us with false identification? We were just escorting him around the city.
I have every intention of finding out. I prepared to rummage through the corpse's pockets. It was still warm, and I felt irrationally guilty, as if he could possibly care about it. A shaped metallic wire. My instinct urged me to pick it up, even though I didn't have the slightest idea of its function.
We'll get a life sentence.
Look at the bright side. We won't need to raise the money for rent anymore. That particular pocket was empty. Judging by the entrance wound,
Please, enough.
it wasn't the first time I'd found myself in such a situation. Once you got to that point, there was nothing else you could do for the victim, other than grant him one last act of kindness. An expensive brand, as if to emphasize how rich the man was. At the same time, the lens was cracked, as if to emphasize how dead the man was. The man spent the morning taking pictures of everything he found interesting, including me, apparently.
I don't like what you're doing at all.
Neither do I. Now, do us both a favor. Stand guard, and be sure to freak out if you see a patrol car.
Freak out.
More than usual, I mean. The camera was a curious anachronism. Modern, but equipped with film roll. A rather unusual choice, considering most people had abandoned that tech long ago. I didn't know what that button was for, but it was stuck. So that little object was some sort of release key for the camera. The film roll was intact. I vaguely hoped that the victim might have immortalized something useful as well, so I decided to keep it. There was still a problem to solve before I could duck out. I couldn't take the camera with me. The tourists repeatedly took pictures, and in case an eyewitness turned up, I had no doubt they would describe the device to the authorities. I had to leave it at the crime scene. But at the same time, the film roll's absence had to be justified.
What are you doing?
I removed the roll containing the pictures of us. Then I placed the camera near the string.
I can see that, but why?
This way the police will think the film was ejected from the device due to the impact, ending up in the sewer.
Well, that's clever. It almost seems like you're used to these kinds of situations.
Now listen to me, Mal. I can't let the police find me here. They'd be asking questions I couldn't answer.
What kind of questions?
Such as, what's your name?
Huh?
I'll explain everything, I promise. But for now, I gotta leave. And you gotta do me a huge favor.
I'm afraid of what you're about to ask me.
I was never here.
But we come here almost every day.
We don't know each other.
We live together. You pay me rent.
And you've never, and I mean never, heard of a certain Lazarus Bundy.
I wish that were true.
Mal, I'm serious.
All right, get out of here. I'm gonna regret this, I know, but just leave.
You're the best. That's how it began, with a man who was perhaps using a secret identity, murdered in the very city center of Rome. Well, what happened to my cover? Would my pursuer track me down after 5 years on the run? In order to prevent that, I needed to solve the case before the police could trace it back to me. Hand them the killer, have them close the file, and get back to anonymity. At that moment, I couldn't imagine that the murder would lead me around the world again, dragging me into one of the greatest adventures of my life. The apartment I lived in overlooked a spacious private courtyard. It was a beautiful building, right in the heart of Rome. Normally, I associated the apartment I shared with Malcolm with a sense of security. That day, however, closing the door behind me didn't shake the feeling of being hunted. My routine, after 5 years on the run, was well established. I only accepted jobs in areas I knew inside out, free from security cameras, rarely patrolled by law enforcement, or where disturbances were generally unlikely. I tried to stay unnoticed, paid in cash, and didn't make friends. In short, I was almost invisible. The word that buzzed in my head was almost, as I replayed that morning in my mind, searching for a mistake, a distraction that might have blown my cover. It happened every time. When doubt crept in, or I wondered if I had taken the harder path, every time the old life came back to haunt me. Whispers from beyond.
Remind me, why do you have the only set of house keys?
Well, it's been that way since you left them stuck in the inside keyhole, and I had to climb down from the roof with a bedsheet rope. Don't keep me in suspense. How did it go with the police?
It was just a preliminary interrogation, but considering I was with the victim at the time of the murder, I mean, I don't think they see me as a suspect, right? They don't think I shot him, do they?
So, let's see. You're nervous, sweaty, talk too much, and are constantly looking over your shoulder. I'd say you're practically the perfect suspect, buddy.
For all the mismatched socks, you're not helping.
Did the little trick with the film roll in the sewers work?
Yes, but I had to lie to cover for you, and I'm not sure I was convincing enough. They'll torture me until I talk. They'll shine a light in my face to make me confess to stealing a candy bar when I was 10. All these years, I never asked you why you went incognito. The fact that you reveal your true identity was enough for me to trust you. But now I need some answers. Care to tell me who you're hiding from?
Hold on tight, because I'm about to tell you a story that might seem unbelievable. Now you know everything.
Wow. I'm so confused. I'm heading to the bar Katya to make a few calls. I might find a lead.
You mean...
I can't hand you to the police or throw you to a bunch of fanatics. Plus, I need the money you give me at the end of the month. Rent doesn't pay itself.
Despite his tendency to panic, Malcolm knew what he was doing, and his calls would lead to results. I'd sort through my thoughts first, then meet him at the bar Katya. It was time to start a new investigation. That little ceramic bowl, a souvenir Malcolm had bought in Catalonia, was able to withstand extreme temperatures. I had gotten rid of the SIM years ago to avoid being tracked, but I kept the phone as a memento. On it were only a few old messages I'd saved.
Good morning.
Hey, Sissy.
Did something happen? I saw Malcolm rush out of the house. He looked all flustered. I mean, he always rushes out of the house looking flustered, but today he seemed worse than usual.
He just finished his favorite coffee. You know how he gets when there's no caffeine left in his system. He becomes a volcano about to erupt.
He really should consider switching to chamomile.
Sissy had moved into the building a few months ago, and it had been a real stroke of luck because she always had sugar and salt to mooch. No work today?
I took the day off and was thinking of spending it outdoors, but it's incredibly hot today. How can you stand wearing gloves, a scarf, and a hat?
Fashion, my dear, requires sacrifices. Hmm?
You could think about adding a portable fan as an accessory.
Not a bad idea. Usually the garage was left open, but I had locked it for safety. The last time I left it unattended, Malcolm had forgotten a mortadella sandwich that attracted an army of ants. The shutter refused to open. I was just warming up.
I don't doubt it. What are you doing in here? What's under those tarps?
Oh, it's just a little hobby of mine. Nothing interesting.
Fine. Keep your little secrets. I have errands to run today. Take care.
The first time I entered the garage, I hadn't noticed the screws scattered on the floor until I was already flying through the air after stepping on them. I collected them in that bag after regaining consciousness. Maybe it would be better to bring them with me. As a child, I used to have fun charging a ruler with static electricity to attract pieces of paper. Maybe I'd play with it later. With the arrival of spring, I had started dedicating a few hours a day to a personal project, now close to completion. As a protective layer, I had used a soft, ultra-fine acrylic tarp, perfect for delicate work.
Offset, boss.
Huh? What? What's going on?
No one expresses their feelings anymore. People have no heart. We don't love like we used to. We don't have kids anymore. Mark my words. Mr. Joe Lucas says humanity is doomed to extinction. Like the dinosaurs.
What gives you such a nihilistic and totally unfounded view?
The roses, boss, the roses. No one buys roses anymore. Fresh, vibrant petals dripping with droplets of water. 5 viras for a rose to give to your soulmate.
Well, I'm a bit short of that right now.
Everyone has a soulmate. You just have to find them.
I was talking about the money. And those roses don't look particularly fresh.
They're super fresh. In fact, I froze them.
Look, your marketing strategy is convincing, but I really have to go.
I'll walk you, boss, in case you find love around the corner.
Is it duck hunting season yet?
How many times do I have to tell you? This is a bar, not a gathering place for poachers.
Oh yeah? Then why is this place called Caccia Bar, huh? I know Caccia means hunt in Italian, you know.
It's just a stupid pun because of the fountain out front. Barcaccia. Bar. Caccia. Got it?
So you're saying you're not a hunter?
I'm a bartender. I mean, I've joined a hunting party or two, but,
Huh. Tell me about your time as a hunter.
I have a friend in Abruzzo who organizes quiet hunting trips in the woods. He's involved me a few times, teaching me a couple of tricks. That doesn't make me a hunter. I serve cappuccinos, not death.
Can you shoot?
I manage, but I'm much better with animal calls and all that stuff.
Hunting runs in your blood.
I like to think it's latte macchiato instead.
The usual, Ed.
Large cappuccino, no sugar, and a lot of foam. Coming right up.
I couldn't start the day without one of your cappuccinos. You should really think about hanging up the rifle and doing this full time. You're looking at me like I'm prey. I've got goosebumps.
Don't say goose, or else he'll pull out the rifle.
Don't you start, too.
Looks like at least your appetite's still there.
I eat a lot when I'm nervous.
Someone's gonna pay for all that stuff, right?
Of course, my treat.
Really?
Ed, do you accept payment in the form of convenient and practical IOUs?
Hell no!
Well, I tried.
You guys are incredible. Truly great friends.
So, do you have something for me?
Besides the urge to kick you, I have good and bad news.
You start with the good, please.
I can confirm the police aren't aware of your presence at the crime scene.
Which gives me some freedom of movement. At least for now.
More than you think. I have a guy inside who will keep us updated.
A mole?
I wouldn't call him that. He's a friend who owes me a favor or two. And right now he's guarding the crime scene at the water clock.
And the bad news?
As expected, the news has already leaked to the press.
What about your mole?
Philip Buzica, veteran of the State Police Mobile Squad. An honest man devoted to duty. He's never taken a bribe in his life.
Doesn't fit the usual profile of an informant.
He isn't one. Philip is a real friend. We served together in the Air Force. We were both in Cairo in 2015 when a bomb exploded at the Italian consulate. 1 dead and 4 wounded, a nasty scene. We decided to change careers after that. Me in the private sector, him as a cop.
That's why he agreed to help us. Didn't he ask questions?
I told him I hired a private investigator willing to do anything to find the hitman and clear my name.
Find him at the water clock and he'll give you some info on the status of the investigation.
Do you think the press could get to me somehow?
I don't think so. Not before the police, at least.
So tomorrow only your pretty face will be on the front page of the newspapers. What a relief.
Don't make me think about it.
Doesn't Edgardo seem grumpier than usual today?
Yeah, he's got a grim, threatening look.
Maybe his weekend hunting trip didn't go as planned.
Went fox hunting. Came back with nothing but a pigeon.
Will you two cut it out with that story? And besides, you can't hunt foxes outside of hunting season.
Hunting season?
From October 2nd to January 31st in our territory.
When it comes to hunting, he really knows his stuff, huh?
A true expert.
So, how do you plan to proceed?
First, I need to talk to your contact in the police, Philip Buzica. I'll also take the opportunity to check the vibe at Villa Borghese. I also need to find a way to develop the victim's film roll. It might have accidentally captured something useful.
Can't you just go to a shop?
Between today and tomorrow, the murder will be on all the newscasts. Do you really think it's a good idea to show the shots to a photographer?
You're right. But then how will you do it?
Don't worry. A way will come up. The papal emblem on the front of the Fontana della Barcaccia. A few years earlier, some tourists had damaged it using a large screwdriver. That photo captured it before the disgusting act. A tourist standing on the platform of the Fontana della Barcaccia, hands raised to the sky as if he had won a special prize. The central part of the Fontana della Barcaccia, where the water gushes out.
Pass me the star wrench. Thanks.
Which wrench?
That one, next to your foot. The one shaped like a star.
Do you need to screw something in?
Actually, I need it for leverage. And I like stars.
Are you doing an experiment?
No, I've used it plenty of times. I already know it works.
Wait, I meant...
You look like you just walked out of a circus. I'm Miranda. Usually at this point people say, it's a real pleasure, but I'm not sure what pleasure I should be getting from this.
I'm Lars. Frankly, you're very direct.
I am. And don't call me frankly.
I realize that with this woman, it would be better to use the most literal language possible. What are you doing with that strange contraption?
I'm replicating an experiment based on the concept of the magnetic atom. This device, my very own rain machine, creates a positively charged field which, when interacting with the same charge in the clouds, should repel them.
Oh, so it's like a galactic umbrella.
It's simple science.
Well, sounds a bit like nonsense to me.
Can you disprove the experiment?
Well, no, but if a machine like that really existed, don't you think it would be public knowledge?
I understand science, not people.
What do you mean when you say you only understand science?
Poor social and communicative pragmatism. That's how they define it, at least.
I don't follow you.
When I was a kid, my peers talked about cartoons. I talked about string theory, which, by the way, is one-dimensional, unlike those stupid kids' shows. I've never been able to connect with other people. That's why I started my weather experiments.
I'm missing the point. How are your experiments supposed to bring you closer to others?
Meteoropathy, the collection of psychophysical disorders related to climate change. We all perceive them, one way or another. Emotions are strongly influenced by the weather, and it's on this connection that I focus.
Wait, so you're trying to control the weather to win people over?
Imagine being able to sweep the clouds from the sky. At that point, people might... to them, I would be... Forget it. That's not the point.
I have this blood-stained document.
I collect beetles in display cases. Some say it's cruel, that they suffer. Nonsense. They're dead.
Do you know if there's a way to remove blood without making the data unreadable?
I think I conducted research on this when I was 6. I might have jotted something down in this very notebook.
Exactly what I need. I'll take it.
Not a chance. This notebook never leaves my sight.
Follow me for a moment. That notebook could solve my problem with the blood-stained document.
The odds are high.
And you said you wanted to get closer to your neighbor.
I don't want to get closer to my neighbor. He's a dork.
I meant to the people around you.
There is no one around me.
There could be, if you let someone get close.
A paradox. Go on.
Well, your neighbor is me, and I think sharing that notebook would really bring us closer.
You're more persistent than polymer residue. Now let me work, please.
How long will it keep you busy?
I've estimated a time range between 5 and 6
Well, I can wait 5 or 6 minutes.
days.
I felt a bit guilty for trying to manipulate Miranda, but I had to get that notebook, even if it meant sabotaging the experiment. He had a striking presence, but he gave off an aura of endless sadness. Communicating with her wasn't easy, but it was surprisingly rewarding. Every now and then, Miranda would check her notebook. It was impossible to pick it up with the experiment underway. He had a striking presence, but he gave off an aura of endless sadness. Are they treating you well, friend? With all those harnesses, it made me feel a bit sorry for it. But at least it looked well fed and cared for. Via de conduct. That was off-limits territory for me. Too many cameras. That was off-limits territory for me. Too many cameras.
Hey! No!
Whoa! Look how they fly.
My roses, boss.
How will people have kids now?
I never thought a gust like that could send a bunch of roses into the stratosphere. Very interesting.
This is the tragedy, the defeat of love.
Did he really leave humming a soprano aria he just made up?
Maybe you should consider a career change.
That sad singer cost me a very useful notebook.
Miranda's device had an incredibly powerful suction force. It had swallowed that notebook in an instant, then sent it flying several meters away. I quickly skimmed through Miranda's notebook. The experiments and theories inside were interesting, but they became increasingly complex to the point of being incomprehensible. I decided to stick to the first pages, which Miranda apparently wrote at a very young age. There it is. The procedure for cleaning a blood-stained document while minimizing damage as much as possible. It seemed quite simple. Just cool the document with ice, and then gently clean it with a cloth. The notebook was clear on that detail. An acrylic cloth was needed, probably to better retain the blood.
Houdini, pull a rabbit out of your hat. Come on.
Huh? Are you talking to me?
How many magicians you see around here?
There's been a misunderstanding. I was a I'm just a passerby.
Yeah, sure. And I'm Carla Fracci. Hold on, I'll do a pirouette in midair. Look, I'll give you €1. I ain't no cheapskate.
I'm not a magician. This is a sharp-tailored outfit.
You mean you're dressed like this? 'Cause you like it? Even the hat?
The top hat is a classy touch. It gives some elegance and balance to the whole ensemble.
Unbelievable.
I'm Lars, by the way.
Sup? I'm Beniamino.
Do you know anything about the murder that happened this morning?
Hell yeah. I was here, trying to convince these Swedish babes to rent a rickshaw, when all of a sudden... Spam!
Spam?
Yeah, like a crazy bang. It sounded like thunder, but there were just a few puffy white clouds drifting around. By now, those chicks are probably already back in Sweden.
Did you figure out what caused that noise?
I think it was a shot. Damn big gun. Something real powerful.
Who do you think could commit a murder in the middle of Villa Borghese?
A madman. I mean, we're in the city center of Rome. You joke around with them just for a laugh, but the cops know how to do their job. They'll catch this guy eventually.
Beniamino was right, but the risk I had to avoid was that the police, in their attempt to find the hitman, would get to me first.
Anyways, if you want to cover all your bases, I'd start with Basil.
Basil?
He's a dude who hangs around here with a gang of punks. The NW's something. Saw him around this morning. They go around making a mess, setting fire to trash bins. Once they tried to repaint a rickshaw mine.
To me, it seemed like a group of kids causing trouble. Nothing that would suggest a premeditated murder. but my years of experience taught me never to dismiss any lead, no matter how unlikely it seemed. Where could I find this Basil?
Looking at the mess, he'll be staying away from Villa Borghese for a bit. Try the Imperatore Adriano subway station.
Huh. I don't recall that station among Rome's subway stops.
'Cause it's been shut down. I don't think they ever opened it to the public. Basil hides down there when he wants some peace, but watch out. It's a lonely spot.
You mentioned the NW something.
Yeah, but I don't know much about him. I stay away. You know how it is.
Do you rent rickshaws and bikes to make a living?
Right now, I can't even rent a kick scooter. Everything's stopped cold.
Why is that? Lack of permits?
Who's ever had a permit? Nah. It's because they killed a guy just round the corner. I heard that until the investigation's done, no vehicles can go through Villa Borghese.
There was a good chance that was Malcolm's contact, Philip Buzica. Excuse me. Are you Agent Buzica?
You shouldn't be here. Move along, please.
Well, Malcolm sent me.
I see. Malcolm didn't even want to tell me your name. What's going on here?
Just know that I'm helping shed light on this matter.
Hurry up. I'm not comfortable here.
Do you have any leads?
Not yet, but the forensic team managed to recover that bullet. It severed that signpost, then got lodged in the ground. With that, we should be able to trace the model of the weapon that fired it. Maybe even the actual weapon, if it's registered.
And what do you know about the victim?
Malcolm claims that the client introduced himself as Philip Sanders, but he had no identification on him to confirm that.
If he had known the identification was in my possession, the agent probably would have thrown me in jail without a second thought. Someone must have seen or heard something. We're in Villa Borghese, one of the busiest areas in the city.
Compared to the nearby Pincho Terrace, the water clock is more out of the way. Also, there was a big music event in Piazza Navona today, and tourists were redirected that way. In cases like these, the Code of Omerta also comes into play. No potential witness wants to be associated with such an incident.
I sighed with relief. The fewer people involved in this incident, the easier it would be to leave it behind.
Just an old lady showed up. A tiny little woman dressed like a hippie. A certain Meredith.
Oh, good. Did she give a testimony?
No, the lady claims she hadn't noticed anything in particular. She left us her contact details, and we'll probably ask her a few more questions later, but I have little hope she can help. At least with words. Mrs. Meredith is an amateur photographer. She left us prints of her shots from today. Maybe we can get something out of them.
Is there any chance I could take a look at the photos taken by this Meredith?
I can't access the evidence files either. And even if I could, I certainly wouldn't risk my career for you two. You could try asking her directly. She lives in the residence on the outskirts, near the Castelli Romani, just a stone's throw from the historic bar, Da Papone.
That's a start. Thanks, officer.
Now go away, and forget about me, please.
A semi-detached house, located in a quiet suburban area full of trees and plants. An unfinished mural. The theme was space, and among the rocket flames, the artist's signature was visible.
Yes?
Is this Mrs. Meredith?
Did I win something?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, so are you one of those kind Jehovah's Witnesses?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes, with their informative flyers full of fun facts.
Well,
Wait, are you selling vacuum cleaners by any chance? For reasons I won't get into, my floor is covered in sand.
Lady, you are every door-to-door salesman's dream. But I'm a detective, and I just need to ask you a few questions.
Why didn't you say so right away, dear? Here, open the door. Ah!
From one of the windows, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed. My first instinct was to call for help, but that would have made things even more complicated. I had to help that woman on my own, and quickly. Over the years, I learned never to underestimate the stuff you could find in the trash, especially in times of emergency. A nice pair of hiking boots, but too worn out. Pizza. Since I'd come back to Italy, I'd been eating an average of 5 a week. An apple a day keeps the doctor away, but not if you pick it out of the trash, probably. Blank compact disc. I could have made a nice music compilation with it. The compact disc was round, smooth, and had a hole in the center. Luckily, it fitted perfectly. The jump was significant. I prayed I wouldn't break my leg. Come in?
What are you doing? The door was open.
It's becoming a habit.
Lie there like nothing's happening. Give me a hand, quick! I can't go from here, and Hugo isn't home. That was Grandpa!
You shouldn't be drinking spirits at your age, right?
We'll talk about that later, young man. Phew, what a relief. Thank you, my boy.
Don't mention it. I feel at home in the kitchen. In fact, if you want, I can make you some meatballs, ma'am.
Oh, drop the formalities and call me Edith. Old age. I'm afraid I forgot your name.
Lars. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a private investigator, helping the police with the murder case at Villa Borghese.
In that case, I'll be more than happy to help you however I can. And feel free to explore the living room as much as you like. Mi casa es tu casa.
I'm surprised. Usually I'm invited to do the exact opposite.
Sweetheart, why be rude when you can just strip down instead?
Fair point. According to the police, you weren't near the water clock at the time of the murder.
That's true. At that time, I had moved toward the inner lake to take some pictures from one of those adorable little tourist boats.
I've always been fascinated by the structure that stands on the artificial islet.
The Temple of Asclepius, dedicated to the god of medicine.
About the photos you were taking, what can you tell me?
It's my little passion. I love trying to capture the beauty of this world of ours.
Do you think you might have captured anything that could help with my investigation?
I wouldn't know. I pay attention to nature. Live in the sunshine, swim in the sea, drink the wild air.
Could you give me a copy of the photos you took?
I've already given the prints to the police. Do you need more?
You know how it is. As private investigators, we constantly need special permits to access police evidence.
Of course, dear. I'll need some time to develop them. Is tomorrow all right for you?
The photos could give our investigation a significant boost, but Edith was so sweet and kind, I just couldn't bring myself to rush her. Tomorrow will be perfect, thanks. Your house is quite unique.
You know what they say, dear. The world just needs a little more color and a whole lot more love. And I think you'd agree, considering the phenomenal, vibrant look you're rocking.
Really? You're the first person who hasn't made fun of me.
Darling, if you're lucky enough to be different, don't ever change.
You were serious when you said you had sand in your house.
Do you like it? It was my idea.
All that's missing is the salt water.
I installed a small pool for that, but then there was a problem and the entire kitchen got flooded.
This place is really dangerous. You mentioned someone named Hugo.
My little Huey, my husband, one of the loves of my life. In his youth, he was part of a biker gang, but I can't remember their name anymore.
I gather you develop your own photographs.
Of course. That's part of the fun.
Well, I have a roll of film with shots that could be relevant to the case I'm investigating.
And you want me to develop it? Wouldn't it be better to hand it directly to the police?
Oh, you know, I'd rather check it first and only bring it to their attention if it proves useful.
Whoopsie! I hadn't thought of that. I see you know your job well.
Here you go.
My dear, you kept it in your pocket?
Isn't it hygienic?
It's risky for the film, which is very delicate. Come on, let's store it somewhere better protected from the sunlight. There, it'll be safe now. I'll take good care of it, don't worry. Whoopsie, how clumsy. Every time I open or close this cupboard, I get caught on this screw sticking out. You pay attention, dear. It's not very visible, and it can be dangerous.
I'm usually not easily taken by people, but that woman's sweetness melted me. How long have you been living in Rome, Edith?
Hugo and I moved here in our old age. As long as we could, we traveled the world on his motorcycle. Look at this photo. What do you think?
Impressive.
The Woodstock Music and Arts Fair, 1969. Almost 500,000 people, and I was there.
Wow.
A demonstration of peace and harmony like few others in contemporary history. Shake the world with kindness, as Gandhi used to say.
And that's where you met Hugo.
I still remember it. Suddenly, I saw a cloud of dust rise up. It looked like a sandstorm. Then out of the dust came a group of bikers, big, noisy. And he was there. He wasn't leading the pack, nor was he at the back. He was just an ordinary person in his group, one among 500,000 others at Woodstock. Yet I could see only him.
If you don't hear love knocking at the door, sister, just open it anyway. Maybe it'll be the hunk of a motorcycle.
The photos will be ready by tomorrow, okay? In the meantime, feel free to stay and keep me company.
Thanks again. I'll continue my investigation.
Have fun!
subway station was the perfect place to be attacked. Fortunately, I was equipped with agility and well-developed muscles. With the balloon in my pocket, I felt a bit lighter, and several years younger. Are you Basil?
Who wants to know?
The man looked me up and down. I knew that hard and distrustful expression. It was typical of someone who had something to hide, or someone hiding from something. I'm Lars. I'm conducting a private investigation.
Then you've come to the wrong person. I have nothing to do with whatever you're investigating.
The man seemed convincing. But then again, even the worst serial hitman could be. I would have to pressure him until he proved his innocence. Or make him crack. Do you know what happened at Villa Borghese, near the water clock?
A lot of things happen around there. But you're referring to the murder. Can I ask how you got to me, mister?
Through a testimony.
A testimony?
Well, not very reliable, I admit.
Listen, it's nice to know that there's still someone seeking justice in a world where it's more of a fantasy than reality. But this stuff happens to me all the time.
You mean being asked about a murder?
Being suspected. I'm Middle Eastern, buddy. They steal an old lady's purse in the middle of the street. It was the Arab. Someone smashes a shop window in a quiet neighborhood store. It was the Arab. Leave a suspicious bag on the tracks at Termini Station.
I get the picture.
To answer your question, no. I don't know anything about the murder. I already have enough problems of my own.
I heard you're part of a graffiti group. The NW something?
The NWWA. Used to be, yeah, but now it's a closed chapter.
What happened?
NWWA stands for No White Walls Anymore. An idea born from the desire to color Rome, beautifying the forgotten neighborhoods. At first we were just a few trusted people who believed in the cause. Then we became more permissive, and the ranks were filled with, less reputable individuals. I didn't agree with their ideas anymore, so I quit and focused on a personal project.
The no white walls anymore. They're the reason you're hiding down here, right?
How did you figure that out?
While you were talking, I detected a note of bitterness in your voice, and earlier you mentioned some problems.
So you're really a detective, huh? I didn't take you seriously with that, strange outfit.
I've learned a few tricks from a friend. Tell me what happened with the no white walls.
I tried to change the direction of the group by presenting an idea that would revolutionize the entire city. In response, they mocked me, beat me up, and kicked me out.
You mentioned a personal project.
Sorry, mister. I'd rather not talk about it. Did it go well?
What?
The interrogation. I understand when I'm being grilled. I'm used to it.
Basil seemed like a good person, and the reasons for hiding were clear and plausible. I felt I could rule him out of my list of suspects. It went well, yeah, but stick around. I might need to ask you more questions. In an attempt to make it more stable, we had filled that piece of furniture with knickknacks, trinkets, and other useless junk. It hadn't helped much. At least once a month it would fall on me while I was peacefully cooking dinner. In an attempt to make it more, it hadn't helped much. At least... At the top of that old, wobbly piece of furniture, I saw a bag of flour abandoned, with half a pair of scissors sticking out. I realized that Malcolm must have placed it there to prevent me from picking up the scissors. He'd been terrified of them ever since that time I tried to cut off his pigtails while he was sleeping. Maybe shaking the furniture vigorously. The flour had spread on the floor, but at least the scissors were within reach. Along with the scissors, I picked up the bag with the leftover flour, not bothering to clean up the rest. It wasn't my turn for the monthly cleaning. Malcolm had really put some effort into hiding those scissors, but no one in the world could stand between me and a tool of destruction like that. Now I had both halves of the scissors, but a screw was missing to bind them together. Maybe I should have opened a repair shop. The scissors were as good as new. I gently cut a piece of fabric, making a soft cloth. That fridge had an ice dispenser, usually reserved for those who could afford the best of the best. In reality, Malcolm had found it abandoned on the street and, thanks to his technical skills, had managed to fix it. It really worked. That Miranda knew her stuff. So, dear Philip Sanders, your real name was Gail Nelson. Gail, a unique and uncommon name. But why were you hiding your identity? As for me, I could gather little else from that document. Research wasn't my strength. I had always preferred fieldwork. And, unfortunately, I couldn't count on Alice. The temptation to open it was great and perverse, like when you peel the scab off a wound before it's time. The need to focus on the case distracted me from those thoughts. I managed to clean Philip Sanders' document. I was right about his name.
Gail Nelson.
Unusual name, huh?
Says a guy named Lazarus Bundy.
Keep your voice down. I've told you 1,000 times in public you use my alias.
Right, Lars Bundren. Mr. Lars Bundren.
Why do you think he used a false identity?
Was he cheating on his wife?
He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, and the document says he was single.
I'll do some research. Maybe I can dig up something interesting.
For that first day of investigation, I'd done all I could. I would think about my next moves over a plate of pasta, then head home and sleep on it.
Hiding is useless. We both know how this will end. resist. It could be considered brave if it weren't pointless. But you'll break. In the end, everyone breaks.
No fair, no fair! Neil told you where I was hiding.
Hiding your presence is an art that takes years to master. Just like disguise and keeping your wits in dangerous moments.
You cheater!
The rhetoric.
Neil, you told him where I was? You big meanie.
I swear I kept it secret.
Enough now, rookie. Off to bed, right now.
But it's too early. I'm not sleepy.
Nori, maybe just a few more minutes.
No. Sacrifice shapes discipline. Discipline shapes the men.
Roger that. I'll stand guard out here.
Will you tell me a story?
Depends. Have you finished your homework?
Yes.
Which one do you want to hear this time?
Is he asleep?
He always passes out after a few minutes.
I don't think he's ever heard a single ending.
Report.
The detour cost us an entire day, but we're making up for it. We should reach the destination shortly.
Any updates from our contact?
He's sure he didn't leave anything behind that can lead the police to him. At the same time, he knows he's in trouble and is eager to fix it.
Too many risks. We've already lost a man in the field. We have to wait for the dust he kicked up to settle before acting. Contact him. He should stay hidden until we arrive. Meanwhile, we'll take care of our business in India.
The first afternoon of investigation stirred up dormant feelings, old memories of a distant life that ended in divorce. And now he was knocking on the door, asking me for alimony. Who am I kidding? I'd missed all this. I hoped Malcolm would arrive again at just the right moment, but I wasn't so lucky. If only life were like the movies, with their timely coincidences that save the hero from tough situations. I know you're there. Even though I can't see you, I can feel you. I always feel you. An improvement compared to your snake form. Did I ever tell you that I hate snakes?
Why do you keep coming?
I keep hoping to find the cage empty.
You humans and your hope. You've convinced yourselves that it's enough to cure the great ills of the world. Go on. Pray. Go on a pilgrimage. Wear your knees out on one of your holy stairways. When you're done, I'll be here. The Rosicrucians gave you some extra time, and look how you've used it. Isolating yourself, hiding, pushing away those who could have helped you resist me.
I couldn't involve them. I couldn't involve her.
Great choice. Better to spare her what's coming. Investigate. Let the case consume you. Find the culprit. Forget about me. In the meantime, the rust of this cage will advance like a slow red tide. The metal will creak like rotten bones. I'll devour you.
Ah! Damn, you scared me! What's wrong with you?
A nightmare. Just a nightmare.
Jeez, I should be the one with his nerves on edge.
What's that?
A Nanotech Master 2.5D, the elite of surveillance drones.
I usually prefer to rely on my instincts and my nose.
Oh, right. You're still stuck with electric bikes.
Not even those, to be honest.
Okay, I got a dozen in my garage and need to get rid of them. Take it and go, all right? I'll update you on what I found.
Through the bullet found at Villa Borghese, the forensics team managed to trace the type of weapon used for the murder. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any other details about it.
By now, the crime scene should be accessible. If we're lucky, there might be some trace left.
Actually, luck seems to be on our side. I passed the victim's ID around, and one of my contacts swears they have information about it. We have an appointment soon at the Barcacha. Are you coming with me?
Better not. I prefer that as few people as possible know about my involvement in this matter.
As you wish. All right, fine. I'm okay. We can get out of this.
Second day of investigations, and I had several leads to follow. By now, the police must have finished their investigations at the Villa Borghese water clock, and I could poke around to see if anything had been overlooked. Plus, Edith was waiting for me with the photo prints I requested, which might open new paths to explore. Finally, there was the issue of Philip Sanders' document to investigate. I hoped that Malcolm's contact would provide us with some useful information. The temptation to test Malcolm's new gadget was strong. The little voice on my right shoulder suggested I let it go to avoid breaking it. However, the little voice on my left shoulder was always more convincing. The artist who had been working on that mural must have returned during the night. Now the artwork displayed majestically on the side of the building.
Lars, darling, come on in. Make yourself comfortable.
The door is still broken.
I think we'll leave it that way. The house looks much more welcoming. Open to all.
Well, I see someone's having a great time.
At my age, you have to make the most of every moment to enjoy life.
You're a free spirit, Edith.
There is freedom waiting for you on the breezes of the sky. And you ask, what if I fall?
Oh, but my darling, what if you fly?
Lars, this is Hugo, my husband. Hugo, this is the young man I told you about last night.
You owe me a grappa.
Right. Sorry. Want this plastic bottle back?
Don't be such a grumpy old man. And you, don't take him too seriously or he'll get a big head. But I suppose you came for your photos, dear. They're in the wardrobe. I left them in a bag to keep them cool. Use the pedal mechanism to retrieve them.
I've never seen anyone get a tan indoors before.
I found this fabulous tanning mirror and instantly fell in love with it. Between the endless traffic and the limited parking, going to the beach here in Rome isn't easy, you know.
And yet there was a time when we loved riding along the coast on my motorcycle. The sea breeze messing up our hair, the scent of salt in the air, the fire of sunset reflecting off the chrome.
Those days are long gone.
Are you planning to sunbathe all day?
Why not? Always do what makes your soul shine. And your skin, I might add. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Looks like the battery's dead. Oh, well, never mind. I'll take a nice nap, lulled by the sound of the sea and the waves crashing against the tall green cliffs.
Here you go.
Are you part of a gang?
Gang? No. Why?
I thought your clothes might be some kind of initiation for joining a brotherhood. They always pick humiliating challenges.
I don't need other people telling me how to humiliate myself.
I can see that.
Edith told me you were a biker in the past.
We were more of a brotherhood. The Panhandle Phantoms. That's what we called ourselves.
Panhandle? Like handle of a pan?
It's a region in Texas named for its distinctive shape. Sometimes I miss it. The endless prairies around Amarillo or Lubbock. And I miss Sam, our leader. A bit of a devil, but in his own way, he was a good guy.
Tell me about the Panhandle Phantoms.
Father Sam was strict. No trouble, no fights, no police. Anyone who caused problems was out of the group. But over the years, we still found ourselves in trouble. We lost a friend in a gang war once. So we left Texas and headed east to New York in '69. The last trip with the Phantoms, but not the last as a biker. Always have I walked and never reached the end. And tomorrow I will fall.
Not bad.
Josue Carducci, who shows here an epic use of polysyndeton.
Edith told me you two met at Woodstock in 1969. I'd love to hear your version of the story.
Me and the guys in the gang had been traveling across the states for a few months. By then, we had already visited most of the East Coast. We were passing by New York when Billy Baum Boyd, one of the other guys, pointed out some signs scattered everywhere about a local festival happening in just a few days. We wanted to show up on our bikes, make them roar, impress the crowd. Instead, we were the ones impressed. By 500,000 spectators. They roared just as much, if not louder than we did. And there she was, in the chaos of bodies, swaying to the rhythm of the music. A girl with eyes the color of the sky, that cheeky nose, small and dressed in 1,000 colors. A red flower in a field of white flowers.
What a beautiful image.
Soon after, I left the gang and the States. Edith and I roamed around Europe for years. I never looked back, and I never regretted it.
Oh, cool.
I personally installed a motor inside the wardrobe. 30 years, and it still works perfectly.
Oh, you really know your stuff when it comes to engines. Edith had separated the victim's roll of film and the photos she had taken into 2 distinct folders. Convenient. It would be easier to compare the 2 sets. I had various photos. On one side, those developed from the victim's film roll. On the other, those taken by Edith. If I could find at least one common element between the 2 sets, I might have something to advance the investigation. The tattoo on the back of that man's hand. Although I couldn't make it out perfectly, the position and style were too similar to be a coincidence. But if my assumption was correct, this meant he had been spying on us while we were planning our route for the day. The man had then gone to the water clock to scout ahead. Most likely it was at that moment he chose the murder site. But who was the other person he was talking to? An accomplice? A passerby who could somehow help me identify the suspect? I needed to investigate both leads. At that moment, I didn't need a belt, and I didn't want to risk doing unnecessary damage. I'm off.
Meh.
How strange. A thunderstorm and a clear sky.
A really bad omen, boss.
You think so?
Trouble and misfortune on the horizon.
You again.
Buy an umbrella, boss. 2 umbrellas for the price of 1, 3 for the price of 2, 4.
But yesterday you were selling roses.
I'm very careful to follow trends.
Forget it. I don't need an umbrella.
You're cruel, boss. What will I feed my family?
Oh, I'm sorry. You have a family?
I could make one by tonight.
Go away. Well, did the police give you permission to keep working?
Yeah, but it's still a slow day. Folks are scared, and I get it, after what happened.
Do you usually work a lot?
I can't complain. Villa Borghese Park's pretty big. A lot of people prefer to bike around instead of walking. But I make the real money with the rickshaws. Tourists love them.
I've always thought they were dangerous death traps.
You're telling me. If you ain't careful, you might run over someone just walking by, minding their own business with an ice cream in hand.
The groove left by the bullet was very clear, so it might be possible to get some clues from it. A stick that size could be useful as a defensive weapon, for trekking, impersonating a wizard at carnival, or 1,000 other things. At that moment, I was not inclined to speak to guards, watchmen, or law enforcement unless absolutely necessary.
Hey, you! Stay away from that damn bust. I'm sick of you vandals defacing the city with your provocative scribbles, vulgar drawings, and phone numbers of your most pathetic friends.
I just wanted to admire it.
You can admire it perfectly well from a distance.
Are you a part of law enforcement?
No, I recently started working for a security service that won the contract for Villa Borghese.
Recently? What did you do before?
Always security, but in the medieval site in Emilia-Romagna. Maybe you've heard of it. Castel Sancti Leonis.
Only then did I recognize the man, like the guard who, 5 years earlier, had tried to hinder me in every possible way.
Tell me though, haven't we met somewhere before?
I have a very common face. It happens to me a lot.
Maybe, but the outfit, that ridiculous scarf, the red gloves. No, I'm sure. You're him. That guy who made me fall down the stairs to steal my castle keys.
You're confusing me with someone else. Who would ever do such a horrible thing?
Damn, it's that late for me.
I've noticed a certain hostility toward park tourists.
You have no idea about the kind of vandals infesting this place. Rube kids, mischievous teenagers, disrespectful elders, we got all kinds.
So, you don't like your job?
No, I didn't say that. I have to admit that jumping on my bike and chasing away offenders always gives me an adrenaline rush. And I always catch them. Riding this beast, I'm unbeatable.
Summing up, Beniamino rented rickshaws, which he thought were super fast. Meanwhile, Lake, the park guard, chased after punks on his bike, which he claimed was super fast. As much as I'd have loved to leave him in the dust, I couldn't be the one distracting the guard. I needed a plan. For the moment, I had nothing to say. Another day, another weather experiment.
I set aside yesterday's project after its unexpected conclusion. While waiting to recalibrate the rain machine, I have another idea to carry out.
An idea based on a bowl of water and a butterfly net?
Ionized alkaline water through controlled electrolysis. Great for treating osteoporosis and for hydration. This is my atmospheric diffuser.
So you want to spread beneficial water in the air?
You're smart, for a clown.
Well, they do give us physics lessons between pies in the face. I recognized that man right away. Mike, the marathoner I had met on the Miami Promenade a few years ago.
Is there something on my face?
No, sorry. It's just that it's nice to know science still manages to captivate people.
What makes you think that?
You're watching Miranda like you're trying to figure out if she's the one.
No, I'm just waiting for the show to start. The preparatory phase can do with some improvement, if I may say so.
Preparatory phase? Show?
That girl's been waving that wet stick in the air for 20 minutes. I wonder when she'll actually start performing. I'm Mike, by the way.
What brings you to Italy, Mike? Are you a tourist?
The main reason is to participate in the Rome Marathon. It's quite a show. An event that's been going on since the early 1900s.
I see the Miami Triathlon was just the beginning.
I can't wait to march down the Via dei Fuori Imperiali with all the others. Wait, how do you know I participated in the Miami Triathlon?
Oh, well, a marathoner like you wouldn't miss such an event. Mike, I think you're mistaken. I don't think Miranda's planning anything spectacular.
You're a jealous colleague, aren't you?
Colleague?
By the way you're dressed, I'd say you're a juggler. You should support other street performers, not trip them up. Now go away, please. I want to enjoy the show.
The man was looking through the window with barely concealed interest. Strange. Usually tourists observe the square from inside the bar, not the other way around. Huh?
I'm blind! Oh, Bert, you and your stupid laser!
I'm a sharpshooter.
Well, for a moment, I thought I was done for, Ed. I thought it was the sights of one of your extraordinary hunting rifles.
Ugh, kid, stop pointing that laser at customers' faces.
Well said.
But with him, feel free to keep doing it.
Ah! Ugh.
So, how are your nerves holding up?
I'm on my 6th coffee. It's not even 20 to 10. It's a disaster, a tragedy.
What happened? Did they assassinate the Pope?
The Pope's been assassinated?
That's so cool.
It must be fake news. Otherwise, there'd already be memes about it on social media.
It's much, much worse. I'm on the front page of the newspaper.
Aw, look at him. Little Malcolm. That scared little face. How adorable.
Now in the eyes of the public, I'll be the prime suspect and the police will keep an eye on me day and night. Actually, I think it's already started. That guy outside the window is staring at me like I'm performing Hamlet in my underwear. I don't feel comfortable. Pretend you don't know me until he leaves.
But the investigation?
Stupid lunatic. I won't say a word for now.
I had to admit, the way that man was watching Malcolm made me a little suspicious, but I thought it best to keep that feeling to myself. You're getting paranoid, but I'll handle it. You just sit tight, keep your head down, and keep chugging caffeine.
Why didn't I stay in the Air Force? Why?
You know what to do, Ed.
Why not change it up for once? For example, I could make you a great ginseng coffee. Relaxing, stabilizes the nervous system.
Let's leave that to the yoga instructors, okay?
A nice latte macchiato, then. Fresh, with a light taste, but still full of the aroma of freshly ground coffee.
Too much lactose, not enough energy.
A simple espresso?
Too much energy, not enough lactose. Perfection. Ed, do you remember talking to a shady guy yesterday?
Do you know how many people pass through Piazza di Spagna every day?
He was wearing a blue hoodie with the hood pulled up, and I'm pretty sure he was trying not to show his face.
I see plenty of guys like that. Husbands having secret affairs, employees running away from their bosses, you name it. You'll have to give me more than a generic description.
Do you remember seeing this guy yesterday?
Now you're spying on my customers.
He could be the prime suspect in a case I'm investigating.
He's still my customer, and my code of ethics...
Look, he ordered an American coffee.
Damn! Yes, I remember him perfectly, the criminal.
Can you describe him to me? Every detail could be important.
He always kept his hood down, his face in shadow. I think his eyes were blue. That's all I remember.
Try to push yourself, Ed. It's important. Did he have a tattoo on the back of his hand?
I'm doing my best. You know how many people pass through here every... Wait! I do remember the tattoo on his hand.
Did you manage to see it clearly? Could you describe it?
It was a tribal tattoo. You know, like so many others. But I remember noticing the ring he was wearing on the finger of the same hand. It had a seal. A symbol.
What kind of symbol?
It was some kind of lion. Wait, I'll sketch it for you.
Huh. I can work with that. I had no intention of doing maintenance work at Edgardo's bar. That guy wasn't moving, and as a result, Malcolm refused to update me on the victim's document. That laser you have with you.
What do you want, old man?
It's too dangerous in your hands. Come on, hand it over.
Get lost!
Ah!
Mal, don't you start too. Let's see if you're really the great sharpshooter you claim to be.
I never miss a shot.
Let me be the judge of that. And to be sure, I'll tell you what to aim at. I bet you can't hit one of the mirrors on the counter.
I'll show you.
That's enough for now. I challenge you again with that laser. I bet you can't hit one of the mirrors on the counter. I was struck by what seemed like a valid intuition. The compact disc fit perfectly into the frame, so much so that I probably wouldn't be able to get it back out. I challenge you again with that laser. I bet you can't hit one of the mirrors on the counter.
That's enough with the laser, kid. You just cost me a potential client. Ma'am, do something.
Sure. I'll finish posting the breakfast photos and... Oh, where are the stickers?
Lars, can you take care of it?
With great pleasure. Cheer up. With that aim, you can always consider a career in the armed forces.
What a relief.
Mel, we need to talk.
Should I be worried?
You're always worried.
Should I raise the worry level a notch or two then?
I might have identified our man.
What? And you tell me like it's nothing? We need to call the police. Send a day to do.
Remember when we said you have to count to 10 before freaking out?
Yeah, right. Count to 10. 1, 2,
First of all, the photo shows who might be our man.
4, 5.
Also, you can't see his face.
7, 8.
But I can tell you the suspect was here at the bar while we were planning the afternoon trip.
The man was here spying on us!
Lower your voice.
So it really was a premeditated murder?
I think so. Look at this photo.
We might have just been meters away from him. We could have stopped him. We couldn't
have imagined what would happen, but we can do something now, so focus.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember seeing him. But he has a distinctive tattoo on the back of his hand.
Yeah, that's how I was able to identify him.
And now?
I'll track him down. You stay here and act casual.
Casual, calm, breathe, count to 10, yeah.
So, can we finally talk?
Are we sure the coast is clear? I just saw a passerby who...
Mal.
All right, don't get worked up. My contact wasn't joking about Sanders. I managed to track down the place he was staying, the Tiber Terrace Inn.
Tiber Terrace Inn?
A small 3-star place inspired by typical American motels. You know, the kind you usually find along desert highways.
Where the most clueless passerby traditionally gets murdered.
I think it lives up to his expectations. It's in a rough area in the southeast outskirts of the city.
How likely do you think it is that the police also have this info?
The authorities have issued a report, but apart from that, the victim's ID is still unknown.
So, we have quite an advantage. Really a nice little spot. Isolated, inconspicuous. Perfect if you didn't want to attract attention.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Good morning to you.
Easy to good morning me after I caught you spying. You need to ring the bell if you want something. Got it?
Am I disturbing you?
I'm watching a wonderful documentary about pinniped marine mammals. And I can't concentrate with all this people coming and going. What do you want? A room?
No, thanks. I just wanted to ask you some questions.
Like a quiz? Make yourself comfortable. But if it's not about walruses, I doubt I'll be able to answer.
I'm trying to track down one of your guests, Gail Nelson. Mr. Nelson might have been involved in shady business that I'd like to shed some light on.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm conducting a private investigation.
I thought it was strange. You look more like an undercover mime.
An undercover mime?
Yeah, you just need the makeup.
And what about Gail Nelson?
No, he doesn't look like a mime at all.
I mean, can you give me any information about him? Or, better yet, can you let me inspect his room?
Do you know what privacy is? Get a warrant, or get out of here.
The detective approach wasn't working, but I wouldn't give up. I'd find my man's room and manage to inspect it. There were 4 keys on the board, and at the time of the murder, Gail didn't have the key to his own room. From this, I could conclude that the victim's room must have been one of those 4. I had to inspect the hotel for clues to identify the correct room, then find a way to access it discreetly. I could determine Gail's room 2 ways, by finding explicit clues, or by excluding the other rooms. To do that, I would probably need more than 2 clues, which, when combined, would rule out the room in question. Maybe I could find some clues at reception. A robe, clearly belonging to a man of the church. That could be something to keep in mind. A woman's evening dress. Strangely elegant for the kind of clientele I had imagined. The jacket was well made, but very worn, clearly due to excessive use. I could tell the man was stressed even before he opened his mouth. I noticed he had a half-smoked cigarette resting on his ear, and I thought that could be the reason for his agitation. I'd been there myself. I knew the feeling.
Holy damn.
Bad time?
You could say that. Bloody vacuum cleaner.
What's wrong with your vacuum cleaner?
It jammed while I was cleaning the room in the back. It was full of hair.
Gross.
What are you thinking? They were cat hairs. The room's full of them. And now, so is my damn vacuum cleaner. If I don't finish going through all the rooms this morning, I'll lose my job here. I can't afford that.
Holy damn. So the guest in room 102 had a cat. I thought it was wise to remember that. Can you tell me anything about the motel guests?
Not much. I clean the rooms only when no one's inside, you know? Oh yes, there's the couple on the top floor in 105. They're incredible. They stay in all day arguing. They scream and shout. Then they make up and, well, they reconcile.
They reconcile?
Yeah, you know.
Oh. And about the other rooms, can you think of anything unusual?
You like gossip, huh? Let's see. The guest in 104 must be a very tidy person. Always leaves the bed made. Also, I think they have a green thumb. They've got a well-maintained little bonsai with them.
That could be something to keep in mind. Have you ever seen a man around here named Gale Nelson?
Maybe passing through, entering or leaving his room. Can you describe him?
Slim build, about my height, dark hair, brown eyes. Although he usually wears sunglasses.
No, I don't remember anyone like that. At least, not recently.
I suppose you have access to all the guest rooms?
Of course, I have a master key. Otherwise, how would I clean the rooms?
Very interesting. You and I need to talk, my desperate friend.
I have a name, you know. I'm Ian. What do we need to talk about?
About business. You've got a problem with your jammed vacuum cleaner.
Damn! Demon device!
And I need to get into one of the motel rooms. Let me explain. The room belongs to Gale Nelson, a friend of mine, for whom I'd like to organize a surprise for his upcoming birthday.
What? You want to pop out of a giant cake dressed as a bunny?
Something like that, but let's focus on us now. I'll help you fix your vacuum cleaner, and in return, you let me enter my friend's room.
Well, I don't really like the idea. I could lose my job. And it's not like it'd be the first time since I've just got canned from my office job. All because of that justing dork.
You said you'd lose it anyway if you don't clean all the rooms this morning.
That's true too. Hey, you're not trying to trick me into cleaning all the rooms, are you?
I assure you I'll only enter one room, Gale's.
All right then, it's a deal.
You'll have a new vacuum cleaner before you can finish smoking that cigarette you've got propped on your ear.
By the way, since you're taking care of my problem...
Among the various cleaning supplies were some inviting bottles of liquid soap. I had to have one. The cleaning guy was enjoying a well-deserved smoke break. Well, out of sight, out of mind. No matter how hard I strained my eyes, that little curtain prevented me from seeing inside the room. However, I noticed that a hole had been made in the window, one of those used to connect the ventilation hose of a portable air conditioner. The balloon alone wouldn't hold the crank up, but I could stretch the cable and tie it to the handle of the adjacent door. The room was bare, basic, with Nothing that might reveal anything about the person occupying it. However, abandoned on the nightstand was a book whose title I couldn't interpret. After a moment of confusion, I understood why. It was written in Greek. Leaving the balloon tied like that would be pointless, and it could attract unwanted attention, so I retrieved it. The room was dark and silent. The room was dark and silent. An old tobacco dispenser containing cigarettes, some basic medicines, and bandages. The cigarette section was well stocked, but I noticed that one particular brand, Spanos, was almost out. Strange, since I had never heard of it. It might be worth looking into. I stopped what I was doing, drawn to a scene unfolding just a little further ahead.
This is the only room that left the trash bag outside.
Get used to it. Who's gonna recycle while staying in a hotel?
Definitely not that woman who yelled at us yesterday.
But like, did you get what you wanted?
And most importantly, what language was she speaking?
I don't know. Something weird. Anyway, listen, it's getting late. Protest in the square starts soon.
And what do we do with the truck?
We leave it here. What else we gonna do?
But, won't we cause a disturbance?
Aye, wake up. That's what strikes are for. Throw the bag and let's get out of here.
The trash bag from room 104 could contain some useful information about its occupant. Also, I hadn't missed the worker's comment about a foreign woman currently staying at the motel. An irritable woman who spoke a language they said was incomprehensible.
Oh, what on earth are you wearing? Are you a cosplayer?
Don't be silly. It's the others who cosplay as me.
Jeez, what do you want? Did you knock just to brag?
No. I want to ask you some questions about the guest in room 108.
Here's another one who's played too many video games.
Huh?
Nothing. Occupational hazard. I'm Alberto, a video game journalist. Come on, let's hear it.
Can you describe the person in the adjacent room?
Well, I just got here. I haven't bumped into any other guests yet. But last night I heard a man's voice coming from room 108. He spent part of the evening reciting the rosary. In English, by the way.
Unusual, I admit. Well, if that's all, I thank you and...
Wait a second. What's the hurry? I answered your questions. Now you can answer mine, right?
I knew this would happen. You want to interview me?
About video games.
Wait, what? But I don't know any...
You seem excited, so let's start. Do you prefer video games that use fictional or real locations?
I speak from personal experience. The world is full of interesting places to visit that hide all kinds of secrets.
This dude thinks he's a shadow hunter.
What? Sorry?
Nothing. Don't worry. Second question. In your opinion, what characteristics should a video game protagonist have to be memorable?
He should have a goat as an archenemy.
A goat?
A talking goat, maybe?
What a revolutionary idea. All right, that's clear. I understand perfectly. I understand that I interviewed the wrong person. Now, excuse me, I really want to write down your precious answers before I forget them. Dope.
Another person I had enriched with my wisdom. Such satisfaction. The stick was long enough to allow me to reach the hatch. Ugh, this heat is unbearable.
Beer! Cool beer!
You again? It's an obsession.
It's just great customer service, boss. Get yourself a nice cold beer.
I don't like beer.
Champagne?
But where? How?
A refusal might break my heart.
Get lost! We'd already said everything there was to say. Nothing that helped me figure out if it was the bag I was looking for or not. Nothing that helped me figure out if it was the bag I was looking for or not. I wasn't sure if it was the bag I was looking for, but I couldn't rule it out either. The bag looked just like many others. The bag looked just like many others. I wasn't sure if it was the bag I was looking for, but I couldn't rule it out either. The bag looked just like many others. With the curtain drawn, it was impossible to see inside the room. I placed the laser, which fit almost perfectly inside the groove. To follow its beam, though, I'd have to wait for night to fall.
That is a rather unexpected result.
I knew it'd be worth it. Raven, run through Piazza di Spagna. It's amazing. And call the others. You have no idea what you're missing.
What's going on? What's this athletic man talking about?
Just a free bit of entertainment, nothing more. Step right up, folks. Behold Miranda's marvelous magic.
They're looking at me like a lab rat.
Because you're using chemistry to make art.
But art isn't as disgusting as rats.
Listen, they're not looking at you. They're looking at the magic you created.
Their eyes are on me, but what they perceive is filtered through art. It's a curious concept.
Miranda was momentarily absorbed in a public performance. I felt a little guilty, but she certainly wouldn't have trouble rebuilding the device.
That was strange.
Did you see how that kid in the front row was bouncing around?
Bringing joy to others through my science. Maybe this is the path. I need to think about it.
Hey there.
Meh.
Looks to me like you've never hung up your boots.
Yeah, these days I don't ride much. Much less than I'd like anyway.
And if someone specifically asked you to do it?
Me and my bike aren't for rent.
Now, I'm not talking about your bike. Let's put it this way. There's this guard, who's not only stopping me from carrying out an important investigation, but is also going around claiming to be the best racer in town. I'd really love for someone to teach him a lesson in humility, using a rickshaw.
Never ridden one of those. Are they fast?
Quite a bit from what I gather.
That could be interesting.
So, you'll help me?
I can't. I don't go anywhere without Edith, and she's... Even if she doesn't show it, she's pretty mad at me.
What did you do to make such a sweet and chill woman so angry?
You say that because you've never seen her lose her temper.
Is there anything we can do to calm her down?
I tried giving her that crystal rose, but she told me the only flowers she cares about are real ones. Then she left it and never looked at it again.
Ouch. Anything else that could help?
Usually poetry does the trick, but today I can't come up with 2 decent lines.
At that moment, I had no reason to move the rose. For the moment, I had nothing to say. My eye fell on scraps of paper scattered on the table. I was sure they weren't there the day before. Upon closer inspection, I realized those papers contained poems. Had Hugo written them?
They're not ready yet.
Not ready for what?
Reading.
So, you're interested in poetry. Fascinating.
Fascinating in what way?
You don't exactly look like...
Are you into prestidigitation?
No.
Yet you seem like a...
All right, I asked for it. So how did this passion for poetry come about?
As a kid, I found a reverse dictionary at home, and it fascinated me. I would keep spitting out the most bizarre rhymes to my classmates. Then, as it often happens at that age, I lost interest, until I became a biker.
How did being a biker lead you to poetry?
The life of a motorcyclist can be lonely. You're out there grinding miles of road, the scenery flowing monotonously, and your mind drifts, giving you powerful moments of introspection. It's in that limbo that I rediscovered my passion, one piece after another. I fit the words together, a flow in tune with the movement of my Harley. I never made a job of it, nor would I have wanted to. My words pick up speed following the trail of my bike, and fade away with the engine's hum.
I, too, love clearing my mind on my bike, Green Dart, especially in desolate and uninhabited places.
Interminable, space there beyond and superhuman, silence and piercing stillness, do my mind envisage.
Beautiful. Is it yours?
I wish. It's by Leopardi, a master of enjambment.
Enjam what?
Forget it.
What do you think about trying your hand at poetry again?
Let's see. A silent image. Weak start. Lacks punch. 'Tis a lonely, empty vase. The meter is right, but the content is terrible. That sets my soul free. Nice, but maybe not heartfelt enough. If I've ever written anything worse in my life, I can't think of what it was.
I noticed Hugo was looking for inspiration around him while composing. I believed I could find a better place for that rose. It was definitely an improvement. The grate didn't slide on its guide, probably due to time and rust. I poured some soap on the grate's guide, hoping it would help it slide. The soap had served its purpose, and now that it was finished, as painful as it was, we had to part ways. I'll continue my investigation.
Meh.
Still here?
Where else should I go, mister?
You're a street artist, right? You should be street arting.
My mind is elsewhere. Rome will have to do without my sparkling colors for a while.
You said you're Middle Eastern, right?
Yes. Effendi?
No, I didn't mean to offend anyone.
Effendi is a title used for people of high rank. I was teasing you while confirming my origin. Spill the beans, come on.
Have you ever seen this symbol? I suspect it might come from your part of the world.
Listen, I might actually know something about that symbol.
Here comes the but, present in all languages and cultures of the world.
But maybe you could earn the information. You know how it is.
I expected that. It's up to you to spill the beans.
Listen up. One evening I was talking to a friend, Rutger, a chemistry graduate who made a living doing home deliveries. Rutger was trying to create an airborne substance to absorb air pollution, but the problem was how to distribute it without being accused of doing secret experiments or creating chemtrails. The more he talked to me about it, the more the idea took shape in my mind, as clear as spring water. What if we created a paint with that substance?
Did you manage to make the anti-pollution paint?
Atox 56. That's what we called it. Imagine Rome full of bright colors, adorned with murals that can filter out a significant amount of smog.
Sounds cool. Do you have it with you?
That's one of the problems. It's still with the NWWA after I got banned from the group.
Where can I find the NWWA?
They're spread out across Rome, but there was one place we considered our hideout. An old street closed to traffic, under the overpass of an unused railway line. If the Atox 56 is still with them, it's definitely there.
How do I find this place?
These days, you can only access it through an abandoned tunnel a couple of blocks south of here. You'll definitely recognize it.
Did Rutger solve the distribution problem?
He tried to pitch the idea to various investors, but all he encountered were closed doors. It's not marketable. We're not doing charity. We don't care. The environmental protection speeches didn't help much. In the end, he left Italy and is now looking for better opportunities abroad.
I think I have a clear picture of the situation. The key point is to recover the Atox 56 from the NWWA.
But even if we manage to get our hands on the sample can, I wouldn't know how to replicate its formula on my own.
You need a brain. Someone who chews chemistry like it's cereal for breakfast. I think I can do something about that. But in return, can you promise me you'll tell me about the symbol I showed you?
No doubt about it.
Back when I worked as a detective, I would have requested a search from the digital forensics department, which would have provided results within a couple of days. In the current situation, though, I had to manage on my own. Sure, I could have asked others about the symbol, found an expert, but it was better to involve as few people as possible in this matter. Bucatini Smanakati.
Oi, what are you doing here? What do you want?
I was just walking around the area and followed the graffiti on the walls to this tunnel and...
You scared me, bro. I thought you were the cops, you know?
The cops? No. I'm just...
Chill, bro. Relax. I believe you.
Really?
Yeah, you think a cop would dress like that? Everyone would notice. You got me into a mess, though. Now the others have scattered for no reason.
Is that what that signal was for?
But we keep this between us, all right?
No hay problema.
Whoa, bro. You're like all exotic with foreign languages and all that stuff.
I lived in Miami for quite a few years. I know some Spanish.
No way, bro. I also hablo español. Mi madre, tu padre, si?
You're quite a phenomenon.
Ha! I like you, broski. You can stay. But don't cause any trouble, okay? I'll have to clean it up otherwise.
How'd you end up becoming a street artist?
Ah, bro. It started as a joke with friends. Now it's serious, like a mission.
And does your gang share your mission?
Well, bro, we have fun too. Smash a few windows, turn over a few dumpsters. Harmless stuff.
Don't you think it might disturb others or ruin the city?
Broski, people need to be educated, right?
Not so much bad. That guy just seemed like a lost soul to me. For some, it could be a phase. But I had seen many young people like that grow up and turn into real criminals. I just passed some pretty cool graffiti. A starry sky with a shuttle launching.
That's some next level stuff, bro. It's one of ours. Sick style, huh?
A true work of art, I'll give you that. But aren't you afraid someone will erase it?
Our main art critic is the rain. That's what really wipes everything out, bit by bit. Whoa, bro, I went all zen for a minute.
Some spray cans. In the middle of the pile, I spotted the Atox 56, the anti-pollution paint I had to return to Basel. What a nice spray can of paint you got there.
Dope, huh? The previous boss left it to us before going on vacation.
How long will he be going?
He's not coming back, bro.
Oh. But what about the spray can? Could I?
Bro, let me stop you right there. I like that color. It's nice and bright. It doesn't smudge. Do me a favor. Don't touch it.
Got it. The notice about a missing cat, whose discovery, according to the owner's words, would guarantee a generous reward. I noticed the cat had a determined expression and a pink bow on its head. It seemed more like a planned escape than a disappearance.
Bro, take a chill pill. It's not cool that you come here smashing up our hideout like this.
Another day of ordinary destruction by Lazarus Bundy. What an overwhelming urge to shout my name while beating my chest. It was tough to resist.
Whew, finally home, darling. My feet hurt from all that walking.
What do you mean? Didn't you enjoy the walk with me?
I would never say something like that, Love Bunny.
And don't call me Bunny. I'm undergoing treatment for these protruding teeth.
Your teeth are perfect the way they are, darling.
So, you think I'm wasting money and time, huh?
I consciously decided to ignore the rest of the conversation, which I could still hear endlessly continuing in the background. That car was parked in the motel's guest parking lot. Maybe it could give me some clues. Now that I had extended the awning, I could see a parking ticket on the dashboard. According to that, the car was parked in a small area of the Castelli Romani on the exact day and time of the murder at Villa Borghese. So the owner of that vehicle couldn't be my man.
And now what do you want?
Does the red car parked next to us belong to one of the residents?
It's in the parking lot reserved for guests. What do you think?
Well, is the owner around? I'd like to make an offer to buy it.
For that piece of junk? Whew, for the love of monk seals, you've got money to burn. Anyway, I don't disclose information about our clients. If you really care, you can wait for him to return. He's out with that cat of his.
Well, she did give me one piece of information. The car's owner, who wasn't around at the moment, had a cat. You've got a nice vending machine upstairs.
We fill it with junk from half the world to satisfy the questionable tastes of our diverse clientele.
I noticed that a particular brand of cigarettes is almost sold out. The Spanos, I think?
A Greek brand. It usually goes untouched. Those packs have probably been sitting there for years.
So, there had been a sudden increase in the purchase of Greek cigarettes. It seemed like a potentially useful detail. As I approached the room, I was met with two voices partially muffled by the walls. One female and one male.
Sorry to say it, Love Bunny, but I didn't like how you were batting your eyelashes at the waiter who served us.
Don't worry, sugar. You know I only have eyes for you.
Classy response.
Sugar, this morning, I accidentally opened your email inbox. How do you explain that order you made a few days ago?
The roses and chocolates? But they were supposed to be a surprise for you, Love Bunny.
Fascinating. It was like watching a chess match between two grandmasters.
Have you been suffering from salivation problems lately, or is it just a reaction caused by the American on this floor?
Who, the blonde guy? Don't make me laugh. You know I only have eyes for my special dark-haired one.
Oh, Love Bunny.
Oh, sugar.
It was clearly time to give those two a bit of privacy. I was a little embarrassed about eavesdropping on such an intimate conversation, but the detail about the blonde American might be useful. Here's your new vacuum cleaner.
Are you sure? It just looks like a little box.
Oh, trust me. With that device, you'll break the Guinness World Record for the fastest room cleaning in a motel.
I want to trust you. Here's the master key I promised you. But listen, if I see you entering more than one room, I'll call the police immediately.
Don't worry. I'll only visit Gail's room, once I've discovered which one it is.
Good. When you're done, leave the master key in the internal lock. I'll pick it up as I go around the rooms. Now leave me alone. I want to see if I can have this advice on my vacuum cleaner.
I wasn't sure if it was the bag I was looking for, but I couldn't rule it out either. The bag looked just like many others. I wasn't sure if it was the bag I was looking for, but I couldn't rule it out either. I wasn't sure if it was the bag I was looking for, but I couldn't rule it out either. I had opened the hatch, from which emerged a smell that would have given nightmares to a vulture with a cold. Even though retrieving it wouldn't be pleasant, the trash bag from room 104 might contain some useful clues. That room might belong to my man, but I had to make sure. You know whose car is parked in the reserve spot?
Probably one of the guests. It doesn't belong to any staff member.
That's something. The owner of the car, who was in another area of the city at the time of the murder, owned a cat. But there was more. The guest in room 102 had to be the owner of the car, as suggested by the hairs that the cleaning staff had found inside. By combining this information, I was able to assert that the guest in room 102 could not be my suspect. The book I had seen while spying in room 106 was Greek, as was the brand of cigarettes now missing from the motel dispenser. Not only that, the garbage collectors had mentioned a foreign woman in the facility who smoked like a chimney, which could explain the nearly empty pack of cigarettes. I could state with relative certainty that the guest in room 106 was a woman, and therefore that room couldn't be the one I was looking for. I had discovered that there was a priest staying in the facility, and that the tenant in room 107 had heard a man reciting a rosary in English from room 108. And it didn't end there. The rosary coming from room 108 was in English, and there was currently an American guest at the motel, apparently blonde. An American priest, and a rosary recited in English. This didn't give me statistical certainty, but the probability was such that it allowed me to make an educated guess. The key element I could extract was that the man residing in room 108 was blonde, so he couldn't be the victim. I had excluded 3 rooms out of 4, which undoubtedly meant that the room I had to inspect was room 104. I unlocked the door, preparing to inspect the room. Entering the room would be risky, and before doing so I wanted to retrieve the trash bag, which I now knew belonged to Gale. The symbol on the bag was the same as the hotel's, and the staff had said they only took one bag from the property. I had to retrieve it. I'd followed the bag's string and found its end. With a quick maneuver, I hooked the string onto one of the drone's landing bars. I had retrieved the trash bag, but Malcolm's drone, well, let's just say it would need several months of physical therapy before it could fly again. What remained of the drone was a shapeless pile of wreckage. The only part that still seemed usable was the battery. For the second time in 2 days, I found myself rummaging through the trash. Not that it surprised me. In the detective profession, it happens much more often than people think. I dug through snack wrappers, used tissues, and empty beer bottles, feeling lucky to be wearing my trusty gloves. Then, at the bottom of the bag, I found a torn piece of paper. It seemed important, so I picked it up. It was a fragment of a plane ticket. The room, barely lit by the few rays that managed to penetrate the partially opened curtain, seemed rather modest. I inspected the bed with little result. Nothing between the blankets or in the pillows. But I did notice that the bed was one of those pull-out types. The piece of paper had gotten stuck between the wooden slats of the bed. I could barely read the handwriting, but it looked like a medical prescription. I had to pick up the receiver before I could dial a number. A big coffee stain prevented me from reading most of the data printed on the plane ticket. And if I hope to get anything out of it, I need the other half too. It was releasing a stream of warm air into the room. I could see a little piece of paper stuck in one of the slits. Even with the airstream pushing the paper fragment toward me, I couldn't grab it with the ruler. As a kid, I always had fun electrifying a ruler or a pen by rubbing it vigorously. I managed to recover the piece of paper, which turned out to be the fragment of a plane ticket. I matched the two ticket fragments, which fit perfectly. The data was partially covered, but I could still make out some details. The bathroom was clean, seemingly unused, with no sign of human presence, except for some medicine in a small cabinet. Maybe I was misinterpreting the prescription, but it seemed to refer to that very medication, Xylios. I picked up the Xylios bottle. A few pills left inside rattled like candy. I checked the bottle for the name of the doctor who prescribed the medication. Dr. Spielgorman Danielle, the same name that appeared on the prescription I had. However, the medication was registered under the name of Joshua O'Halloran, not Gail Nelson or Philip Sanders. Had I wasted time on a false lead?
Crescent Sky Airlines. How can I help you?
Hello, I recently traveled with your airline and I'm trying to get some information about my flight. You know how it is. My boss wants to make sure I didn't just run off to Hawaii instead of working.
Of course. What kind of information do you need?
No matter how hard I try, I just can't remember the name of the airport I departed from.
For that, I'll first need your flight reference number. It's a 6-digit code found on your ticket.
Sure. So, 556 135.
Yes, I see a recent flight associated with that reference number. One last formality. Can you tell me the name on the ticket?
Joshua O'Halloran.
All right, Mr. O'Halloran, here we go. I'll check the departure airport now. That's strange.
What's wrong?
It looks like someone removed the flight information from the central system.
Does that happen often?
It's the first time since I started working here.
Damn, so this was all for nothing.
Wait, maybe using the flight reference number you gave me, I could... Yes, here it is. The ticket was issued by Silk Wings, a newly founded travel agency operating in several countries.
Can you tell me which ones exactly?
Of course. The company has offices in the United Kingdom, the United States, Australia, Jordan, Japan, and South Africa. The agency is closed for the weekend, but you can call them on Monday. I'm sure they'll be able to tell you the departure airport.
Now I understand why you work for an airline. You're an angel. I usually do better with pickup lines. Not that I was trying to hit on you, absolutely not. I mean, surely, you're a lovely young lady with many great qualities, but...
Have a nice day, Mr. O'Halloran.
Have a nice day. Besides the embarrassment, I had confirmed that Gail Nelson or Philip Sanders also went by the name Joshua O'Halloran. But why did the man I was investigating have multiple identities? Was he a secret agent? A terrorist? Maybe that's why he relied on a film camera, to eliminate the risk of data exposure. For now, all I knew was that Gail, or Philip, or Joshua had arrived in Italy from one of the countries listed by that kind operator. I started wondering if the trail would lead me to one of those places.
You? How did you get in here?
The door was ajar, so...
Get out, now! I should call the police. I should...
If she did, not only would my private investigation be over, but I'd become the prime suspect in the murder. Listen, I'm just trying to find out what happened to a guest of yours who, for all we know, might be missing, or even dead.
But you... How can... Dead?
I know Gail didn't come home last night. Haven't you wondered why?
What our guests do is none of our business.
To hell with privacy. We're talking about a person's life here. Now, make up your mind and tell me everything you know.
I know next to nothing. He always came back late, kept his face covered, and looked around as if he felt watched or followed. We hardly ever spoke since he arrived here 3 days ago.
Did he have any visitors?
Just one. A man. They talked for a while at Mr. Nelson's door.
Talked as in argued?
No, they seemed friendly, familiar with each other.
Describe this man to me.
He wore a hoodie with the hood up, but I caught a glimpse of him for a split second. I think he was blonde.
Did you see if he had a tattoo on one of his hands?
I didn't notice anything else, I swear.
I believe you, but now listen carefully. In the next few days, some people might come asking you questions. Unsavory people. Do your best to be evasive.
Oh, okay.
And avoid mentioning me to anyone. Can you do that?
I think so.
Gail would surely be grateful. I'd barely scraped by, but I had to keep walking on eggshells. The plot was thickening. Not only had I traced another identity of the victim, but I'd also discovered that he met with a mysterious man shortly before his death. A blonde man who dressed similarly to my suspect, though I couldn't be sure it was him. Hey there!
Yeah.
I connected the exposed wires of the battery to the terminals of the tanning mirror. It lit up immediately, blinding me and filling my eyes with little bright spots. Hugo seemed quite interested in the frame. What do you think about trying your hand at poetry again?
Let's see. A sweet smiling face. Faded rose, no light remains. She might misunderstand and see it as a reference to her age. That traps me inside. I feel like I'm getting closer, but something's missing to make it special.
She wouldn't need it for a while, but I would only use it inside the house. What do you think about trying your hand at poetry again?
Let's see. A sweet smiling face. A rose that shines in the light. That traps me inside. Wait. A sweet smiling face. A rose that shines in the light. That traps me inside.
Nice.
Sweet, shining rose. The imprisonment. It works. It really works.
Ready to win back your girl?
I'm ready to make my move, kid. First I'll get my woman back, then I'll outrace that arrogant guy who's been tormenting you.
I really want to see that. I'll get the battery from the mirror and let you do your thing. I'll be out here.
Ah, the feel of a saddle's leather giving gently under your weight is priceless.
Pops, you gotta be careful though. Remember to pull the brake, cause if you hit a good downhill, the rickshaw takes off, and you ain't stopping it.
Don't waste your breath, my good man.
We leave the brakes to the amateurs, eh?
Oh, what are these two saying?
What a thrill, Huey. Like when we used to challenge the rival gangs on the Pontina.
Jumping 3 meters every time the wheels hit a protruding root.
For real?
Hold tight, sweetie pea. We'll leave fiery trails on this gravel path.
Oh, Pops, the insurance doesn't cover damages if you have a stroke.
Relax. If I've understood that man, there's no risk.
Those two old-timers are real tough, huh?
Yeah, they're incredible.
Hope they don't kill anyone with that contraption.
The bust where my supposed hitman had been hiding. Looking closely, I noticed a fresh footprint in the dirt at its base. .272 millimeters. If that footprint belonged as I suspected to the assassin, I could deduce his shoe size. So, how did it go with that arrogant guard?
It was incredible. I haven't had this much fun since the 70s.
Kid, can I have a word with you? Well, I swear on my beard, I really have to thank you. The poetry softened her up, but the rickshaw ride won her over. Edith and I are thinking of resuming our motorcycle trip around Europe.
There are so many places we've never explored, and Hugo and I aren't ready to retire yet.
A romantic getaway, at your age. Careful not to dislocate your hip, pressing too hard on the accelerator, Hugo.
Yeah, don't push your luck now.
We'll send you postcards from every place we visit, dear.
You know, I have a feeling I'll be moving around a lot too, in the very near future.
Then maybe we'll cross paths on the road. You'll recognize us by the roar of the engine and the dust cloud.
And by the trail of flowers.
Safe travels, lovebirds. A horn, irreparably stuck in the wardrobe's clothes rail. Really strange.
You mean the lucky horn? When I assembled the wardrobe, about 30 years ago, Edith insisted I attach it to the rail. Back then, I didn't realize that by doing so, it would no longer be possible to remove it.
Well, I could have taken care of that myself.
What was that?
Our kind guest has decided to redecorate our home.
How lovely. Hugo, offer him a lemonade.
I'm fine. Thanks. Hugo, can I take the lucky horn?
That thing has been in the wardrobe for decades. I can go without it for just as long.
I'll continue my investigation.
Meh.
We had already said everything there was to say. Look, Ed, I have a hunting horn.
Very nice.
I stole it from an old biker after I destroyed his wardrobe. Long story. I had no topics of discussion. My instinct told me that this phone booth could help me, but I couldn't figure out how. The booth, left unused for years, had been welded shut. If Superman had passed by, he would have had trouble changing in there. No matter how hard I blew into it, the horn emitted no sound. Maybe it was broken. We had already said everything there was to say. I have this hunting horn, but no matter how hard I blow, no sound comes out.
Why would I know how to sound a hunting horn?
You don't know how to?
Well, actually I do, but that doesn't make me a hunter, okay? I'm just curious.
You don't blow. Place your lips on the mouthpiece and make a tight-lipped raspberry.
A raspberry? Huh, I'm champion at those.
Not in here, you madman! You'll break all the windows!
My eardrums almost exploded.
Unexpectedly powerful. I'm gonna have a blast. And the ATOX 56 was finally in my hands. Now, I just had to find someone who could replicate its formula. I have a proposal for you, my brainy friend.
I'm not joining your traveling circus.
Forget the circus and hear me out. You're gonna love this. I explained Basil's plans to Miranda. Her expression, as always, was unreadable.
An anti-pollution agent and spray paints. Art and science together. Progress and well-being.
I'll lead the way.
And that's my plan. At first, we'll have to work without funding. But someone has to take the first step. Let's prove it works, and maybe we generate interest. So, do you think you can replicate this formula?
I won't.
But progress, well-being.
I will improve it. Greater absorption factor, increased chemical stability, longer lasting effects, and brighter colors.
So, you really in?
Let's change the world.
Fantastic. Come on. I want to show you the data I've collected so far.
Sorry to be selfish, but...
Oh shoot, I almost forgot. Your mysterious drawing. Listen, bud. I think that sketch you showed me is connected to the ancient city of Jericho. I remember it quite well because I went there as a kid, and I was fascinated by it.
You said you were a kid. Couldn't you be misremembering?
I could, of course. Now I have to go. But thank you, truly.
Well, Miranda, it's been a pleasure. I'm sure I'll be reading about you in the papers.
You're not one of those clowns with falling pants and a squirting flower, are you? You're the other kind. The one with the white face paint and a single black tear under one eye. You look like a clown. You act like a clown. But inside...
Aren't you supposed to be the one who doesn't understand people?
I feel like... I can learn.
I was surprised by how naturally I had slipped back into the role of detective, almost as if I didn't have 5 years of rust to shake off. I was sure I had gathered all the possible clues. Soon, the sun would start to set, and I could follow the last remaining lead, the trajectory of the bullet that had killed Gail Nelson. Illuminated only by the faint, distant glow of the city, Villa Borghese looked ghostly. Let's track this shot before we meet a zombie or ghost. Or a dog walker with 30 chihuahuas. We have the park all to ourselves, pal. Hide and seek. He stared at me with a look of disapproval. Truly remarkable for a marble bust. The groove on the stake could lead me to the origin of the shot that killed my client. I placed the small device on the groove. The emitted laser hit a nearby building, disappearing into the darkness of a room on the 4th or 5th floor. Judging by the scaffolding outside and the state of the walls, the building was either under renovation or abandoned. Now that I knew my next destination, I was filled with an excitement I hadn't felt in a long time. I was getting closer. I managed to easily break into the abandoned construction site through a gap in the outer fence. The building under construction inside was dusty and silent. No one had stepped foot inside for months, except for the hitman I was hunting. According to that project, the ongoing work should have been completed at least 3 years ago. Evidently, the construction work had been halted due to lack of funds or some bureaucratic setback. This helped explain why the hitman had chosen to wait in that building. The edge was sharp enough to cut through the stick, but I saw no reason to do it. Inside the junction box was a corrugated tube with a cable poking out of it. Those electric sparks didn't look good. Judging by the LED on the cover, the control panel supplying power to the room was active. The ladder was missing practically all of its lower rungs, making it effectively useless. The edge was sharp enough to cut through the stick, but I saw no reason to do it. The stick was twice as long as I needed to use it as a replacement rung. The edge of the prop seemed sharp enough. I would get 2 pieces of wood the size I needed. That didn't bode well. So much for workplace safety. The 2 pieces of wood were perfect for the ladder. With the power off, I could safely remove a piece of the cable. At the bottom of the grate, I could see the faint glimmer of a small object, probably metallic. According to Miranda's notebook, that was the first step in magnetizing a piece of metal. I had just turned the ruler into a proper magnet. If there was an award for creative use of stationery, it would be mine by right. Just what I hoped for. The shell casing of the bullet that killed my client. I imagined the hitman's face when he realized he had to leave it behind, unable to recover it. I was sure he couldn't think of anything else, feeling the police breathing down his neck, except the breath he felt was mine. Having retrieved the shell casing, I thought I'd go home and re-examine all the evidence I had. Before heading home, I'd quickly stop to grab the laser to prevent it from attracting any unwanted attention. The second day of investigations went better than expected. My man had left a trail of breadcrumbs that would lead me to him. Malcolm still hadn't come home. I'm coming! You really should do something about those keys.
Ah! Ow!
Did you have any luck?
His faith is unshakable. He would be a great ally if only we could convert him to our side.
Everyone leaves a crack where you can wedge a crowbar and pry. You taught me that.
For this man, we'll need something more refined than a crowbar. Any news from our man in Italy?
He worries me. He keeps insisting he didn't leave any traces behind, but the way he talks about it doesn't convince me.
We can't afford to lose another member. How long will it take to reach Rome?
If we leave immediately, we should arrive by tomorrow evening.
We'll take it step by step. Once that situation is settled, we'll return to India. Since childhood, we are taught to worship perfection. But perfection is divine, not human. Man strives for perfection, and in attempting to reach it, he improves. However, to improve means to learn from one's mistakes. Without learning, there's only stagnation, inability to rise, and failure. Nani?
Gotcha!
Tonight you've earned yourself a special story.
You really went hard on me. Have you been boxing recently?
A lot of things change in 5 years.
Yeah, well...
Sure. Now you want to explain to me what you've been up to all this time? After I found you almost by accident?
By the way, how did you...
I'll ask the questions. Let's start with an easy one. Why?
Do you remember the Rosa Defecta?
It's hard to forget a cult of fanatics who tried to kill you in an old English cemetery.
Then you'll remember they wanted me for some reason. If they had known I survived the temple collapse, they would have done anything to find me, including targeting those close to me. Imagine who they would have thought of as the first person.
Second question. How? I passed out when it happened, but according to the experts, the temple collapsed in just a few seconds. How did you manage to escape that hell unharmed?
I'm a bit confused about that.
Don't pull that on me, Bundy. Your roommate?
You know about Malcolm?
I did some research during the trip to Rome.
Oh, hello. Excuse me?
Mal, this is Alice, an old acquaintance of mine.
I'm a detective from Spy Corps. Lazarus briefed us on your situation, and the agencies sent me to get you out of trouble.
Oh, thank goodness. For a second there, I thought things have gotten even worse.
Even worse?
Aren't you going to ask where I've been all night?
Out enjoying the vibrant nightlife of Rome?
Sure, at the hottest spot in town. It's called the police station. I had a blast laughing with my buddies, good cop and bad cop. They figured it out, Lars. They know. They suspect.
What do they know? What did you tell them?
Well, nothing specific, Lars, what?
Well, I'm not missing this.
Relax. Let's just have a chat. He seems rather unstable and unsure. In this case, it's better to take an aggressive stance. And so they really worked you over. Did they keep you for the usual 24 hours?
No, I stayed voluntarily. I didn't even request a lawyer. I'm afraid they can call me back to the station at any moment, and this time keep me longer.
It must have been tough to resist the pressure. I know how the police work. They know how to break a suspect.
They didn't go easy on me for sure.
They make you believe they have incriminating evidence. They convince you it's better to confess before you get caught.
Yeah, but
Let me guess. At some point they offered you a deal, revealing whoever you're covering for in exchange for a get-out-of-jail-free card. Honestly, it's hard for me to believe you resisted the temptation.
I'd never do that.
This Malcolm is emotional and restless by nature, a perfect subject for an easy interrogation. At the same time, I think he is absolutely reliable and loyal to Lazarus. All right, you've convinced me.
What happened? She read you, my friend. She explored the depths of your psyche. I feel violated.
Now that I'm sure Malcolm hasn't said anything, I'm inclined to believe the police still don't know about your involvement in this matter.
But that could change if we don't act quickly. Are you aware of the case details?
I know the status of the police investigation, but I don't know what you've got on your end.
So you're the brains of the group, are you?
Brains, arm, and fist.
I'll need all the evidence and clues you've been able to gather so far, both on the murderer and the victim.
As for the victim, I found very little, and it's all confusing. I'm not even sure of his real name.
When he hired us, he called himself Philip Sanders, but according to his ID, his name was Gail Nelson.
I also found evidence of another of his identities, Joshua O'Halloran. I found a footprint of the hitman in Villa Borghese, just a few steps from where the murder happened.
Are you sure it belongs to your man?
Yeah. An annoying but very dedicated guard unwittingly protected the area from any contamination of the evidence. The footprint was partially erased, but I still managed to measure its length, 272 millimeters.
I'm entering the data into the system. It's a good start. Do we have anything else, like material evidence?
I did my homework, yes.
Good. Let's see. Give me all the physical evidence gathered so far so I can upload it into the system.
Copy that, mon capitan. While inspecting the victim's hotel room, I found a torn plane ticket. The flight details were covered by a stain, but I managed to trace the airline and the countries it operates in: UK, USA, Australia, Jordan, Japan, and South Africa.
Uploading that to the system too.
I don't see how that could help us find the hitman.
Murders like this are often premeditated, and sometimes a hitman tracks their mark for days before striking.
Oh, you sure know a lot about this stuff.
They used to call him the Mutt for a reason back in Miami.
I've got these photos of the hitman. One was taken at Bar Caccia by the victim himself, and the other at Villa Borghese by a witness, Edith.
Uploading them now.
Can you clean up the images and figure out what the tattoo on the back of his hand is?
Don't believe everything you see in the movies. There's a limit to what a machine can retrieve. I can try enhancing a few points of interest, though.
After bullying a little girl and stealing her laser, I used it to pinpoint the location the rifle shot came from.
You really?
In my defense, that girl's a menace.
Can't argue with that.
Anyway, the laser led me to a run-down building. Inside, there were signs of a long, abandoned construction site.
Hang on a second. Let me pull up a map of Rome. Touch the building in question on the map. Did you find any traces of the hitman in the building?
Yes, deep down a grate, I found this.
That's a cartridge case.
Great observation. Your detective training is officially over. Nothing left to teach you, I've got.
Cartridge scanned. Anything else?
Edgardo, a hunter friend of ours, managed to sketch the ring the hitman was wearing.
Huh, it looks Middle Eastern.
Yes, I got confirmation from a possible witness, Basil. According to him, the symbol resembles that of the ancient city of Jericho.
I'm adding it to the database.
That's all I'd say.
Think it'll be enough to find the hitman?
There's only one way to find out.
Sort of portable lab for digital clues.
Cool. How does it work?
The software taps into a database of persons of interest that Spy Corps keeps under surveillance for one reason or another. In some cases, the program automatically tracks a subject using data gathered online, like surveillance footage, police reports, and so on.
Is that how you tracked me down?
Yes, your data was still in the system, even though I wasn't monitoring it personally anymore. In this case, we'll have to fill in the form on the right to narrow down the search.
That way, we might trace the identity of our guy.
Exactly. Now let me work. All right, we have the suspect's foot length in millimeters. I'll load a conversion chart to determine the shoe size. I'll add a mark to the map near the water clock in Villa Borghese. Now we can accurately calculate the distance between the shooting location and the murder site. Let's see what we can extract from the casing scan. Perfect. With these measurements, we should be able to accurately determine the type of bullet. The casing measurements don't match 100% with any commercial model, but it's likely to have undergone slight deformation.
Do we have access to any kind of catalog of potentially compatible weapons?
Just ask. The casing measurements are slightly skewed due to impact, but they should still be useful. I'm sure the weapon used in the crime is here. We just need to determine exactly which one it is. So, this symbol was found in the ancient city of Jericho.
Basil didn't seem entirely sure, though.
Let's see. This is the symbol found in Jericho a few years ago. It seems like there are some differences. By focusing on those, we could learn more. I think I found all the differences. Let's see what else the system can tell us. Apparently, the symbol was recently found in an excavation, but it doesn't specify where. Oh, looks like there's more.
It's very blurry. What is it? Some kind of statue?
It's not exactly my area, but I think I know who we could ask.
Excuse me, but how does this help us?
Gives us a crucial clue. If the excavation is recent, our guy must have been there not long ago.
Unfortunately, the exact location is not public knowledge. It's as if they tried to erase the few details that leaked.
We need more to narrow it down. The Middle East, though, is a good starting point.
Let's see if we can enhance any useful details from these photos. Do we have anything else on him?
Well, according to Edgardo, the man he spoke to at the bar had blue eyes.
Let's note that down. Aside from the flight's origin, we can't infer anything else from the ticket. Aside from the flight's origin, we can't infer anything else from the ticket. We're getting somewhere. Emir Kovacevic, of Bosnian origin, 42 years old. It says here that he served for several years in the army, taking part in numerous foreign missions. Then a sudden discharge, which occurred a few years ago.
All right, we narrowed it down to a single suspect, but how can we be sure it's our guy?
The data entered was pretty specific. I'm particularly intrigued by the shared trip to Jordan with the victim.
I'm also inclined to tread carefully. We need confirmation. And for that, here's his last known address here in Rome.
You are all ours, finally.
You mean he's all yours?
Well, but it would be better if you...
No. No, Lazarus Bundy. You already dragged me into a hopeless story once. You used me, and as a reward you abandoned me. Now you'll have to deal with it on your own.
Alice,
Good luck.
Watching her walk away was a hard blow. I wish I could have found the right words to convince her to stay, to wipe away those 5 years of distance in one fell swoop. But something had broken, and it was my fault.
I bitterly regret asking you this, but do you want me to come with you?
At the very least, you'd be dragging the entire armed police force with you. If I don't return in a few hours, make an anonymous call to the authorities and give them the suspect's address. I'll handle the rest myself.
Who are you? You didn't come to steal the copper sleeves from the fire hydrants, did you?
What would happen if I said yes?
Don't be fooled by appearances. Beneath this calm exterior lies a beast, a real brute,
But of course, a hero.
Well, come on, let's not exaggerate.
No, I mean, you're Luca, the caretaker of the San Leo fortress who saved a worker from a bad fall 5 years ago.
Yeah, I remember you. The guy with the gloves and scarf, grating licorice with chainmail. What a funny coincidence. What are you doing here?
I came to visit a friend of mine who lives in this apartment.
I see. Well, you'll have to wait, though. Amir is not home yet.
Are you sure?
You can bet on it. I'm the caretaker of the building.
What can you tell me about, my friend Amir?
A quiet guy, reserved. You don't see him around here often, though. I think he travels a lot for work or something like that.
Do you think he's in Rome right now? I wanted to surprise him, but I might have chosen the wrong time.
Yeah, he's been back for a few days. Now that I think about it, I saw him this morning. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Nervous, in a hurry. He didn't even respond to my greeting.
What's up, Amir? Feeling cornered? I had never seen an apartment building that offered a free sauna service. Maybe I should bring a towel next time.
The boiler is an old model, and it turned on the radiators for no reason. I really need to go check on it after I fix this generator. In the meantime, how about taking off your scarf and gloves? It's still summer, after all.
Might as well ask me to take off my skin. What's wrong with the generator?
Right now, I'm restoring the electrical connections. Then I'll have to deal with the fuel issue. I lost my funnel, and now I don't know how to pour it into the generator without making a mess.
Can't you just clean the floor after filling the tank?
You don't understand. If the fuel spills on an exposed contact, it can be really dangerous. No, I need to find another funnel, or at least come up with an alternative solution.
Want me to find a way to pour the gas into the tank? I'm good at improvising.
What a kind thought. What a nice person.
Actually, I was doing it to get Luca out of the landing so I could sneak into the apartment undisturbed. But that was better kept to myself. The radiator was giving off such intense heat that I felt the cap softening in my hands. Using the cane, I molded the heated cap, creating a small bump. I trimmed the top of the cap, turning it into a little spout. Given how it had been modified, the cap would allow me to pour the gasoline without spilling it onto the generator. Now the gas tank had a convenient spout for pouring gasoline safely. Look, now the gas can has a very convenient spout for pouring the fuel.
Really impressive. You should patent it. You did it! And look, the light is on.
Great teamwork, I'd say.
I really deserve a nice dinner now. I can't wait to get back home. Aw, damn. I almost forgot the boiler. Well, cheer up. One last effort, then pajamas, hot dinner, and bed. Thanks again, Mr.
Lars. Just, Lars.
Until the next fortunate coincidence, Lars. Say hi to Amir for me.
As expected, the door was locked. The door had an old latch lock. It would be easier than expected. Back in the wolf's den. The last time I found myself in a situation like this, I ended up facing an armed and quite grumpy woman, from whom I barely escaped. A small wooden box that had been abandoned on the corner table. It looked like one of those trick boxes magicians sometimes use. Just when I needed to be mocked even more about my attire. Though I could feel the lid move slightly, I couldn't open it. The small compartment was empty. Strange, because from inside the box I could hear something rattling. Though I could feel the lid move slightly, I couldn't open it. The compartment wouldn't open any further. Though I could feel the lid move slightly, I couldn't open it. 4 darts. The tips must have been magnetized somehow because they slightly repelled each other. On the low coffee table was a carefully folded origami, a sign of discipline that contrasted with the rest of the room. A bucolic scene with a very peculiar composition, perhaps too peculiar. And what did those numbers scattered all over mean? The origami depicted some kind of bird. I thought I could see markings within the folds. Aware that I'd never have the manual skills or patience to create such a thing, I felt a sadistic satisfaction as I took the origami apart. The vile act not only went unpunished, it was actually rewarded. The origami had empty spaces cut out on purpose. The cutouts on that sheet of paper were peculiar and seemed to follow specific references. I had a flash of insight. wasn't exactly the right time to play, but the fact that those darts were magnetized made me think. As if that wasn't enough, the odd configuration of the target also made me suspicious. I knew there was something inside that place. I wasn't surprised that the niche was protected by such an elaborate system. Inside, a large sniper rifle had been hidden, and who knows what else. The weapon was an MTC 115mm, just the model Alice had managed to trace. I was holding in my hand the diabolical tool that had ripped my client's life away. Recently issued documents, invoices, travel tickets, bank statements, a goldmine for the investigations that would follow. Then, from the bottom of the pile, a folder emerged with a label that made my antennas twitch. Josh. Joshua O'Halloran, whom I had known as Philip Sanders, and whom I had investigated under the name Gail Nelson. I had missed that feeling, a kind of vertigo, like standing on the edge of a cliff, certain that I couldn't fall. The first pages recorded my client's recent movements, including the trip to Jordan. There were no details about it, as if the person to whom those words were addressed already knew enough. Then I found the photo. Victim and hitman together, laughing heartily as if they were old acquaintances, or...
That's private stuff. Good old Josh. He didn't deserve to end that way. Now you're here, and he's 6 feet under. Let's correct that mistake.
Wait, can we?
I'm a professional, Mr. Bundy. I don't waste time with small talk. But I'll give you a moment to prepare. You won't suffer, if that helps you.
Alice!
Phew, just in time.
You're back.
I just thought someone more grounded was needed to close the case. That's all.
You went pretty hard on him.
What do we do with him now? He'll come to in a few minutes.
Let's find something to tie him up and get ready to interrogate him. I hope you're not one of those people who refuses to speak right after waking up, because we really need to talk. Does it hurt? We could help ease the pain if you cooperate.
All right, private meeting.
Meanwhile, yeah, just don't move. This guy is used to interrogations.
Remember, he has a military background and is well trained. This man is tough, an ex-soldier. He won't respond to any of my provocations. Not in words, at least. What does it feel like to kill in cold blood? Not in the mood to talk about it? Maybe because things didn't go exactly as you planned. Or maybe because you and Gail knew each other too well. I think I've hit a raw nerve. Tell us about Gail Nelson. Or do you prefer Philip? Or maybe Joshua? So many names, he must have had something to hide. A lover? Too easy. Maybe he was a crook, like you. A convict. We should have looked deeper into his criminal record. Maybe the press would be more interested in him than a low-life criminal like you. It doesn't seem to me that personal provocations affect him. Rather, I get the impression he gets irritated every time my attack targets Gail Nelson. I've heard enough. You and Joshua O'Halloran weren't just acquaintances, and you weren't tailing him in Jordan. You two were traveling together. You shared a bond. You weren't friends or relatives. You were something more.
Josh, we were...
brothers.
Wait, what?
He wasn't supposed to die. Josh was a dear soul and friend. He was with me when I took my vows. We boarded the Heron ship together. It wasn't him who was supposed to die.
It was me. Joshua was the one in the photo at the water clock. He was the one who directed you to the Barcacha as our meeting point. He was the bait, you were the executioner, and I was the victim.
It doesn't make sense. The shot hit Joshua O'Halloran directly.
Only because Malcolm suddenly threw us to the ground. Don't you understand, Alice? They're back. After 5 years of hunting, they found me.
He'll be disappointed. I can't face him. Not after causing the death of a comrade. We are few, alone, lost. But the rose will rise again, even without me.
Alice, stop him!
We lost another pedal. The second one in just a few days.
We tried to stop him, but he...
Silence.
Ah!
You think you can resist the tide, but with your little games, you wouldn't even stop a wave.
Ah!
This is a war fought in silence, behind the reassuring curtain of society and governments, where brave men become martyrs for a cause that no one will ever know. But I can't allow my men to fall because of a masked fool and a little girl playing at being a great detective. I've tolerated you for too long. All this ends now. Here, hundreds, thousands. Do you hear them? They long for life. They breathe death. I can't stand it.
Better now?
I'm fine.
Dawn is breaking. You should get a few hours sleep.
I just need a moment.
What are you having?
A coffee. Black. Thanks.
Nothing better to grow hair on your chest.
Here you go.
Could you give us some privacy, Ed?
Sure. Give me a shout if a customer comes in.
Here you go.
How are you?
Oh, I have more questions than when I started investigating. I don't understand how that man disappeared into thin air. And why, after 5 years, the Rosa Defecta resurfaced. Well, I've never heard a thing from the Rosicrucians.
I thought the Rosicrucians were a more powerful and organized group, too. Maybe we misunderstood the situation. What happened with the mirror? Looked like you were torturing that man with a Cruciatus curse.
I have no idea. The mirror is a conduit to some sort of alternate spiritual dimension, but I never fully understood it.
There's also another unresolved issue.
Well, the more the better. We wouldn't want to risk getting bored.
Jordan, the movements of the assassin and Joshua O'Halloran suggest that the Rosa Defecta has interest in that country, but I couldn't tell you what kind.
I definitely feel useless in that regard. Do you have a map with you?
No, but I have a contact who owes me a favor. Professor Lamberto Visconti, an expert in cultural anthropology and esotericism. Do you remember him?
Yeah, even though I never met him personally. Now that I think about it, wasn't the professor a bit gaga?
You'll be surprised to see him now.
Do you think he can help us?
Let's ask him directly. I set up a meeting this morning at the Park of the Aqueducts, where the professor is doing a study of the Roman remains there.
We have time to stop by home. Malcolm will be happy to know we found the hitman. Mal? He didn't come back last night either.
Does your friend have a habit of drinking when he's under pressure?
It rarely happens, and only when he's really under pressure.
Like now?
I'll leave a note. I'm sure it'll pull him back together better than any hangover cure around.
Hurry up. We better catch the first subway if we don't want to be late.
You know, I don't think we'll be taking the subway.
Huh? Is that what I think?
Wanna take a ride? Yeah, well, it has a lightweight aluminum frame and a 21-speed transmission. And as I was telling you, it reaches 15 miles per hour easily.
Very nice, but your scarf keeps hitting me in the face. Can't you keep it still?
Huh? Sure. But, you know, it also has hydraulic disc brakes that...
Lars, I'm talking about the scarf.
Wait, here comes the interesting part. The rims are made of ultralight carbon.
Oh, the scarf!
Wait, don't pull it like that. Let go of the scarf.
I can't. It's caught on my clasp. Ouch. Lucky we fell on something soft. Are you okay? Yef? But...
We're okay.
You are...
Incredibly fascinating, despite everything.
Incorrigible.
That's a good thing, right? Well, earlier you called me Lars. For the first time since we reunited.
I'm sorry for being grumpy. It's just... I'm still having a hard time forgiving you. You were gone for 5 years. Things change.
You've already said that. How much have they changed?
Visconti's late. Ask me some questions if you want.
How's it going at the HPD?
Inspector Burton had some trouble because of our investigation. For a time, he was being investigated himself, and there was talk of a demotion. Ironically, it was Catherine Molesberg who used her influence to close the matter without any serious consequences.
Even though we weren't able to bring her son back, as I had promised.
At least we tried, while everyone else turned a blind eye to the oddities of the case.
And Wheelo?
He claimed for years that you were hiding somewhere, spying on him through the webcam of his laptop, which, of course, he covered with tape. Thinking about it now, he didn't have it all wrong.
Do you remember M?
Of course. The kid who lived in the sewers that you helped reconnect with his long-lost grandfather, Duke Roger Ravendish III. The story made all the papers for days.
I read about it. The kid must be doing well.
You know he's not a child anymore, right?
I find it hard to imagine him as a teenager. I still feel the need to tug his ears and teach him manners. I told you about Oliviero and Tekla, right?
Yes, during the trip to England. He married a local girl. He sent you an invitation, so I had to call him and break the news about your disappearance. We've spoken a couple of times on the phone since. He's still nursing alchemical dreams, although he keeps stoically running his bar.
I'm afraid to ask about Tekla.
After the wedding, she packed her bags and took a trip to Italy. Rucksack on her back.
And a knife in her sheath. She's like a little atomic ant. And yes, well, about you?
It's been tough. Burton tried to convince his superiors to reinstate me into the HPD, but without success. So I went back home to my grandfather's. It was humiliating to ask him for a job at Spy Corps, but I saw no alternative. But I rolled up my sleeves, insisted on starting from the bottom, and over the years I worked my way up.
And you became a detective. I bet your father is proud of you.
And rightly so. A brilliant girl, our Miss Sharp.
Professor!
Nice to see you again, dear Miss Sharp.
The pleasure is all mine, Professor. You look great.
Well, yes, you seem, how should I put it, less scatterbrained than I expected.
Lars! He's right, dear. Marie was kind and caring, but she relied on dubious homeopathic treatments to cure me. And then one day I wake up and poof, she's gone without a trace. A real shame. She made incredible cakes.
Professor, as I mentioned on the phone, we have some questions for you.
Some rather odd questions, actually.
Oh, oddness is my bread and butter, young man. By the way, is that a Himalayan pashmina you're wearing? Oh, or perhaps a keffiyeh without the typical checkered pattern?
It's a cotton scarf.
Interesting. But please, begin your questions. I'm eager.
Professor Visconti, we're planning a trip to Jordan. Do you know if there have been any important events there recently?
Yeah, like a festival with dancing camels or something like that?
Well, I don't know anything about dancing camels, but just a few days ago, the Petrolite Festival was held. And recently, there was an archaeological exhibition in Amman, showcasing exceptional finds from Jerash, an ancient Roman city.
Thanks, Professor. I can't wait to explore that magical land. We found this drawing in an old library. Could you tell us more?
It could depict a dying Egyptian cat. Do you see how it's stretching its paws to the sky in an imploring manner?
You're holding the drawing upside down.
Ah, yes. Yes, really interesting. It's very similar to the symbol found in the ancient city of Jericho. However, I noticed some differences.
Differences? What do you mean?
Oh, the Jericho lion is a well-documented symbol and represents the strength and majesty of the city. But this symbol seems more archaic, with features suggesting an even older date.
Older than Jericho? I thought it was one of the oldest cities in the world.
It is! Jericho dates back about 9,000 years. If this symbol is more archaic, we're talking about an undocumented era. Look at these details in the drawing, especially the lines and the carvings. They're more rudimentary, almost, what's the word? Primordial.
Incredible. So it could belong to a civilization older than Jericho's?
We have to consider that history is full of complex layers, and symbols often evolve over time. This could be a prototype of the one found in Jericho, used by a culture that predates it. You know, all this talk about ancient symbols in Jordan has turned a light bulb on in my head.
It's about time something got turned on around here.
Lars.
A couple of months ago, Professor Hartwell discovered something very ancient in the Jordanian desert, but even I'm not exactly sure what it is.
It must be what the spy core system detected. Professor, I couldn't find anything about it on the internet. Just a vague mention.
Well, not all information ends up online, especially when there's interest in keeping it quiet. Hartwell has shut himself off completely and hasn't shared anything, not even with the scientific community.
I need to shed some light on this. I want to know if the Rosa Defecta is planning something new. Professor Visconti, could you help me gain access to the excavation site?
There's no love lost between Hartwell and me, but yes, I could pass you off as my intern and cash in an old professional favor he owes me.
Oh, great. I've been dying to play that role again.
Well, when do we leave?
Oh, sorry, lad. I can't let anyone else in without raising suspicion.
Don't worry, Lars. I'll send you a postcard.
I'll take advantage of the forced break to sort things out with Malcolm. I imagine he's back home by now, though I dread to think in what state.
I just have one question. What is the Rosa Defecta?
I'll explain everything to you on the trip, Professor.
Oh, I hate goodbyes.
I'll be gone only a short time, I promise.
I was talking about Green Dart. Looks like this time I'll actually have to take the subway. Hey! This is private property. You can't be here. He ignored me. Maybe he hadn't heard me, or he was too focused on what he was doing. Dude, did you hear me? This is private
I've always thought these beasts were uncomfortable to ride. I was right.
Life in the desert is hard, but that's why it brings great satisfaction.
You're right, Omar. You know, I think I could fall in love with a place like this. Professor, you're strangely silent. Don't you share this excitement?
For the place, certainly. For Hartwell's camp, absolutely not. William is arrogant, a child of competition. If he agreed to let us access his excavation, there must be a reason. So let's keep our eyes and ears wide open. I'm Professor Lamberto Visconti, and this is my intern, Alice Sharp. Professor Hartwell is expecting us.
Raise your hands. I have orders to check everyone passing by.
Oh.
I was gentle.
It's that I'm ticklish.
What's all this commotion? Oh, Visconti. I should have guessed it was you. Forget the formalities, Faisal. There's no one less dangerous in the world than this professor right here.
Remember, don't mention his dating methods. Don't talk about the 98 excavation failure, and especially don't say anything about his theory of the submerged pyramids.
All right, Professor. Lead the way.
Hartwell? Visconti? What a surprise. I thought you were busy studying some ant-worshipping tribe.
Better than causing a disaster like the one at the 98 dig, using questionable dating techniques, or coming up with ridiculous theories about sunken pyramids.
Ah, Visconti. Always so predictable. At least I see you've finally decided to hire a sharp-looking intern.
Who will actually, speak on my behalf from now on.
Before looking around, I should talk to Hartwell. I'm Alice Sharp. It's a pleasure, Professor Hartwell. I found your study on fossil remains in New Zealand admirable.
A well-prepared intern. I'm surprised. Tell me, what brings you to my humble dig site in the middle of the desert?
I'm currently working on my doctoral thesis, which explores the influence of ancient nomadic cultures on the early city-states of the region. From the few details that have surfaced, I believe your excavation might have uncovered artifacts that could be relevant to my research.
It's not often that I see PhD students with such ambitious ideas. Welcome, then.
All right, Hartwell, let's cut to the chase. Do you want to tell us what you found in this dig?
Ah, finally getting to the point, huh? A few months ago, a group of Bedouins from the Huaytat tribe, of which Faisal is a member, stumbled upon the tree just outside this tent. Since it was a non-native specimen, the tree piqued their curiosity. They saw it as an omen, a sign. In this case, the tree signaled the presence of something ancient and significant.
Their foresight doesn't surprise me. The Huaytat tribe has a connection to the land that goes beyond our understanding.
So the Bedouins were right in thinking there was something near the tree.
But they couldn't interpret their discovery, and that's where I come in.
Stop bragging, and just tell us what you found.
An idol. And most importantly, an artifact. Both ancient, both enigmatic.
What can you tell us about the idol?
It's huge, imposing. But for that, you should speak with the archaeologist in charge, my wife.
Maria is here? I haven't seen her in years.
She temporarily left the profession to focus on motherhood, but she didn't want to miss this discovery. Bringing the baby here was her idea. I disapprove, but you know how Maria is.
Tell us something about the artifact.
It was kept inside a chest found near the idol. Let me show you. Here's the centerpiece. Notice the symbols all around it?
They vaguely resemble Rongo script, found on Easter Island.
I hate to admit it, but you've got an eye for these things.
It's incredible, but do you have any idea what they mean?
Rongo remains an unsolved mystery. If this script really has some connection, and if we could find precise references...
We might have discovered the key to deciphering it. Do you see now the importance of this find?
This is all very fascinating. Could we take a look around the excavation site?
Go ahead, miss. We're getting used to having visitors after all.
What do you mean?
You're not the first ones to visit the camp. 2 men arrived here some time ago. They had gotten lost in the desert. Nice guys, but way too curious for my liking.
Did you show them anything?
Don't be ridiculous. I just gave them water, a camel, and sent them on their way.
Well, now I'm curious to see the idol. Let's go, Alice.
Not you, Lamberto.
Wait, what?
I let you in. It's only fair that you repay the favor. And as much as it pains me to admit it, you might be just the right person to help me with this writing.
I've often tried to decipher the Rongo symbols to better understand the Rapa Nui civilization, but I never thought I'd continue my studies in Jordan.
Then get to work.
Well, I'll leave you to it. I have no doubt. The 2 men who visited the camp were assassins from the Rosa Defecta, Gale and Amir, and they were after the artifact. Asking Hartwell about it directly wouldn't get us anywhere, except maybe thrown out. But stealing it won't be easy. I can't just guess the password for that container, and I can't force it open. But I have an ace up my sleeve. I could use a device developed by Spy Corps a few years ago, a radio wave credential interceptor. All I have to do is activate it near a combination lock device when it's being opened, and I'll capture the password. Here's the assembly diagram. Luckily, I have the more specific components with me, while the generic ones I might be able to scavenge around the camp, with a bit of luck. I'll also need to hide the interceptor. Faisal might search me and find it. Is it common practice in your country to search people?
No, but it should be. Jordan is a land of tradition and beauty, which must be respected and protected, even from so-called experts who should show better judgment.
You're from the Hawaitat tribe. I'd love to know more about your people.
We're one of the oldest Bedouin tribes in the region, a proud and independent people.
Is there anything in particular I should know about your culture? Traditions, beliefs?
We have deep respect for nature, for the desert, and for the signs it gives us.
Like that tree that led to the discovery of the dig site.
A tree that defies the laws of nature may be a sign of something sacred.
What do you think of Professor Hartwell and his wife, Maria Villalobos? They've been here for a while, haven't they?
A few months. Hartwell is a very determined man.
That's a good trait.
It can also be one's downfall if ambition is left unchecked.
And what about Maria?
She's educated, but some things require more than knowledge to be truly understood.
Am I wrong, or do you have reservations about both of them?
In the desert, secrets and treasures are not just for those who find them. They belong to a greater history, and not everyone who comes from outside understands that.
A similar radio transmitter will surely contain more than one capacitor.
That's private equipment. Don't touch it.
Are you sure you can't part with it for a moment?
Do you want to sleep peacefully tonight?
Well, yes.
Then don't touch it.
I really need a capacitor. Does Faisal have a weak spot I can exploit? Possibly, but I don't know enough about him. All right then. Maybe I can figure out a weakness I can exploit to gain the upper hand over Faisal. Faisal is trained. I need to penetrate his defenses with cunning. I'll approach him using a ditzy tourist style. It should make him relax a bit. It must be terrifying to live so isolated from the rest of the world, in such a remote and desolate area.
I like vast spaces and isolation. There is nothing here, nothing that could hurt me more than what's in the city.
But don't you miss the comforts?
I have all the comforts I need.
Do you hear that sound too? It's a child's rattle, right?
That brat is relentless.
You don't like children?
This is a desert excavation, not a place for an infant.
I understand, but in a way I find it touching that the Hartwells don't want to part from their child, even in conditions like these.
With all their education and training, those two have no idea what they want.
I gather you don't like this job much?
The sooner they return what belongs to the Hawaitat tribe, the better for everyone.
I don't think I could ever get used to all this sand.
Get used to it in what sense?
Like the way it gets everywhere. My boots are full of it. Not to mention the effort it takes to walk on it.
Walking among the dunes is one of the most relaxing experiences you can have.
Except for all the little creatures that hide there. I've never seen so many scorpions in my life. Everyone has a weak point, no matter how prepared they are. Faisal's comes slithering, followed by a sound like a rattle. I certainly can't get a real rattlesnake. I'll have to get a bit creative. It must have been here since they set up the camp, so I can assume it won't be needed immediately. Omar is busy with a portable console that looks like it's straight out of the 90s. The battery is internal and can't be removed, but that console model contains a memory card where all the games are stored. Your English is excellent, Omar. Are you from around here?
I was born near the city of Ma'an, where there is a long tradition of nomadic and semi-nomadic settlements, like the Beni Sakhar tribe to which I belong. I have a good grasp of English and a basic understanding of many other European languages, thanks to the tourists I've had the pleasure of meeting over the years.
How do you find your way in such a vast and uniform environment? Tell me your secret.
At night, it's the brilliance of the starry sky that guides me. And during the day, the ever-changing landscape of dunes and wind-carved rocks reminds me of the strength and serenity of our land.
Life in the desert fascinates me deeply. The traditions, the daily life, and especially the food.
We have excellent traditional dishes. For example, mansaf, a dish made of lamb and rice, prepared for special occasions.
I'd love to try it.
If we have time, why not? It's very good.
Strange to see a handheld console in a place like this.
Gaming distracts me. It gives me a balance. When I come out of these fantastic but stylized simulations, I'm ready to face the real world, with all its magnificent nuances. Right now, though, it's offering mostly frustration. I've been stuck on this level for days.
That console you're playing on has a memory card, right?
Yes, that's where all the games are stored.
I know it sounds strange, but could you part with it for a little while?
Gladly, but not just yet. Me and this little thing have unfinished business.
What if I tried that level you're stuck on?
I don't know. Do you have any experience?
I'm pretty good at video games.
If you want to give it a shot, be my guest.
On one condition. If I manage to beat the level, you'll lend me the memory card for a few minutes.
All right, sounds fair. I was getting a bit frustrated anyway.
Yes. I know this game. I even know a trick to get past it in case you get stuck. But it doesn't hurt to try, as they say.
Subhanallah, you did it!
It wasn't that hard.
And what a fascinating story. The drama, the theme of home, the challenge.
Yeah, really intense.
Now I'll finally be able to sleep peacefully thanks to you. Go ahead and take this memory card. You've earned it.
Thanks, Omar. I'll return it as soon as I can. In this journal, I record the cases I've dealt with, including the unresolved ones. A useful reminder in case I come across new elements that might stir things up. Over the last 5 years, it's grown quite a bit. This is the basic component of the interceptor, an SDR radio receiver. Great. The sand doesn't seem to have reached the connectors. I'll attach the other components directly to it. I better avoid bringing it with me until it's complete and properly hidden. Faisal is sharp and alert.
Raise your arms to the sky and stand still.
Do we really have to do this every time?
Yes.
Ugh. Can you tell me anything about the nomadic tribes in Jordan?
Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Their tradition is mainly oral and revolves almost entirely around the desert. What else? Well, there are desert dances, stories around the fire, and the famous Bedouin coffee. Once they served me coffee so strong, I stayed awake for 3 days and 3 nights, and I started experiencing the most powerful mirages starring pink flamingos wearing sunglasses and suspenders.
Better avoid it then. It's my first time here in Jordan, and I'm already sad that I can't stay longer.
Jordan is a historically significant crossroads. In ancient times, it was inhabited by peoples such as the Moabites, Ammonites, and Edomites. This is a land of ancient dynasties and empires that helped shape the history and culture of the Middle East. Among them were also the Nabateans, who, among other things, built Petra.
I've always dreamed of visiting it.
Who hasn't dreamed of it after watching The Last Crusade?
Tell me about your wife.
Maria Villalobos, a brilliant graduate of the Universidad de Chile, the best for a job like this.
A charming woman.
Just focus on translating those symbols.
Huh. I sense some resentment. Don't you think it was risky to bring such a small child to such an inhospitable place?
Maria insisted, and my wife is not someone you argue with over certain things. In any case, I'm not worried about little David. He has everything he needs. If anything, it's my focus that's suffering.
He seems like a quiet child.
Right now, yes, but believe me, miss, when he cries, he sounds like a djinn, a desert demon.
Why did you choose Faisal to manage the camp security?
That man knows this desert like the back of his hand. Plus, he deeply cares about his country's heritage and understands the importance of historical preservation. Not to mention his incredible military expertise.
He seems like a dangerous man.
Exactly the kind of person we need to feel safe.
Everything needed to survive in the desert for months. Pots, supplies, gas cylinders. This open crate is full of sandwiches. Professor, may I take further advantage of your hospitality?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
Is this how you treat your intern, Limberto? You make her starve?
No, of course not. I should have a nice toffee candy in my pocket.
I'm good, thanks. Let's pretend I took it. Let's see what's inside this sandwich. I think it's a shawarma. Spiced marinated meat cooked on a skewer. Ugh, there is even some lettuce in here. I'll take it out.
Who's your good baby? Who is? That's right, it's you!
I'll try to gently slip it from his hand. No, it's okay. No rattle for Alice, it's all yours. A mobile with various hanging toys. They must be his favorites. My contacts are full of colleagues, past and present. I've never deleted Lars's number. I always considered it a weak way to cope with his loss, but apparently it was the right decision. I don't use messaging apps much. I prefer a quick and concise phone call. I'm on duty right now, unfortunately. I really wish I could relax with some music. Maybe later, during the return journey. I've already fiddled with the developer settings, and the phone is set up perfectly. Sometimes I struggle to fall asleep, especially in very quiet environments. In those cases, this app is a godsend. He conked out impressively fast. Better turn off the phone's white noise. Don't mind me, little one. Just keep sleeping like nothing's happening. Good. Now I'll let him sleep in peace. I wish I was a bratty kid, dipping my hands in the paint and leaving prints everywhere. The plumb line looks creepy, but I don't think it's enough to remind anyone of a snake. If it had a head, it could almost pass for a rattlesnake. The plumb line looks creepy, but I don't think it's enough to remind anyone of a snake. I'll dip it while holding the string, so I don't get paint all over myself. From a distance, in motion, and maybe during a panic attack, it could definitely pass for a rattlesnake. Lars would love it. This plan isn't really my style, but time is tight. Let's hope nothing serious happens.
Oh! There's a demon! Go back to the hole you slithered out of!
Ya Allah! What's all this racket, Faisal? Are we under attack?
Dangerous animal in the perimeter, but I have everything under control.
Good. Don't hesitate with that rifle. What we find on this site is top priority.
And what do you want? Go back to minding your own business.
I expected Faisal to react badly, but not to this extent. He's much more dangerous than I had assessed. This thing should contain various capacitors. At least one must have survived the bullets. I had to play on the fears of a local and steal the toy from a sweet child. But now I finally have my capacitor. What have I done? Impressive.
Ah, the first time leaves you speechless.
Oh, hello. You're Professor Hartwell's wife, right?
Honey, it's he who is my husband. Maria Villalobos. Whom do I have the pleasure of speaking with?
Alice Sharp. I'm Professor Lamberto Visconti's intern.
Oh, Lamberto's here?
Yes, he's in the tent reviewing the inscription you uncovered.
Muy bien. If there's anyone who can help us move forward, it's definitely him.
Mind if I take a look around?
I won't be the one to stop you. And please, call me Maria. I don't care for formalities.
I guess it's not easy working here.
Jordan presents a unique challenge for us archaeologists. The sand can quickly bury artifacts, and the extreme temperature fluctuations can compromise their integrity.
Yet this doesn't stop you from carrying on with your wonderful work.
Archaeology can't and shouldn't stop. Beneath us, there's much more than we imagine possible.
Professor Hartwell is really an authority in his field. It must be interesting to work with him.
He has a brilliant mind and an insatiable passion for history. And how do you get along with Professor Visconti?
He's a bit peculiar, but he has great knowledge.
He's always been exuberant. That's why we liked him so much. Too bad the way things turned out. Well, let's drop it. No point crying over spilled milk.
I saw your son in the tent. He's really small. I imagine it must have been a tough decision to...
Nowadays, we raise our children in a glass bubble, but I believe they should be exposed to different experiences, even extreme ones with the proper precautions. Only this way can they learn to handle difficult situations and adapt.
And does Professor Hartwell agree?
William is too caught up in his discoveries to know what it means to raise a child.
I've never seen anything like the idol you found, but at the same time it looks familiar.
The body structure is very similar to the moai, as are the inscriptions we found on the artifact.
The moai are those huge and mysterious statues found on Easter Island, right?
Exactly. But this particular idol also shows distinctive features of the local culture, especially in the detail of the face.
So the similarity is a coincidence?
I don't think so. Rather, it suggests an interesting cultural interaction or perhaps migration. However, we will need to conduct many more analyses to determine the exact origin and meaning of the idol. What's certain is that it's very old.
How old precisely?
We still need to get an accurate estimate, but if you want my opinion, we're talking about a period prior to any civilization confirmed so far.
It must have been difficult to clean an idol of that size. How did you do it?
Are you interested in the details?
Yes, very much. I have a real passion for the subject.
Let's see. We used a combination of techniques to ensure that the surface of... That's it. Forgive me if I got quite technical. I understand if some parts went over your head.
Very interesting. No, thank you. Does it really help with this heat?
This little thing? It tries really hard, but with little success.
Do you think you could do without it? I might need the battery inside it.
Sorry, but little success is still better than nothing.
Of course, I understand. Finding another AA battery in the camp will be difficult. Maybe I should act like Lars.
Pesky camel! Bat! Bat! Come back here right now!
Analyzing Maria's body language carefully, it can be deduced that she is deeply pissed off. Look at the little guy bounce around like a maniac. It's so loud. Better take out the battery before it turns on in my pocket by accident. Maria diligently records everything she works on. It would be better to secure the pins with a soldering iron, but in the absence of one, I'll just twist them together. Fortunately, the memory card I took from the handheld console is compatible with my receiver. A battery is missing to power the device. Usually this kind of device uses AA batteries, the most common type. Yes, the battery I have will work perfectly. The device is complete. Once I figure out how to hide it from Faisal, I can start my plan. Good idea. To find the device, Faisal would have to open the sandwich, a highly unlikely event. Everything is ready. I should talk to Professor Visconti to finalize the plan. I gather you know Maria Villalobos very well.
Yes, we met in our youth during studies on the Chachapoya in Peru. She was already a brilliant researcher and, charming.
She was, and still is, a beautiful woman.
This is undeniable.
Moreover, she has excellent taste, considering she eventually chose me.
I believe I've broached an uncomfortable topic. These two are burning each other with their gaze. Well, I'll let you return to your respective studies.
Let's get to work, then.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
Without delay.
You first.
Oh, no, colleague. The honor is yours.
I gladly leave the final word to you, as always.
All right. Let's set aside old grudges and focus.
Professor, can I speak to you privately for a minute?
What? Now? I'm almost at a breakthrough with these glyphs.
It's about that. I think I've noticed something useful about the idol.
Right, the idol. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet.
I'm sure you'll find it extremely interesting.
Isn't the idol located down the ramp?
We didn't step out just to talk about the idol, Professor.
We didn't?
No. We're about to steal the circular artifact from Hartwell's tent.
Ah, good. I was starting to get bored. Wait, what?
Please lower your voice. We need to walk on tiptoes. It could be very risky. Hartwell is sharp and it won't be easy to distract him, but it's Faisal who worries me the most. If he finds out we're trying to loot the archaeological site, I don't know how he'll react.
Exciting. Really exciting. It reminds me of that time I tried to land on the Andaman Islands and the Sentinelese chased me away with spears and arrows.
Here's what I need you to do. On my signal, you must find a way to lead Hartwell to the dig site, drawing him away from the tent.
And how should I do that?
Improvise. The longer you keep him busy, the more time I'll have to act.
Well, I wouldn't know.
Professor, it's important. That artifact has already caused 2 deaths. And if we don't recover it, who knows how many more it could cause.
Damn. It's not like me to hesitate. I faced cannibal tribes in New Guinea, crossed the Gobi Desert in slippers, spent the night in the Borneo jungle. It certainly won't be an English professor who scares me. Let's go.
That's the spirit. Wait for me to mention the idol, and then you act. Professor Hartwell, may I ask you to review the circular artifact once again?
Not without a valid reason. I already made an exception showing it to you the first time.
William, get that artifact out right now, unless you want to delay the greatest discovery of your life by several months.
Here you go.
Professor, it's exactly as we thought.
Yes, Alice, it is. What do you mean?
The symbols, Professor. The symbols seem to be connected to the idol itself.
Ah, right. The idol, of course.
The symbols are connected to the idol. How so?
Professor Visconti will explain everything at the excavation site.
Exactly. William, lead the way. I'm about to give you a lesson you won't forget anytime soon.
Stupid braggart. I'm only following you to watch you humiliate yourself again with one of your absurd theories.
I'll wait here. Better not to leave the little one alone, right?
No way, miss. Faisal will stand guard, but I can't leave you here alone. Now everyone out. And if I find out you're wasting my time, Lamberto, you and your intern will have to find another place to spend the night.
Maria?
Hello, Lamberto.
You haven't aged a day. You're still beautiful.
And you still have that thick hair you were so proud of.
Oh, well, I massage my scalp every day with an infusion of ginkgo biloba leaves, as taught to me by Japanese monks when...
Can we stop talking about ginkgo biloba, please?
There's also a treatment with alma oil and fenugreek seeds, if you'd prefer.
The idol. I'd prefer to talk about the idol.
Ah, yes, of course, the idol. The idol. Yes. Well, then, if you look closely at the idol's hairline, what do you notice?
That it has no hair.
Correct! And what does that suggest?
That it never spoke to Japanese monks?
Good. I better take advantage of this situation quickly. Visconti can't keep improvising like this for much longer. The app on my phone successfully picked up the password. Now we just need to figure out how to get past Faisal. Persuasion is out of the question, and I don't have time to fake another rattlesnake. Yeah, I'll remove the stitches one by one. The artifact is inside, protected by a password I absolutely need to crack. It's now or never. Now out of here, and fast.
I knew you two were up to something.
Faisal, I can explain.
Silence! Stand up and walk. We're going to get your accomplice.
So what's going on here?
You allowed 2 usurpers, 2 relic hunters to enter here. Rattlesnakes.
What are you talking about?
Show what you've stolen, woman.
Faisal.
Show what you've stolen.
You two? Lamberto, how could you?
William, you have to listen to me. This artifact is dangerous. There are people who would do anything to get their hands on it.
I have 2 of them in front of me.
We just want to protect it, while others want to use it.
Use it for what?
We don't know yet, but they have bad intentions. Remember the 2 men who arrived at the camp recently?
They were just lost.
They were scouts. Now, we stopped them before they could act, but there are more. And they will come soon.
These are fairy tales. The delusions of a man whose mind is drifting, who somehow brainwashed his intern. What's the matter, Lamberto? You think this artifact holds some ancient dormant power, that it could awaken the Kraken or trigger the apocalypse? They told me you were cured of the disease, but you seem like a poor, old, sad fool.
Professor, please listen.
I've heard enough. Faisal, keep an eye on them while I call the authorities.
This is not a matter for the authorities.
Faisal, lower that rifle now!
Silence! I know what's best for my land, for my culture. Omar, go back to the Benisakh. You're naive, but you don't deserve to pay for them.
I don't know.
Do as he says, Omar. We'll be fine.
Now I'll take that artifact. My tribe will protect it.
The Howiatet don't act like this. They're a peaceful tribe, with values.
Hand me the artifact, woman.
No.
Hand me the artifact, now!
Shoot.
Faisal, no! For the love of... Get out of here!
Get on, quickly!
What the hell is this?
Kiddo. Kiddo, wake up. Dad? Wake up.
Dad, I've been looking for you everywhere.
Dad! Dad!
Wake up!
Wake up.
Oh, where am I?
Maybe I overdid it.
Can you see me? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'd rather not.
To answer your question, you're in our headquarters.
Shouldn't you be trying to keep things secret or something like that?
It's unnecessary. I don't want to give you false hope. Tell me about it.
What's the point? It's obvious I won't make it out of here alive.
Your level of cooperation will be inversely proportional to the pain you'll have to endure.
Wait, I'm lost. I'm still confused from the hit to the head.
The more you talk, the fewer bones I'll break.
Thanks. I really appreciate the clarity.
I'll find out what I need to know about the mirror anyway. Make it easier for me, and I'll make your final journey less painful. As you wish.
This is a mobile headquarters.
It's likely that in a few hours the mirror won't have any more secrets for me. If not, I hope to find you in a more cooperative mood.
You can't keep me locked up forever on a moving vehicle. I'll scream at the top of my lungs, I'll thrash around, I'll fight.
No one can hear you scream. In the air. Neil, initiate takeoff and stationary flight procedure for the hero ship.
At your command, Nori. Don't try any stupid tricks.
With my hands tied like that, there was no way to use anything I had with me. Those ropes were tied too tightly. Impossible to untie in that position. I couldn't reach it. The structure I had been tied to was solid, and it wouldn't budge. No use fighting. I was powerless, completely at the mercy of my captors.
Lars!
Ah!
Quiet, unless you want that mastodon to come back here.
Malcolm? How? What?
I knew you'd get me into trouble. I know it, and yet here I am. First the police, then your friend who hypnotized me. Now it's a cult of maniacs aboard an unidentified flying vehicle.
What are you doing in here?
Give me safety explanations for later.
All right, but just know that you've never looked so handsome to me before. Come here, let me kiss you.
I might decide to leave you tied up there like a salami. Damn, that human boulder must be a sailor or something. Look at all these knots.
Mal?
This must be the famous double 8 knot, executed to perfection.
Mal?
Incredible, a Prusik knot.
Prusik.
Exactly, that's the one. He's behind me, right?
Yeah, he's behind you.
How did you get in here, Mosquito? Huh? You're too lively for my taste. Nori will have to get used to it, because I'm about to tear you to pieces. Ah!
Mal, hold on tight. On the house, big guy!
Bucatini smanicati. Did we just take down that giant?
David 1, Goliath 0. And don't steal my catchphrase.
Wait, we just took down that giant.
It was an epic fight, but no need to repeat ourselves.
But if we took down that giant...
Who's piloting this thing? Come on, follow me. That Japanese guy...
Nori?
Asked the big guy...
No?
To set this thing...
The Heron ship?
For stationary flight. Are you going to keep finishing my sentences like autocorrect?
If I had to guess, I said he activated some sort of autopilot.
The room down there looks like the cockpit. You go take a look. I want to check if anyone else is still on board.
Alone?
Don't worry. If you get into trouble, shout. Then I can escape from where we came from and save myself. That door was open. The last thing I expected to find in that place was a child's room. But there was no sign of the room's occupant. We were hanging at a breathtaking height. I was horrified, looking down and trying to calculate how many kilometers separated me from the ground when... Ah! Kid! Kid? You scared me.
You're not Nori.
Not the last time I checked, no.
Where's Nori? Where's Neil?
Hey, try to calm down for a second, okay?
I want Nori. Where's Nori?
No, don't cry. Please. I wasn't really good with kids, but somehow I had to calm him down. I think I have an idea.
Oh no, I must have eaten something too heavy for lunch. What a nice sword you've got there, young man. You're not planning to whack me with it, are you?
Can I try?
Well, I guess once won't hurt you.
Take this, big meanie!
Ah! I give up! Don't hurt me!
Who taught you that trick, mister?
Oh, well... I learned it many years ago. From my dad.
I want to show it to Nori and Neil.
I'm Lars. Can I ask your name, young warrior?
Eric.
Nice to meet you, Rick? Blood ran cold through my veins. How old are you?
Just like this. Look.
Everything matched. The years since the kidnapping, the name. Now that I looked at him, I could even see a resemblance to his mother. I'd finally kept the promise I made 5 years ago. Finding the heir of the Moltzberg family. Eric, I need to step away for a moment.
Hey, mister. Can you tell me where Nori is?
Don't worry. You're safe now. While Malcolm checked the situation in the control room, I had to make sure the rest of the craft was secure. The door was closed, but through the small window, I realized behind it was some kind of dormitory. Apart from the child, it didn't seem like there was anyone else on the aircraft. For the moment, we could consider ourselves safe.
So, Found anything?
Just a kid.
A kid?
Yeah, about 5 years old.
You think he could beat us up too?
He tried, but his rubber sword isn't lethal. What about this thing here?
It's an exceptional machine, almost like science fiction. Hover flight, super quiet, ridiculously low fuel consumption. Yet the controls are remarkably similar to those of the Bell-Boeing V-23 Skyhawk.
What's that?
A vertical takeoff aircraft I piloted while I was in the Air Force. An extraordinary vehicle known among us as the Osprey.
Well, Nori called it the Heron ship. Maybe because it sounds like heron. Everything seems to fit.
Yes, it's probably an Army prototype that's not yet on the market.
Think you could fly it?
Affirmative, Captain. Where do you want me to take this toy?
Jordan Desert. When Alice sees this thing, she'll have a...
Heart attack! You almost gave me a heart attack! Crap!
You're welcome. And good morning to you, sweet princess of the twilight.
Sorry, but I had a rifle pointed at me, and then you appeared out of nowhere with this,
It's called the Heron ship. Let me tell you everything, and you can do the same for me. Summing up, we have an ancient artifact found in an unusual excavation on one side, and a Japanese assassin who moves through the skies aboard a sort of futuristic airship on the other.
At least now we know how our enemy vanished into thin air by jumping out the window.
He must have had a retrieval device on him. It's nothing new in the aeronautical field.
The fact remains that now we're stuck, with no clue how to proceed with the investigation.
I'll take care of it. A logbook with various notes.
Who do these guys think they are? Air pirates?
In aviation and the military, it's common to keep an operation journal. You note down mission details, environmental conditions, any communications, and more.
This note is not encrypted. Maybe they didn't have time, since it was recorded recently.
Normal people leave notes like, remember to take out the trash or feed floppy. But no, we always get riddles to decipher.
Mont Saint-Michel.
Huh?
Yeah, Mont Saint-Michel and its spectacular bay. The incredible abbey separated by a strip of sand that gets covered during high tide, blocking access.
So we're going to France just like that, without any other clues.
That's too much of a gamble. We'd risk wasting time chasing the wrong lead. This is very useful. The recent travelogue of the Heron ship.
We could trace back from where we are now and reconstruct the timeline of events of the Rosa Defecta.
Sounds like a good plan. Let's take a closer look. Right now, we're flying over the Jordanian desert. So here. England. How do we explain this stop?
When I woke up here, we were stopped at a place where Nori claimed to be able to find information about the Black Mirror.
Wasn't the mirror somehow connected to the English alchemist John Dee?
Ah, John Dee, a brilliant mind. Mathematician, geographer, astronomer, astrologer, and, of course, alchemist. All qualifications that eventually led him to Queen Elizabeth I's court as her most trusted advisor. Among many other things, he attracted attention by claiming to communicate with spirits through a black mirror.
So, assuming you want to find information about it, England seems like precisely the place to look.
I'm certain this goes back to the confrontation with Nori at the House of Emir, the hitman. This movement is the oldest recorded, and dates back to before the encounter with Nori in Rome.
Where exactly does it point?
A remote spot in the middle of the Indian jungle.
Well, that was unexpected.
I don't think we'll get any more information from the map. I think that's all there is.
The clue about the low tide seems too vague to draw any definite conclusions. On the other hand, India is a solid lead.
We can't just all go home, right?
No. The Rosa Defecta must be stopped once and for all. I'm tired of hiding, of being scared, of having to pay groceries in cash, and especially of using fake names. I am the one, the only, the inimitable Lazarus Bundy!
He's completely lost it.
Oh, a primal scream, like the Maori Haka or the Zulu Impi.
I missed it, I admit it.
Mal, set the new course. Let's find out what's so interesting in the Indian jungle. And Alice,
There's another matter you and I need to deal with. You come too, Professor.
You don't know how hard we've looked for you, little Eric.
You're beautiful, ma'am.
Thank you. You're handsome too.
Professor, once we arrive in India, Alice and I will have our hands full. I need a trustworthy person to look after the boy.
Well, it's not really my field, but...
Come on. Don't tell me our very own Indiana Jones is scared of something like that.
I like Indiana Jones.
Oh, I believe you and I will get along just fine, little one.
Well, I have to say, these clothes I found suit me. What do you think?
We're really lost in the middle of nowhere.
Well, it's not easy to find a shade of beige that matches...
Lars, focus. We need to understand what interest could have driven a man like Noritaka Kimura to a place like this.
Nori what?
Noritaka Kimura. I found his full name in a document inside. Nori is a hypocorism.
Ah, yes, sure.
It's when a name is shortened, like Nori indeed. Or Mal. Or Lars.
Hey, you should have one too. Do you like Allie?
Don't even think about it. Let's look around. Something will come up.
I'm going to take a look inside. See how the others are doing.
That's not an excuse to restart the rock, paper, scissors tournament with Malcolm, right?
Don't joke. The situation is serious. I'm down by 3 points. I have to catch up. Hi, Warrior. Want to chat a bit? You know, I'm a great detective. I solve mysteries all over the world.
That's true, Eric. He's really good at finding hidden things.
Really? Can you play hide and seek?
I'm a pro at hide and seek.
Not like Nori. He's unbeatable.
Eric, you told me you play hide and seek with Nori. He must be really good, right?
Nori's the best.
He really seems like a special guy. What do you like most when you're together?
The stories he tells me before bed. They're wonderful, full of dragons and princesses and sword-wielding warriors.
Seeing Nori through that kid's eyes was disarming. The man I thought of as a ruthless hitman, for Eric was a positive figure. Does Neil treat you well?
Yes, Neil's my friend.
You didn't seem particularly affable to me.
Why? We always watch Japanese cartoons together.
Eric captured the idea well, adding the magician's top hat and the typical wand with a white tip. That drawing had to be Nori. He looked heroic. At first, it seemed odd that a 5-year-old would draw a katana. Then I remembered that at his age, my favorite theme was cowboys and Indians fights. The heron ship in all its majesty. The kid had talent. I see you're keeping busy around here.
Young man, look! Eric is building a tower. Mine is a scale replica of the megalithic structure of Stonehenge.
My tower's taller than yours.
You're right, but look closely. Mine is ancient and mysterious. Who built it, and why?
I know why. To let the toy cars pass underneath.
Oh.
The kid just came up with a fascinating theory, Professor. If this thing gets pay TV, we could set up an impromptu theater and charge the locals for admission. What are all these buttons for?
The usual stuff: front lights, opening and closing the ramp, front landing gear. Hey, want to be speechless? Press that top button.
I'm not going to fire a missile into the forest, right?
Shut up and press that button.
What the?
See what I mean? I told you you'll be speechless. A technology I only heard in the worst conspiracy theories, yet here it is. Who knows what other surprises this machine has?
Satisfy my curiosity. How did you suddenly appear out of nowhere earlier?
Remember that shady guy staring at me through the window? Turned out he was a cop, and of course that night he picked me up for yet another chat at the station. After several hours, I was heading home. I haven't slept for 24 hours, and frankly, I smell a bit too. When the thug smashed your head, I was right there. I followed you on my scooter and took advantage of the distraction to sneak onto the cargo hold, and I'm sure I had several heart attacks while doing it.
Crazy. You're a real hero. What do you think of the Heron ship?
It's an incredible piece of machinery. I'm still trying to figure out all its features, but without a manual, it's tough.
Is it equipped with any weapons?
It's definitely got some kind of offensive system.
Oh, please, let it be a laser cannon. Huh. What about this button? It's not the eject, right?
It's not a stealth fighter jet. If you hold that button down, it'll just make your chair spin around.
Can't wait to try it out.
Did you satisfy your daily craving for destruction?
Nah, I don't think so. Do you see or hear anything?
Just plants as far as the eye can see. Maybe we should wait for daylight.
A little light wouldn't hurt. Alice, look here.
Is that a stone path?
Exactly. I wonder where it leads, but more than that.
Who made it?
I feel like a nice nighttime stroll in the jungle.
You know that can be dangerous, right?
Come on. At worst, we'll run into a warthog or a moose.
There aren't any in the Indian forest.
See?
On the other hand, it's possible to encounter tigers, leopards, and venomous snakes.
Oh.
Before we go, wouldn't it be better to hide the vehicle?
We'll take some time to cover it with twigs and branches.
I meant the camouflage device, Smarty. You should remember to always activate it when we leave.
Understood. The sun is up now.
It's my first time walking through a jungle at night, and I prefer it to be the last.
Well, we didn't get eaten. That's something.
Something might still eat us during the day out here.
Alice, look at this. I had never seen such an imposing tree.
It's really something. What are these filaments hanging down from the branches? Vines?
I don't know, but they look like...
Lars?
Sorry. It's just... When I was a kid, we had a big cherry tree in the backyard. Dad had tied a makeshift swing to it. One time he pushed me so long he had to ice his shoulder that evening.
You okay? You never told me.
I'm fine. Let's keep going. Alice, wait. Someone's there.
Is that a Native American?
Hey. Hey, man, I'm talking to you. Whoa! Stop waving that paintbrush!
Sorry, dude. Oh, you almost gave me a heart attack.
Oof. I was really close. Hey, this scene feels incredibly familiar. You're Matthias, the internationally renowned resinologist I met a few years ago in San Leo.
Of course I remember you. I forgot your name, dude.
Oh yeah, I don't think I introduced myself last time. I'm Lars.
And who's your charming sidekick?
Alice Sharp, and I'm a friend of his, not his sidekick.
Aug.
How did you get here?
I'm traveling to continue my mission studying the rarest resins and amber on the planet, dude. There are some incredible ones here. Have you seen that gigantic banyan specimen along the path?
Hey, I can't help but ask. Why are you dressed like that?
To blend better with the local population and not be seen as a threat, obviously.
The local population?
The Indians. My assistant and almost girlfriend handled packing and luggage for the trip. And I must say, she did a great job, because this outfit suits me well.
Can I ask how you've been received by the locals?
So far, I've only met some strange guys with turbans. Definitely tourists from who knows where. I can't wait to meet the real ones and put into practice everything I've learned from the book my assistant packed for me.
I'm afraid to ask what book that is.
How to be a real Indian and live in peace with the Great Spirit. Really very informative and accurate.
I decided not to push poor Matthias any further. After all, he was only repeating the same little misjudgment made a few centuries earlier by Christopher Columbus himself. Speaking of the bend, the bang...
Want to buy a vow?
The banyan?
What makes this tree so special that you're exploring the Indian forest?
Oh, banyans are fascinating in many ways, but one of their most extraordinary features is their aerial roots.
Aerial roots?
Their roots don't just grow in the ground, but start to sprout from the branches as long tendrils that reach down toward the soil. Once those roots touch the ground, they thicken and become new trunks. Basically, the tree spreads both horizontally and vertically at the same time.
So, a single tree can become a forest?
Exactly, like it multiplies itself. A sort of botanical immortality. Banyans can live for centuries, and for that reason, they're also seen as symbols of eternity and protection by the villagers.
You mentioned a village.
Yes, the village of Rikshapur.
Could this be the one that...
I think so.
What can you tell us about this village?
It's lost in nowhere, as you can see, and isn't even marked on any maps. The people living there are isolated from the rest of the world, as if beyond the logic of time, still immersed in their millennial traditions.
And if we wanted to visit Rikshapur?
Oh, just keep following the stone path. You can't go wrong.
Why are you painting that tree?
No, it's not painting. I'm applying milk of lime.
Milk? Can you make cappuccino with that?
I really don't think so, Lars.
Milk of lime is a mixture of water and hydrated lime. It's used to protect the tree from parasites, fungi, and even heat.
Oh, so it's a kind of sunscreen for trees.
Exactly.
Well, Matthias, we'll move on.
Until the next chance meeting somewhere in the world, my friends, may the Great Spirit Manitou guide you in these winding paths.
Good luck, my friend. Rootin' for ya.
Aug.
I don't believe my... Hey, you two!
Are you talking to us?
No, to the forest spirits. Who are you? How did you get to the village and what do you want?
Hey, take it easy. We're just...
These people are guests of Dayaram, Fisher. There's no need to get worked up.
As the wise man wishes.
Come, please.
Welcome to the village of Vrikshapur, city of trees. My name is Dayaram, and this is Daita.
Nice to meet you.
Hey there, lovely people.
Thanks for the welcome.
It's rare for outsiders to find our village. May I ask what brought you here?
We're looking for a man, Noritaka Kimura.
Asian guy, wears a very stylish metal mask.
Are you friends of his?
Let's just say that me and his katana are better acquainted than I would like.
We're trying to figure out what his interests are in this place. I assure you, we mean no harm.
He was searching for the lost temple, an ancient sanctuary, holding the wisdom and power of nature and trees, who protect it in return.
So Nori wanted to find this temple, but he didn't make it, right?
He tried, but he failed. Not even his strength and cunning were enough to gain the favor of the three guardians of the village.
I knew it would come to something like this.
Each of them holds a fragment of knowledge. Without their consent, the path will remain sealed.
But you want to try, and you want to do it together. Are you sure your bond is strong enough?
We've had some disagreements recently. But our goal is clear, to stop Nori.
May the spirits of the trees be with you. If your intentions are pure, you will find the temple.
Can you tell us who the guardians are?
Rajesh, the spice merchant, Thakur, the last of the zamindars, and Bimala, the sacred child.
Tell us about Rajesh, the merchant.
He is a man of spirit and good heart. He is respected in the village, even if sometimes his love for cricket distracts him from his responsibilities.
A merchant who knows how to enjoy life. Huh, I might stop by his stall. Maybe he'll teach me some tricks.
Rajesh is always ready to share stories and flavors.
What can you tell us about Thakur?
He is a zamindar, a caste of landowners who once ruled vast estates.
Once? So he lives off an authority he no longer has?
Tradition is a deep root, hard to pull out.
Did you mention a sacred child?
Bimla is considered the reincarnation of Ganesha, as her very face tells us.
What do you mean?
You'll see with your own eyes and judge with your hearts.
Good. But what will we have to do once we have earned the favor of the villagers?
Each of them will provide you with an item that will bring you closer to the sacred temple. But you'll need this as well.
An ancient and mysterious mystical medallion. We don't do things halfway, do we?
It's beautiful.
Don't let yourself be too fascinated. There will be a catch.
It is powerful, but if handled by the wrong hands, it becomes useless.
I told you.
You will find the guardians in the upper part of the village. Please do not disturb the peace of the other inhabitants. Now go. It's time to undertake your challenge.
Thank you, wise Dayaram. We won't disappoint you.
Was it really necessary to break it?
I hope so.
As we entered the village, we noticed a huge tree, a bagnol.
Banyan.
Smarty pants.
They are not just trees. They represent life itself, the roots of our community. And as roots, they help us take our first steps into adulthood.
How so?
Every young person, upon coming of age, must spend a night alone in the forest, beneath a banyan tree.
That must be an intense experience.
Well, there are worse places to be initiated.
Such as?
The coconut palm.
There are no coconut palms in our forest. Only the silence of night and the whispers of the tree spirits.
Ah, good. Then I'll give it some thought.
Not everyone is made to face the silence, young one. That's where the deepest truths lie.
All good?
Yeah. I didn't get enough sleep. So, Daida, what exactly do you do here?
I take care of Dayaram. I cook his meals, wash his clothes, and tend to his daily needs.
So you're the real mind behind the throne, huh?
Dayaram doesn't sit on a throne. He gave me purpose after my husband passed away.
I'm sorry for your loss.
It happened many years ago. Fortunately, Dayaram welcomed me without hesitation, unlike the rest of the village.
What do you mean?
Nothing important, just old superstitions.
What do you know about banyan trees?
They are fascinating trees. Did you know it's said that the entire army of Sikandar once took shelter under a single banyan?
Sikander is what they call Alexander the Great around here. An impressive figure, considering we're talking about 40 to 50,000 soldiers.
It's probably a legend, but it illustrates the majesty of these trees. I've read a lot about them in my books.
You must be quite the reader.
Books have been my companion during these lonely years. Through them, I travel and learn without ever leaving the village.
What can you tell us about the Guardian's trial and the sacred temple?
Unfortunately, I don't know much. I'm not allowed to visit the temple.
Why not?
I'd rather not say, if you don't mind.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
It's not the first time I have laid eyes on those symbols.
Really? But, wait, how is that possible? Where?
I have already revealed more than you need to know.
You know, I feared we'd have to communicate with the locals using gestures.
English is one of India's official languages. Maybe living with that Fisher guy helps spread it even further around here.
Anyway, we need to convince the three guardians to let us into the sacred temple.
And don't forget, we've got a medallion to fix.
I bet breaking medallions for no reason is the first lesson in the beginner's guide for wise elders. Good morning. Have you seen what a beautiful day it is?
सुबह अच्छी? कौन सी अच्छी? ये पक्षी मुझे कपड़े सुखाने नहीं दे रहे हैं.
I don't think I caught the last 2 or 3 words.
पक्षी, पक्षी, समझा? जी, जी, जी.
The lady was waving her arms wildly. She was frantically pointing first at the basket and then at the birds perched on the clothesline. A perfect plan to get rid of those damn birds. Without pigeons underfoot, the washerwoman was finally free to hang her laundry. The basket was overflowing with clothes soaked in a yellowish liquid, which I couldn't identify at a glance. The liquid gave off a faint smell of vinegar. Maybe it had some bleaching properties. I used the metal can nearby to collect some of the vinegary water.
Hey, you two! Come here.
Yes?
I have no idea what you're looking for in this place, but stay out of my business. And out of my pond!
Your pond?
Exactly. Officially registered as private property.
Don't you think it's ethically wrong to privatize water in a place like this?
Before I arrived, the villagers had to walk 15 miles to the nearest river. Now it's available to everyone, in great quantity. Thakur, that local big shot, even has running water now. When he pays, of course, which he's been refusing to do for some time.
I suppose the others have to pay too, to access the pond.
So what? I simply spotted a market gap and acted. You don't get rich on ideals.
How the hell did you end up here?
Through an incredible series of coincidences, which someone less pragmatic might call fate. It didn't take long for a man with my vision to realize this was a gold mine.
Vision or thirst for power?
Power is just a side effect of my foresight. Are you done with this pointless, preachy criticism? The locals love me. They see me as a hero. I supply the water and keep it clean from contamination, and from those pests roaming the village. And it's hard work, since I can't even touch that damn cow. They get convenience, I get profit. Quid pro quo. I don't see the problem.
In a place like this, water should be accessible to everyone.
Business, my friend. Those who are willing to pay, drink. Those who aren't are free to walk 15 miles to the nearest river. Now, leave me alone, and don't you dare meddle in this matter.
I feel dirty after talking to that guy.
Me too. And I'm not about to walk 15 miles just to wash up. Someone really needs to wake up the villagers.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, my friend. Around here, touching a cow is almost considered a crime.
So, I guess getting a bit of milk for a cappuccino is out of a question?
Only Daita is allowed to touch Kamla, to look after her and care for her. If you want to stay on good terms with the village, you'd better keep your distance. Namaste! Welcome to my little spice paradise. I am Rajesh and this is my humble stall.
I love these bright colors.
Here you will find the boldest scents and flavors in all of India.
The smell of all those spices mixed together brought tears to my eyes. I'm Lars, and this is Alice. The old man sent us.
The wise man sent us.
Right, the wise one.
Of course. Ask away. I'll be happy to answer.
Do you have any pistachios?
We've got more important things to talk about.
We're here to take on the village trial. The sage said you're one of the guardians.
A true honor. But, alas, an honor I wish hadn't fallen on my shoulders.
It must be quite a responsibility.
Another burden for a heart already weighed down.
What's troubling you?
You see, I've just become a grandfather. A beautiful little girl with the sweetest eyes in the world.
Congratulations.
She's a true joy. Like a pinch of garam masala in lentil soup. Like the scent of cardamom in spiced chai.
Like a spoonful of hot mustard on a hot dog.
Like a splash of balsamic vinegar on a fresh salad.
I like you too. But back to business. Recently, I had a bad argument with Padma, the village hijra. Usually, she's the one who blesses newborns. But I'm afraid she might, well, curse my granddaughter instead.
What exactly happened between you and Padma?
That's a long story.
If there's one thing I appreciate, it's people who know how to summarize.
Her family got rich selling lumber, even cutting down banyan trees, which, as you may know, are sacred to us. Now, Padma wants to restart the business, but I can't let that happen. It's a matter of respect for our roots, literally.
And what pushed Padma to make that choice?
You might want to ask her directly.
If we convinced Padma to bless your granddaughter, would that settle the matter?
That would be the least I could do to repay you.
Great. Where can we find her?
She lives in an old, beat-up camper parked in a clearing just west of the village.
What can you tell us about the giant trees in this area?
The banyans. They are not only sacred, but incredibly useful too. The villagers use their leaves to make natural plates, the fruits to prepare medicinal remedies. Even the bark gets used.
It's like having a pharmacy and a craft store all in one tree. Huh, I love it. I couldn't believe my eyes. A Sfrizzo Cola dispenser. The most powerful fizzy drink ever made. Out of production for years. How the heck did it end up in a place this remote? Fake sugarcane stalks were attached to a sign that read Jaggery. I'd never heard of it in my life. I didn't know half of the spices at the stall, and the intense mix of scents only confused me even more. What is this jaggery? I saw the sign, but I've never heard of it.
Ah, jaggery is a natural sweetener. We use it for everything here. Desserts, drinks. It's much healthier than refined sugar and has a rich caramel flavor.
Interesting. Is it common all over India?
Yes, though every region has its own way of making it. Here in Brikshapur, we prepare it with love and patience, just like our ancestors did.
Do you have any?
No, it requires boiling down sugarcane juice, and I haven't had the time lately.
Wait, is that Sfrizzo Cola? I hoped that stuff had disappeared for good.
It's delicious, uniquely flavored, delightfully fizzy.
You sure it's still drinkable?
Of course. There's nothing better than a good Sfrizzo Cola aged in the sun inside a plastic bottle. Here, take one. It's free. Mostly because, strangely enough, no one else seems to want one.
I'll pass.
Hey, never say no to a freebie. I grabbed a bottle carefully and slipped it into my pocket. Try not to shake it too much, like you would with dynamite. After all, Sfrizzo Cola had 1,000 uses. You just had to remember that drinking it wasn't one of them. Look at the luxury in this house.
This looks like an old noble residence. This must be where Thakur, the Zamindar, lives.
Perfect. Let's take a look. Oh la la, what a beautiful place.
What are you two doing in my house?
Good morning, Mr. Thakur. I'm Alice Sharp, and he is Lazarus. Well, Lars. Just Lars.
We're here to face the trial, and we're ready for anything.
Again? Already? Will this ordeal ever end? Listen, there will be no trial.
What?
I've already granted my favor to the last candidate who came here. A noble, refined, cultured man. But the other guardians obstructed every effort of his. I won't get involved in this farce again.
But according to village rules, you are obliged to grant the trial.
Miss, no one can force me to do anything. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to continue reading my newspaper.
Well, that's a real problem.
We've been here 2 minutes, and I'm already fed up with his attitude.
Oh, I recognize that look.
I'll take care of this guy. Watch.
I wish I had a bag of pistachios to enjoy the show.
Hello again, Mr. Thakur.
You again? Look, it's enough that I let you roam around my house, but at least have the decency not to bother me.
I know, and I actually wanted to apologize for the trouble we're causing you. We started off on the wrong foot, but I wanted to thank you for receiving us in your magnificent home.
All right. Apology accepted. That doesn't mean I'll assign you any trial.
I just want to talk if possible.
Make it quick. I've many appointments.
I would like to start by asking you about your status as a noble in India. What does being a Zamindar mean to you?
It means responsibility and prestige. My family has held this role for generations.
I understand. And how do you see the role of nobility in modern Indian society?
These are complex matters, miss. Perhaps someone more competent would be better able to understand.
As you wish. What can you tell me about the challenge you are supposed to assign us?
I'm afraid we are both wasting time. A challenge is only real if it poses a risk of losing to the one who issues it. So the one who receives it should be up to the task.
The attempt to show boredom at my questions, the look of disdain, the defensive posture, and, above all, the fact that he pointed at Lars. As absurd as it sounds, I believe his hostility towards me comes from the fact that I am a woman. Do you know what I think?
I can't wait to hear it.
I think you're just scared.
Scared? Do you know who you are talking to, girl?
Certainly. To a man who hides behind his decadent heritage, using the glorious past of his family as a shield.
But You...
Yes, you're scared. Scared that a girl might overcome your challenge and prove superior to you.
Fine. Follow me upstairs, please. The room where I keep my most precious family objects. Every piece here has a story, a link to the glorious past of my lineage. This is not just a place, it's the heart of my heritage. And here, hidden within these walls, is an heirloom that has survived for centuries. If you manage to find it, I'll consider the trial passed.
That's all? I'm good at finding hidden things.
But there is one detail you should know. Only one of you can search for the treasure. The other will be banned from my house until the trial is over.
Wait a minute. Banned?
It doesn't matter. I'll stay here, Lars. You go and wait outside.
And remember, you can't come back in until your little friend has handed you what's hidden inside. Know that this is not a simple search. The treasure is not only hidden, it's protected.
What have I gotten myself into? The classic locked room puzzle, but reversed. Come on, Alice. There's always a solution. The bookcase is well stocked, but only a handful of these works are in English. Maybe I could get some information from them. Here's a passage about the Tree of Life. Very fitting, considering the local beliefs. biography of the Zamandar's family, the Chakravarti. It's quite hefty, so I'll just consult the preface. A treatise on the banyan trees. I don't have time to read it all, but I'll glance at the curiosities section. Just wouldn't budge. The view is partially blocked, but it seems the clothesline reaches the house opposite. I hope Lars is contributing in some constructive way to this desperate endeavor.
And that's how the groundhog won Olympic gold.
So, you don't just look like an idiot, you actually are one.
Well, actually, I felt a bit lost without Alice around. I wouldn't leave the square, but who knows? Maybe I could find a way to help her from where I was. At the top of the facade stood a prominent bas-relief depicting a female figure, maybe a deity or some kind of mythological character.
How strange. From a distance, I didn't notice, but now I realize the statue's hands have hinges. The figurine fits perfectly into a peg on the offering plate. Here is the Zamandar's treasure at last, a violet, shining, finely cut gem. I just hope Lars doesn't start blowing the horn right now, or he might send the gem into orbit.
From inside the horn came a faint violet glow. It was Takar's gem. Alice had made it.
No. I can't believe my eyes.
This gem is stunning, but I just can't figure out how it ended up in my pocket. What do you think, Alice?
These are complex matters. Perhaps someone more competent would be better able to understand.
The test is passed. You may take the gem. Go ahead. And may you not get lost in the forest trying to find the temple. That would be unfortunate.
We had taken one step closer to the final goal.
What are you up to?
I wanted to inspect the house more thoroughly.
The service areas are reserved for staff. People who know where to put their hands.
But I'm a qualified technician.
Really? Well, I should have guessed. Those clothes scream lowly labor. All right. You have permission to look around. I have some problems with the stove and the sink. You can start getting your hands dirty with the latter.
Oh, I sure would get them dirty. Fiddling with everything I could get my hands on. Probably abandoned for a long time. The cart looked like it was about to collapse to the ground. There it is. Place to be. The camper in the middle of nowhere.
Reminds me of something.
You've seen that show too?
Are you kidding? It's unmissable.
You clearly don't know who you're talking to.
So let me clue you in. I'm not in danger. I am the danger.
Who are you two?
I'm Alice, and this is Lars. We were hoping to steal a minute of your time, if possible.
Are you undertaking the Guardian's trial?
Is it that obvious?
No, but there was another attempt just recently. The man with the metal mask. Anyway, I don't think I can help you. I am not one of the village's guardians. I'm not even a part of the village anymore, to be honest.
Rajesh told us about your argument, and that your family had problems with the rest of the village.
My family was never really liked in Rikshapur. My father, well, he was different. When he cut down that banyan, he was only thinking about business. He didn't care about the cult, the traditions. But as soon as the tree was cut, a powerful earthquake hit. An unfortunate coincidence, but the others took it as a warning from the forest spirits. Daita's husband died in the incident, unfortunately. Since then, she hasn't really been a part of the village either, when you think about it.
What do you mean?
Life in Rikshapur is ruled by stupid superstitions. Widows are isolated just as much as Hichda, if for different reasons.
Is that why you refused to bless Rajesh's niece? Is it some kind of revenge?
It's not about revenge. It's the principle. My father broke the rules and we were banished. The village never forgave us. And now I am supposed to bless the future of his family? No, I can't. Not after being left here alone.
I get the feeling you want to restart your family's business.
And is that wrong?
Trading wood in a place where people worship trees? I'd say it's at least questionable.
Look, I've been alone in this forest for years now. Maybe others expect me to live on charity, like many Hichda do, but I'm not like that. That's why I decided to carry on my family's business, even if it means dealing in timber, even banyan timber.
But cutting down those trees would only make things worse between you and the people of Rikshapur.
I know that very well. At first, I thought I could recycle old wood that no one wanted anymore, like collecting it from abandoned buildings. I even tried dismantling that old cart in the square, but my father's toolbox was stuck. In the end, I left it there and gave up.
An abandoned toolbox? Excellent.
I haven't touched a single tree yet, but when I look to my future, I see nothing but misery and loneliness.
I don't want to lecture you, but you seem pretty confused about your future.
The truth is, I feel trapped. On one hand, I am ashamed of who I am, of how people look at me, of all the attention I don't want. On the other, there's this strange attraction I feel towards the Hijra's aura, towards everything they represent. It's a pull I can't ignore.
Have you ever thought of following that pull? Of seeing where it leads you?
Actually, I was getting everything ready to leave for the Kuvagan festival when the camper broke down.
What's wrong with your camper?
I don't know. I'm no expert, but it seems like the engine just won't start anymore.
If it were a bicycle, I might have a shot, but a camper? It's a bit beyond my skills.
It's not like you did a great job with the second version of Green Dart either.
I told you, the brakes would have worked if you hadn't looked at them funny first.
I appreciate the thought though.
You mentioned the festival.
The Kuvagan festival, the biggest yearly gathering for us Hijra. People like me come from all over India to celebrate, share stories, dance, and feel a sense of community.
Have you ever been?
No, but I've always dreamed of it. Just once I would like to feel like everyone else, without hiding or being judged.
I've got an idea. What if we find a way to fix your camper?
That way you could go to the Kuvagan festival, after you've blessed Rajesh's niece maybe.
I'd interpreted the camper's breakdown as a divine sign, a warning not to go down that road. But maybe you two are the divine sign. If you really manage to do it, I'll keep my end of the bargain.
All right, I'll get to work right away. Easier said than done. I had no idea how a camper actually worked.
Padma seems like a good person. I feel bad about her troubles.
And she's a beautiful woman, too.
Lars, do you understand what a Hijra actually is?
I thought it was some local caste or a title of some sort.
How can I put this? Padma is a woman, but let's say she also has other features.
Features? What do you mean? Oh, and here in India?
It's even been officially recognized as a third gender for a few years now.
Well, she still looks like a beautiful woman to me.
Yeah, to me too.
Padma, do you mind if I take this pot?
That old worn utensil? What do you plan to do with it?
Don't mind him. He has this habit of collecting random objects and then combining them.
With a pot like this and a couple of toothpicks, I could build a portable wind turbine.
Let's hope we run into a couple of toothpicks then.
Probably abandoned for a long time, the cart looked like it was about to collapse to the ground. Padma had also mentioned an abandoned toolbox. And there it was, ready to end up in my roomy pockets. Padma was right. The small toolbox just wouldn't open. It must have become jammed over time. piston must have exerted immense pressure. Maybe strong enough to open the toolbox. When I devised that plan, I hadn't considered that the tools inside would be crushed too, becoming practically useless. Only some Allen key adapters of various types and sizes survived the pressure. I might have a job for you.
I'm already the navigator of the group. Isn't that enough?
But you are a man of many talents, and I've got a camper to fix.
One day you have to tell me how you keep finding commissions like this even in the middle of the jungle.
I'll lead the way.
I suspect there may be a problem with the spark plugs.
So, we just need to find a couple of flintstones, combine them, and...
That's not how a spark plug works. Unfortunately, without tools, that suspicion will remain just that. I need a tool to remove the spark plugs and something abrasive to clean the outside.
Haha, scavenging junk is my specialty. Wait here. Could these adapters be useful too?
Not by themselves. You'll need a specific tool to attach them to. I'll grab them for now.
I guess that wrench isn't the right size to take off the spark plugs, right?
Yeah, but we can use one of those adapters you brought earlier.
What can you tell us about Padma?
She chose solitude after some clashes between her father and the other villagers. Since then, Padma has sought peace away from gazes and prejudices.
Must be hard living alone in the forest. Has she ever tried to get closer to the village again?
A wounded heart heals with time, but the scars remain, like carvings on bark.
Wise one, we noticed a cow with a peculiar look in the village.
Ah, Kamala. Cows are considered sacred here, symbols of abundance, motherhood, and ahimsa.
Ahimsa?
You could say pacifism, non-violence. Every morning I bring her some bread. It's an ancient bond, that of man and cow, rooted in our spirit.
We spoke with Fisher.
So you know about the waterhole concession?
Why do you allow him to continue Wise Dairam? It's disgraceful.
I do not govern Vrikshapur. I can guide one side. But if what it encounters has the face of a benefactor, the mind gladly accepts it. Sooner or later, the village will open the eyes of the mind.
We could give it a little push, just to be sure.
With that, the cat would go crazy. I could barely hold myself back, strongly hoping the need to do so would arise. I didn't want to waste more breath on him. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. For the moment, I had nothing to say. The cow wandered around the village like she owned the place, making sure the other folks didn't mess up her furniture. The locals considered her sacred, to the point that touching her was seen as a crime. A shame, as she might have been able to lend me a hoof. The stray cat lounged peacefully in the shade of the cart, without duties or worries. Now, I'll try to pet you, all right? Don't cause trouble. Ah! The cat looked at me as if saying, "You asked for it, buddy." I felt deeply betrayed. We saw a cow wandering freely around the village, dressed to the nines.
Our Kamla. Everyone adores her. But do you know who she returns that affection to? A stray cat roaming the village. Her closest friend.
A cat? And they get along?
You wouldn't believe it. When Kamla sees that cat, she greets it like a dog welcoming its owner home. She wants to play with it, follows it everywhere. It's really a sweet sight.
It was time to mess with that annoying cat's head. From the balcony of that house, I'd have a good view of the entire square.
Impertinent feline!
Shoot! 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 Good kitty. Go back to your home, huh? No, no kitty. Don't touch.
Stupid pests, get out of here! Did you hear me, filthy creature? Get out immediately! You're polluting my water!
What's wrong with you, Fisher? Leave Kamla alone.
Looks like someone lost their mind. Terrible business move.
This is sacrilege. Somebody do something.
The veil has finally lifted.
We can't allow our traditions to be disrespected. Go away.
You can't! My concession! My pond!
Your water monopoly is over, Fisher. Get it through your head. They've all seen what's behind the hero mask.
And all they found was a greedy merchant. Now leave, before the good people of Vrikshapur seek their rightful revenge.
You two caused this mess. You'll hear from me again. You can bet on that.
This wasn't part of your trial, but on behalf of all Vrikshapur, thank you anyway.
Well, all things considered, that was fun.
Killjoy.
We'd already said everything there was to say.
So, you two had Fisher kicked out of the village.
I'd say he'd kicked himself out.
I do feel a bit sorry for him. He was a businessman with a good head on his shoulders. At least I'll have running water again in a few days.
I poured the vinegar water into the sink, whose contents seemed to react. Huh. Someone really has plumbing problems.
They should try a combination of vinegar and baking soda. Sometimes it works.
The pots seemed ideal for mixing home concoctions. I would use the sticky notes on the wall to keep track of every added ingredient. Do you happen to have any baking soda among your supplies? I heard it can work miracles, like getting curry stains out of your pants.
I've got a bit for personal use.
Perfect, I'll take it.
Yes, my good friend. And how do you plan to pay?
Oh, pay?
That's what normal people do, Lars.
Really? Well, I think I have some euros in my pocket.
I'm afraid I can't accept euros.
Credit cards?
My dears, do I look like someone who owns a credit card terminal?
Then how can we pay?
Don't worry, I've got this. Would you accept Alice's payment?
Lars!
I've got an idea. Last night there was a cricket match between the Mysore Tigers and the Delhi Strikers, and I'm dying to know the result. If you can find out, the baking soda is yours.
Cricket? How are we supposed to know the score? We're in the middle of the jungle.
Exactly. The nearest village is a 3-day walk. But if you run into any well-informed travelers, remember your friend Rajesh.
Oh, foreigners? Zindabad! It means long live in Hindi.
Hi, Bimala. I'm Alice, and this is Lars.
Hey there, little girl.
Alice, why do you have white streaks in your hair? They are beautiful. And you, Lars? Why are you wearing a scarf and gloves in this heat? Aren't you melting?
Don't tell anyone, but it's my superhero costume.
A sweaty superhero. Are you two dating?
No, we're just friends.
Oh, would you like to be my friends too?
Of course, little one.
The girl was a burst of energy and chatter. She probably didn't get many visitors in that isolated temple. She looked a few years older than Eric. Both raised, isolated, in their own way.
You have a beautiful home, Bimala.
It's not my home. It's a sacred temple. Sacred like me.
Bimala, do you know why we're here?
To play carom? I'm an ace at pocketing the queen.
We'd love to, but unfortunately we don't have time right now. We have a challenge to overcome if you'll allow us.
Ah, right. The Guardian's trial. The last challenger was quite funny.
You mean Nori?
Yes, he had a mask almost like mine. He told me wonderful Japanese fairy tales. You know fairy tales?
As long as he was around, my father always read me detective stories, but no fairy tales.
Is there nothing else we can do for you?
Let me see. You know, I often get bored. I see and do the same things every day, and I can never get down from my cushion. I'd really like to be amazed. Just once.
And what would amaze you, Bimala?
Well, if I tell you, then it wouldn't amaze me anymore.
Her reasoning makes perfect sense.
So I had to think of something to amaze a girl her age. I was gonna need a good dose of creativity. What's it like being a goddess, Bimala? Isn't it an extraordinary feeling?
Well, yes. People worship me. But it also means I have to be perfect all the time. I can't even touch the ground with my feet. My feet are sacred too, you know?
That explained the huge cushion. The girl was basically stuck in that room.
And I can't show strong emotions in public either.
It must be hard for a girl your age.
Yes, it is. Especially when Rajesh or Padma make faces at me during parades.
Do you like the giant trees that grow around here?
I love banyans, especially because people leave me gifts and prayers at their roots. And then Padma built me a beautiful swing on a banyan. With that, I can have fun without worrying about touching the ground.
Sounds amazing. Where do I sign up for a ride? We noticed there's a cow wandering around the village.
Have you seen Kamala? She's my favorite. Once I gave her a flower garland and she did a joyful dance.
The cow danced?
Well, she moved a bit more than usual. To me, it was a dance.
How do you spend your time?
Before they considered me a goddess, I played with the other children in the village. We made animal figurines out of clay and had a lot of fun.
I bet you were really good at molding clay.
Oh yes, I made very cute elephants, just like Ganesha. I miss the other children. Now I can only watch them play from the window.
I sensed we were on the right path, but I couldn't quite figure out how. That clearing felt familiar to me. After all, in the jungle, it's easy to keep running into the same sites. I realized that the clearing I saw in the distance was where we had parked the heron ship. And that's when an idea struck me. Making a huge still creature appear out of nowhere seemed perfect for impressing a little girl. Here I go, Bimala. Now, I will perform a fabulous magic trick that...
Oh no, silly, that won't do.
Huh? Why not?
A true magician must have the right look and tools. You look like you just crawled out of a big smelly cave.
Huh, I see. Well, I can work on that. I remembered all the times I'd been mistaken for a magician, and reluctantly, I understood what I had to do.
What a wonderful outfit you're wearing.
Do you really like it?
It's stunning.
Please don't encourage him. He's hard enough to handle as it is.
All right, this time I think I've got it.
No, it's still not right.
What's wrong now?
A true magician would never perform a trick using that.
What's wrong with it?
It doesn't look like a magic wand at all.
That seems like a totally negligible detail given the circumstances.
I want the magic wand! I want the magic wand!
Okay, I get it. I'll work on it.
You found yourself quite a demanding audience.
The young lady is hard to please, but I will succeed.
Amaze me!
Can't you check the cricket score on your phone?
Signal's gonna be tricky out here, but I can give it a shot. Wait, I've got a bit of signal. Of course, we're above the tree line and surrounding hills. I should have thought of that earlier.
What's that little black gizmo? Is it a trinket that brings fun and joy?
More like a trap that brings boredom and addiction.
Oh, then a Rakshasa must have invented it.
Here we go. The Mysore Tigers defeated the Delhi Strikers by a score of 215 to 210.
We're going on, but you don't have to get up. We know the way on our own.
You goofball.
I didn't feel like wandering around the village dressed like that. I'd change on the way down. We've got the match results. The Mysore Tigers won barely. The final score was
215 to 210.
Really? What a thrilling match it must have been. The Tigers have always been a tough team. Well then, here's your baking soda as promised.
Thanks, Rajesh. In contact with the baking soda, the soapy water started bubbling slightly. Look at that! It really worked.
See? Grandma Sharp's advice always works.
Turning the knobs didn't produce any results. Call me Super Mario because there's no pipe that can resist me.
Did you really fix the sink? I'm impressed. I'd say you earned the privilege of repairing the stove as well.
I feel truly honored. The hatch hid some pipes, which I suspected might carry water or gas. Can you tell me what runs through these pipes?
For these sort of things, you have to ask the servants.
The way he pronounced the word servants disgusted me, but I let it slide to avoid a quarrel. Perfect. Where can I find the staff?
I recently had to make some cuts to the workforce.
Huh. I'm very sorry for them. What percentage are we talking about?
All of them.
Oh. The knob was covered in rust, and try as I might, it refused to turn. The doubt that struck me wasn't whether Sfritso Cola was strong enough to remove the rust, but whether the pipe would survive the attack. The layer of rust dissolved after a few moments, while inside I prayed that the Sfritso dripping from the pipes wouldn't perforate the floor. The smell that reached me made my mouth water, confirming I had obtained some delicious jaggery. I decided to get rid of my measuring rod, which, after my experiments, was now in terrible shape. I can't exactly boast about it, but I have finished the repairs.
I'm surprised and relieved. I was almost ready to hire that Daita, despite the scandal that would have followed.
What do you mean?
A widow being regularly hired by a zamindar is practically inconceivable. It would certainly have drawn the wrath of my ancestors. Good job, anyway. I'll take it as a token of gratitude for having opened the way to the Guardian's trial.
The idea of tampering with the sinking stove tickled my mind, but I decided it was better to close the chapter on that unpleasant individual forever. I remember the picture of the wizard hanging in Eric's room, and I realized what my remote was missing to resemble a real magic wand, the signature white tip. Could you use this steel wool?
Sure, it's perfect for scraping the outside of the plugs. I got everything I need. Let's fire this beast up. All right, moment of truth. Padma, try starting the engine.
It works. It works like a charm.
Another job done to perfection, Mr. Bundy.
But I did all the work.
You say that because you have no idea what I had to do to get the right tools.
I'm going back to the heron ship. Ingrate.
It's been a long time since someone took care of me. It was nice, even if I know perfectly well you did it for your own gain.
I believe I speak for both of us when I say, despite that, it was truly a pleasure to help you.
Be that as it may, you've upheld your end of the bargain. Tell Rajesh I'll stop by his niece's house as soon as I can.
Thank you, Padma. I hope you find the future you're looking for.
May the goddess Bahuchara Mata guide you on your path. May the wind gently be at your back and may every step lead you toward the light. And may you one day find the gift of good taste in clothing.
We have good news for you, Rajesh.
Don't tell me. Padma agreed to bless my little granddaughter?
It was a piece of cake.
My heart overflows with joy. People will come from all over. It's going to be a grand celebration.
Are you inviting the whole village?
Of course, everyone except Daita, obviously.
What? Why?
She's a widow, and widows, well, they bring bad luck. Everyone knows that. Don't look at me like that. It's an old tradition. At least we've done away with Sati.
Sati?
Let's not talk about that. My splendid foreign friends, the trial is complete.
Map of the area. I don't see any markings, though.
Ah, but you see, sometimes the most valuable things are not written down.
We were halfway there. We were getting closer. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, goddesses and gods, allow me to introduce myself. I am the great Lars, the magnificent master of illusions and enchantments.
Ooh, a magic show? How wonderful!
Allow me to present my extraordinary assistant, Alice... Alice the White Witch.
Witch?
Wow!
You are about to witness an illusion that not even the deities themselves could unravel. Alice, are you ready?
Ready as ever, oh great Lars the Magnificent.
Then say the magic word to start the show.
Abracadabra?
Oh, do you hear that? Something amazing is about to happen.
Go ahead! Incredible! It appeared out of nowhere. You really are a magician.
It was a true pleasure, my dear. Well, happy with the trick?
I had never seen anything like it.
I have to admit, it was fun.
You've passed my test, and for that, you deserve a special gift. Press the eye on the wall. Come on. That pedestal is very old and holds a great secret.
We thank you, mighty Bimala. We will use this gift wisely.
We're honored to have brought you some joy. You truly are a wonderful goddess.
Only one task remained before we could find the sacred temple.
Well, we're off.
Come back soon. Lars, can you wait?
Sure. You go on ahead, Alice.
All right. I'll be in the square.
Do you need anything else, kiddo?
When you've passed the trial, you too.
We'll have to leave, yes.
Will you remember me?
It'd be hard to forget a little tornado like you.
Would you like to... Would you like to see me without my veil?
It would be an honor. You're the most beautiful goddess I've ever seen.
Here you are. Everything okay?
Yes. Why?
Your eyes are glossy.
It's, the humidity. I still have to get used to it. Now that I'd repaired the wise man's medallion, I just had to figure out how to use it to find the sacred temple.
We've won the favor of all three guardians and repaired the medallion.
Great. Do you see a sacred temple rising out of the ground?
No, but according to the sage, we should now have everything we need to locate it.
I had a sudden intuition. Just as I thought, the map fit perfectly into the frame. I wondered how the lamp could work, given that we were in the heart of the Indian jungle. Leaning in, I noticed it was connected to an old battery by a cable running out of the house. It seemed to be powered by solar energy. A really clever idea.
I see you repaired the medallion.
Yes, it wasn't easy.
Oh, it certainly isn't. Keeping two separated ends together is never easy. It takes work, sacrifice, heart, and time. In the end, though, any bond can be soldered.
I think I understand.
Thank you, wise Dairam.
The pedestal's supports match the 4 points projected by the medallion. The recess in the pedestal seemed designed to hold something. It couldn't be just a coincidence. This is it. This is the spot that marks the temple's location.
You did it!
We did it.
The test is passed.
Well done. It's been a long time since this happened, Dayaram.
I have to say, all things considered, it was fun.
It's time for you to continue your journey, Lazarus Bundy.
Wait, I never told you my...
You mean it's time for us to continue the journey, right?
No. Although you also proved your worth, the temple cannot welcome you.
But why?
Dear, come with me. I'll explain everything, and in the meantime, we'll inform the temple guardians.
All right. See you later, Lars. Be careful.
Daita is a good person. Can I ask why so many villagers seem to want to exclude her?
Many still follow the path set by their ancestors, even if the ground has changed.
Rajesh mentioned a practice now abandoned. The sati?
A custom banned years ago, in which the widow was urged to self-immolate on her husband's funeral pyre.
That's terrible.
Daita has borne the burden like a tree that withstands the storm by bending with it. I just hope that, deep down, she knows how to forgive. But now you must hurry if you want to reach the temple and return before dark.
See you soon, Elder Dayaram.
Ready for the journey alone?
I'm not so sure. I might end up lost. Alone in the forest.
In that case, you can always survive by gathering berries or eating roots.
I don't like berries and roots. I made my way through the dense vegetation, noticing more and more banyan trees as I got closer to the destination. So far, so good. The temple can't be far now. Wow, this is truly remarkable.
Behold, outsider, the sacred ground of Vrikshapur.
How did you get here before me?
It wasn't hard, considering how many wrong turns you took. Didn't you say you were a Boy Scout?
I never said I was a good one. I expected the temple to be, well, more intact.
A great earthquake, years ago.
When Padma's father cut down the banyan tree.
That's why he was exiled from the village. I had to make a difficult choice, but the balance of Vrikshapur had to come first.
Forgive my bluntness, but I find it hard to believe that cutting down a single tree, however important, could cause such a devastating quake.
Don't be so quick to judge or draw conclusions. Here in the sacred place, only knowledge will open the way.
All right, I'll have a look around. These statues, they must mean something, right?
Only to a heart that knows how to listen. During the time Krishna lived on earth, known as the Dwapar Yuga, it is said that a demon named Narkasur brought chaos and terror. His misdeeds spread like a threatening shadow, and the demon went so far as to imprison Princess Satyabhama, the valiant wife of Krishna. It was Krishna himself who stepped forward. The Bhagavad, the supreme being, chose to confront Narkasur in battle, to put an end to his reign of terror. The fight was long and fierce. Narkasur, with his demonic strength, seemed unstoppable. But Krishna, with cunning and skill, danced around his foe. After his victory, Krishna received the blessing of Princess Satyabhama. Grateful and joyful, she gifted him a sacred seed. As the seed was planted, an aura of sanctity enveloped the place, and from the earth emerged a majestic tree. It became known as the Kalpavriksha, the wishing tree. Thus, the legend of this tree spread, becoming a symbol of hope and abundance. Every leaf shone like a dream, and every fruit promised a radiant future.
What else can you tell me about this demon?
He had a terrifying appearance, long fangs and claws, along with the dreadful spear he wielded, inspiring fear wherever he went.
What kind of person was the kidnapped princess?
Satyabhama was a warrior princess, famous for her role in Kurukshetra war. Alongside Krishna and the other Pandav warriors, she brought down many enemies with her bow.
Name Krishna sounds familiar to me.
It's not uncommon to come across images depicting him, with his blue skin and flute, able to enchant people with its sweet melody.
A musician god.
But also a warrior, able to overpower entire armies with his destructive mace.
Can you tell me more about the wishing tree?
In due time.
This place. This isn't the sacred temple.
It lies below us, shielded from the outside world, now ready to welcome you.
Then what are we waiting for?
From here on, you must go alone. Even I am forbidden from entering the temple, but I will still guide you, even from here.
There was one detail that stuck with me. Among the symbols I used to open the passage, there was one of a sacred tree.
And now you wonder why it was upside down. Just as plants sink their roots in the earth, So man is a plant of heavenly growth, rising from earth toward his celestial origin.
I don't think I understand.
One day you will. For now, continue your journey.
That place gave me chills, and yet it was strangely captivating. I felt the weight of history pressing down on me. It seemed like a crazy idea, but the artifact looked like the right shape for the recess on that altar. Also, Dioram had identified the symbols on the artifact, and only now could I see the resemblance too. The object fit perfectly. A series of promising creaks came from the bas-relief, but nothing else happened. As soon as I pulled it out of the altar, I felt the artifact move between my fingers. Some sort of map with Japanese characters? This story was getting more and more absurd. Now that I had used the artifact, the dials could be rotated. It's enormous. It's impossible that something like this could exist. It stretches on for hundreds of meters.
Behold the wishing tree. Now listen to my voice and understand. Abudhne Raja Varno Vanasya.
I don't understand.
Listen to my voice and understand. Abudhne Raja Varno Vanasya. Abudhne Raja Varno Vanasya.
In the bottomless space. It can't be.
Abudhne Raja Varno Vanasya.
In the bottomless space. Varuna of pure understanding.
Urdhvam Stupam Dadate Bhutadaksha.
Holds the tuft of the tree, pointing upward.
Nichina Sthurupari Budhna Asham.
Its branches grow downward, while the base lies above.
Asme Antarnihita Ketava Syu.
May its rays descend into us.
Do you see it now?
These are the roots in the sky.
And you opened the way for me.
You? How did you find the temple?
By now you should know. I don't give up easily.
Wait, you're not supposed to be here. The sage said the temple doesn't allow entry to just anyone.
Tales and myths, nothing more. The air down here is made lethal by a certain substance the tree itself emits. But as you can imagine, I have nothing to fear. As for you, you're still protected by the doctor's treatment.
That doesn't make sense. How could the old sage have known that?
Dioram has a keen eye and the experience of a medicine man. What a waste. That man could have been a valuable ally.
What did you...
You've gone too far. Your meddling has cost me time, loyal men, and Eric. I finally found out what this mirror is. It's some kind of portal to another dimension. One that somehow manages to distort our own as well. That also means you're no longer of any use to me. Look at you. Defenseless, unprepared, lazy. I wonder how Radwood could ever have been stopped by someone like you. I've already had to strike a defenseless man today, and it will haunt me forever. Pick up the katana and face me. I'm waiting for you. Choose your moves wisely. A predictable move. I wouldn't try it if I were you.
I don't necessarily have to defeat you. I just need to escape with the artifact, and you'll never know the next step of this crazy quest.
I know exactly where to go. What I need is right in here, and you kindly open the door for me.
What are you talking about?
Bring it on. You are powerless before me, and you are alone.
The same goes for you. You and Neil are the last ones, right? The Rosicrucians haven't come looking for me because they focused all their efforts on you. The Rosa Defecta has fallen, and you are the last Grand Master.
Shut up and fight! Slow and clumsy. Embarrassing.
Maybe so, but I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. And that's impressive, considering I'm wearing short sleeves.
We've played enough. This time, I'm the one attacking.
Let him here.
Who let him?
All these years among us.
Fisher. Was it that worm Fisher? He had lost consciousness. Wanted to get him away from that hell. But Nori will catch up with us. I'll send someone to get you, Wise Dialogue. Hang on!
This is not a good sign.
Every man for himself! Help! Help!
You're still here?
I never left! I was waiting for the right moment to make you pay, but this is too much! Somebody help me!
Daida?
You? How? Don't judge me. I just wanted to...
Daida, what have you done?
You can't understand. Everyone has turned their backs on me. As if I had chosen to lose the love of my life. To be left alone. To be looked at with distrust. Pointed at with suspicion. He welcomed me. He assured me he would reunite me with my husband.
It's an impossible wish.
He promised me he will bring life. New life. Untouched. Pure.
Diaram welcomed you too. And he promised you a real life, not a fairy tale. Diaram is unconscious in the temple. You still have time to redeem yourself. I'm sorry for what you went through. Good luck, Daita.
Lars, what the hell happened? Did you have anything to do with the earthquake just now?
I'll explain everything on the Heron ship, but right now, we have to get out of here. And when I hit the root, the ground started shaking. That was a close call.
Wait, you said an upside-down tree? The earthquake we felt was connected to that? To a tree!
Don't you get it? It's the same thing that happened when Padma's father cut down that banyan. That wasn't a normal tree. It was a protrusion of the sacred tree that had reached the surface, just like I suspect all the banyans in the area might be.
All things considered, I find that plausible.
How did I end up stuck with this bunch of wackos?
Well, history is full of myths and legends revolving around a mythological tree. Yggdrasil, the sacred tree of Norse mythology, the biblical tree of life in the Garden of Eden, and then Bodhi, Ashvatar, the saber of the Maya, Tenere, Irminsul, and of course Kalpavriksha, the wishing tree of Hindu mythology.
But what conclusion does this lead us to?
The tree Lazarus saw could be the base upon which all these stories evolved. A true, real foundation.
That doesn't explain how it was passed down through such different and distant cultures.
It's certainly an anomaly, like the non-native tree found near the excavation in Jordan. Unless we place this tree historically in a remote time we know nothing about yet.
As fascinating as that is, I'm more interested in understanding why Nori wanted to find it.
Speaking of which, we don't have any clues to investigate.
I feel like I'm forgetting something important. How silly of me. How could I forget? Look at this.
It's the artifact we found in Jordan, but it looks different. What's that inscription?
A small map with Japanese characters. I was hoping Professor Visconti could shed some light on it.
Yes. Very interesting. Very.
He's good at creating suspense.
The kanji read Ame no Ukihashi, which we can literally translate as the floating bridge of the heavens. It's an extremely ancient mythological reference. It is said that from the primordial waters of chaos, the gods Izanagi and Izanami created the floating bridge. With the spear Amena Nuhoko, they stirred those waters, and the drops that fell from its tip formed the first island, Onogora.
So, an artifact found in Jordan and opened in India is leading us to Japan. It all makes sense.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you all nuts?
Professor, you said the gods created Onogoro from the floating bridge of the heavens. But do we know which modern island that corresponds to?
Well, there's no consensus. In the myth, Onogoro is described as a sacred and central island, but it's not identified with any specific real-world place.
Alice, do you think you could identify the island depicted on the artifact just by its shape?
There are many islands in Japan, but I'm sure the spy core system will pinpoint the right one quickly.
So it all comes down to a race to get to that island before Nori.
Exactly. We have to beat him to it. We can't let him get his hands on whatever's there.
History and legend intertwine. If that island really is the place where the first land emerged from chaos, well, it will be an incredible discovery.
Then it's decided. We're heading to Japan.
I'm afraid you'll have to go on without me, young friends. The journey with you has been exciting, but taxing for my body.
I understand, Professor, and thank you. Your contribution was essential.
I hate goodbyes.
We can't just leave you stranded in the middle of the Indian forest, though.
I've been left in far worse places. Besides, I've decided to contact your friend Padma and take the opportunity to attend the splendid Kuvagan festival. From there, I'm sure I'll find a way home. After all, home is the whole world to me.
I have to admit it, Prof. I didn't give you enough credit before. Good luck with everything. Mal, set course for Japan.
Land of the rising sun, here we come. Aoshima. It's a quaint place.
I wouldn't exactly call it quaint, unless you like remote villages and the smell of fish.
Yet the trail leads here, no doubt about it. The shape of the island on the map matches almost 100% and...
I'm sorry. I don't even remember the last time I ate.
You're right. And this smell of hot broth and seaweed filling the air doesn't help me think.
It's coming from that little restaurant. How about a dinner break?
I wouldn't mind that either. Besides, it seems like the only sign of life around here, so we could take the opportunity to ask for information.
Do You think she blessed us or told us to get lost?
She blessed me but told you to get lost.
Ah, thank goodness.
Ah, welcome to my ramen store. You like ramen? Please, please. I make best ramen in all of Aoshima.
Thank you. It smells delicious.
Yes, and the place has its charm. Rustic, I'd say.
Not rustic, just old.
This place is truly picturesque.
It's fishing village. We lead a simple but peaceful life. You first tourists I see in months.
Actually, we're not exactly tourists. We arrived on the island because of this map. Can you shed some light on the kanji that appear on it?
It means the way of the sea.
Very poetic.
It reflects island ancient tradition. Aoshima used to be famous for its sailors and explorers.
Can't you think of anything else that might have to do with this expression?
Well, like you say, off the top of my bed, nothing come to mind. Sorry.
I'm starving.
What kind of ramen do you recommend?
You like it spicy? I make spicy miso ramen. Very strong.
I have steel taste buds. Bring it on.
I'll have the same, but maybe with a little less spice.
You already know where to spend the night?
We were thinking of looking for a hotel nearby.
No hotels here, but I have room. Small but clean. You can stay. Only one futon though. Maybe you have to squeeze a bit.
Really spicy stuff.
Lars!
I was talking about the ramen. I haven't cried that much since I watched the last episode of Gilmore Girls.
All right, the room it is. You're very kind.
Well, with a full stomach, I can think better.
So, do you have any idea how to proceed?
I didn't say that.
Let's take a look around. The place is small, fortunately.
Are they biting today?
I'll find out soon enough. Squid fishing is best at night. I didn't expect to see tourists around here. What brings you to Aoshima?
We're trying to solve a little mystery.
Fascinating. I'm Dries.
Do you live here in Aoshima?
It's funny, isn't it? Years ago, I'd never imagined I'd end up as a fisherman in Japan.
How did that happen?
At some point, I felt the need for a simpler life, where the sea sets the pace of the day. So I bought this boat and started fishing for cuttlefish. Please, help yourself to one.
Oh, thanks, but, well, putting the cuttlefish in my pocket doesn't seem like the best idea.
Lars, don't offend the locals.
But we're talking about my pocket.
Are you refusing my offer of friendship?
All right, I get it. Thank you very much. The pole was completely covered with posters that must have accumulated over the years. That flyer advertised the ramen restaurant where we had dinner. A bit redundant, considering it seemed to be the only one in the village. A weather warning about a typhoon or tsunami. I wasn't an expert, but I knew Japan was a high-risk zone for such phenomena. The flyer advertised a course on learn how to use fishing line like true sea dogs. Curious in a fishing village. Maybe it was meant more for tourists than locals. It seemed to be for a course on sailor's knots. Too bad I never took one. It would have helped me get free of that lattice on the Heron ship. The cat on the poster had a tough expression, like a real outlaw Ronin. A flyer advertising a fishing contest, with a picture of a man striking an epic pose. The poster featured the figure of a proud man who looked every bit the pirate. Alice, look at this flyer.
It seems to depict a cross between a samurai and a pirate.
Yes, but focus on the symbols. They're the same as the ones on our artifact, even if oriented differently.
But why is the artifact leading us to this character? Who is he? And what does he have to do with all this?
I don't know, but I think we need to dig deeper. We noticed a poster showing a pirate over there on that pole.
Pirate? No. That Awako. His name Ryoji Kaido.
A woku? What's that?
Seaman, lawless, often riding a coast. Many Chinese or Korean, but later mixed with Japanese.
Sounds like a description of a pirate to me.
And what can you tell us specifically about Ryoji Kaido?
He not like the others. He just looking for fortune. He succeed. They say he found a treasure somewhere on the island. No one knows where or how.
So the artifact led us to this Ryoji, who supposedly found an ancient treasure around here.
It can't be a coincidence. I say we should dig a little deeper.
Where the X marks the spot, right?
For now, our X is that flyer. Let's see if we can get some more info out of it.
This flyer is blocking my view, but I can't reach it.
Wait, I'll help you. No, put your hand like this.
Yeah. Have you been working out?
Can you tell?
Well, you've gained some muscle. Yeah.
Hurry up with that flyer. I can't stay like this all day.
There you go. Hey, you're great support in every sense.
Careful, I might lose my balance and accidentally drop you into the sea.
Grumpy, but very comfortable.
Don't get used to it.
The corner of the poster was occupied by a smiling guy named Andy, inviting people to contact him at a phone number. Alice, save this number in your contacts.
Right. If he's on that flyer, he must have some useful information for us.
So, what do we know about that man on the poster?
Ryoji Kaido, a woku originally from this island who seems to have found some kind of treasure around here. For some reason, the kanji on the artifact point to him.
But we tracked down a contact, that smiling guy from the flyer. Let's try to contact the man from the flyer.
All right.
Yes, who is this?
Hello. Am I speaking with Mr. Andy?
Depends. Who's this?
My name is Alice Sharp. A friend and I are interested in Ryoji Kaido. We found your contact info on a flyer depicting him.
Ah, thank heavens. I thought you were calling to notify me of another tax. I haven't done anything but pay since I inherited the house.
So Ryoji's house is still standing. We'd be very interested to learn more. Maybe arrange a visit if possible.
That could be arranged. At the right price.
There's another freeloader.
Shh! We're two anthropologists conducting an in-depth study of the historical figure of the Woku in Japan.
This is already the third time I've been contacted by so-called scholars, and so far, I haven't even gotten a cup of coffee out of it.
What if we bought him a cappuccino?
Quiet!
What?
Nothing. Don't worry. We're on a pleasure trip around Japan, and we came across Ryoji. We think this might be a key stop since we're in the area.
But didn't you say you were anthropologists?
Yes, but we're off duty now.
I gladly open the house to tourists, but only for groups. How many of you are there?
Just the two of us.
Small, but good.
Ah, with only 2 visitors, I can't even cover the cost of gas. Sorry, but no.
We're involved in a cultural preservation project concerning historical figures like Ryoji.
A little while ago, you introduced yourselves as tourists.
Oh, you know how it is. You barely get to go on a vacation before it's time to get back to work.
Cultural preservation, huh? Sounds like an excuse to visit interesting places for free.
It is.
Cut it out.
I'm not interested, thanks.
I have to say goodbye for now.
Could you please avoid calling without good reason? I'm a busy person, you know?
Do you know anything about that smiling guy on the pirate poster?
His name Andy. He inherited Ryoji's house, and now he tried to make some yen. He say he want to make a movie about Ryoji, his ancestor. He wanted to be producer and buy himself private karaoke in Ginza.
Very interesting. Would you be able to point us to Ryoji's house?
No, I never leave shop. Too much to do, morning till night.
What do you know about that poster showing a Japanese pirate?
Pirates? I didn't know there'd be any around here. But the idea of hidden treasures and sea adventures? That really fascinates me.
Do you know that smiling guy on the poster?
No. I've never seen him around here. Seems nice.
Let's try to contact the man from the flyer.
All right.
Hello?
Mr. Andy, this is Alice Sharp again.
You again. Will you finally tell me what you want from me?
Mr. Andy, I represent 2 major video game companies, Madit Entertainment and Daring Touch. During one of our recent meetings, we developed a 5-year work plan, and among the best ideas was a video game inspired by the character of Ryoji.
A video game about Ryoji? Now we're talking serious stuff. What kind of project do you have in mind?
Obviously, we're still in pre-production, but our partners are very interested in exploring Ryoji's role. You, as their heir and caretaker of his house, could collaborate with us.
Collaborate? How?
If the project is approved, we'd offer you a role as producer with a percentage of the revenues.
Me? A producer? That's incredible! It's a dream! Tell me where to sign.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You'll understand that we first need to dig deeper. Maybe visit Ryoji's house.
Oh, of course. No problem. Where are you now?
We're on the main street of Aoshima, right on the pier.
Great. At the end of the pier, you should see a small dirt path. Follow it and climb up the cliff to a small wooden house.
Perfect. We'll see you there shortly.
Madit Entertainment? Daring Touch? You could have made up catchier names.
It worked, didn't it? Come on, Andy's waiting for us.
Ah, here come our brave location seekers. Ready to be inspired by the home of a true adventurer?
You can really feel the weight of history.
Let's hope it holds up.
What Lars means is that the atmosphere is perfect for our project. To start, tell us about your ancestor.
Certainly. Ryoji Kaido was born in the 14th century to a family of fishermen and spent a modest childhood filled with long days at sea and nights mending nets under the flickering light of lanterns. As he grew up, he learned the art of fishing and navigation, but young Ryoji dreamed of a different fate, far from what his parents had imagined. As you probably already know, the discovery of a mysterious treasure transformed him into a feared and respected adventurer, whose life became a legend that spanned centuries.
Truly fascinating. Tell us about the house.
Where would you like me to start? The outside, the inside, or the mysterious symbols on the rock?
The house is incredible, full of charm.
Not bad, huh? This beauty witnessed a time when the Wuko were a real thorn in the side of the Chinese and Korean coasts.
Well, the view's not bad either. You can make a nice 5-star luxury hotel out of it.
You think so?
Let's get back to the point, please. What can you tell us about the interior?
The environment is simple, typical of a 14th century fisherman's dwelling. In fact, after finding his legendary treasure, Ryoji moved to a much more comfortable residence. But this is where it all began.
I'm very intrigued by those engravings you mentioned.
They appear on that rock beside the house. Legend has it that Ryoji traced them as a child, probably just for fun. Someone tried to interpret them, but so far no one's made sense of them. But they do look cool, don't they? Well, I'd say we can continue the tour inside.
Great. I can almost smell the antiquity.
I think it's the mold.
Andy, don't take this personally, but we'd like to be sure about the authenticity of the location. Is there any evidence confirming the connection between Ryoji and this house?
Oh, absolutely. Inside, I found a diary and a page full of cryptic symbols. I'm sure they're authentic. Of course, I had the diary translated into English, and I have a copy here with me. I also brought the property deeds and a copy of the will. I thought they might be useful to you.
Great. Now I'd like to review these documents. Meanwhile, my colleague will take a look around, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Make yourself at home.
Can I touch things too?
Yeah, go ahead. Feel free. There's nothing valuable left in the house anyway.
At least nothing that was easy to find. Ryoji was a pirate, and he certainly wouldn't have left important stuff out in the open. A strange wooden panel stood out on the wall. I noticed hinges along one side, as if it was meant to open. I heard a faint creaking of wood, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. What's this panel for?
That? I think it's just a decorative piece. Or maybe it was used for drying fish? Who knows?
Andy had left his umbrella unattended. Maybe I could include it in the production contract as a souvenir. Can I take a look at the upper floor?
Go ahead. I've already pocketed, secured any valuable objects present.
That niche must have been opened using a mechanism on the lower floor. It didn't surprise me that Andy had never found it. Inside, I found a quill and a strange instrument made up of a series of concentric rings, each marked with a number. The diary wasn't complete, but it focused on the account of the discovery of Ryoji's treasure. At first, it seemed strange to me that no one had tried to follow these clues. Then I realized that more than 600 years had passed, and many of those references must have long since disappeared. That must have been the mysterious note Andy mentioned. Symbols and lines filled the note. At first glance, they seemed completely random to me. The cuttlefish had a small ink sac. I did feel a bit sorry for the little creature, though it had already gone to a better place. Now the engravings were clearer, but it was still hard to tell if they were just a kid's doodles or had a deeper meaning. The symbols on the rock matched perfectly with those on the note, revealing a true pirate map. I was as excited as a kid at the thought of trying to decipher it. That device and the map had been left by Ryoji, along with some directions in his diary. The focal point of the map seemed to be the central island, which clearly depicted Aoshima. Now I just had to retrace the path Ryoji had taken, assuming I could figure out how to use that weird device. The path didn't seem to lead anywhere. Maybe it was time to go back to the starting point. The directions in the diary matched exactly, leading to a spot in the middle of the Sea of Japan. That was where Ryoji Kaido had found his treasure. I had to share my findings with Alice as soon as possible. Time was running out, and I didn't think we had much left. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to interrupt, but I've finished my inspection.
Do you think we found what we're looking for?
No doubt about it. We hit the jackpot.
So, about my participation?
Oh, you can count on it. You, Mr. Andy, will appear in our game's credits as executive producer.
Yes! Hooray! Tonight I'll toast with the best sake I have in your honor.
And the clues point, without a shadow of a doubt, to the place where Ryoji found his treasure.
No wonder Andy couldn't solve his ancestors' riddle. The clues were well disguised. But we can't reach a spot in the middle of the sea with a heron ship. Not to mention, we don't have any diving gear with us.
We'll have to arrange more traditional means of transport. It shouldn't be hard, considering we're in a fishing village. Dries, look at this. A real pirate map.
Come on, you're joking. Is it authentic?
We have every reason to believe it is.
I was wondering if you'd be up for a boat trip.
Tracking down an ancient treasure? Are you kidding? I love the piece of this island, but I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Perfect. When can we leave?
Tomorrow morning at dawn, right after I get back from night fishing. Unless you want to come with me?
Honestly, I'd rather go to sleep. Tonight calls for some rest before, well, whatever awaits us tomorrow.
Are you staying overnight at Yamamoto-san's? It'll be tight. She only has one futon.
Oh, I doubt I'll be able to sleep. I'm too excited.
For the single futon?
No, not because of that. I mean, because of the pirate map.
Oh, well, sleep tight and sweet dreams.
The map. I meant the map.
You're lucky. It's a great day for an open sea expedition. So, did you sleep well?
I didn't sleep much.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh. How come?
Someone was snoring.
No, it is. I wasn't exactly comfortable on that wooden floor. Alice, I think it's best if you hold on to this.
Good idea. After all, it's the artifact that led us here, and it might not have outlived its usefulness yet.
This is it, guys.
Formation of jagged rocks mentioned in the diary. This is definitely the place. Are you tense?
A bit. It's been a while since my last dive, and I've never done one solo.
Remember, you've got the safety rope with you. If you see a great white, yank it 3 times and we'll pull you up.
Oh, it's rare to spot a great white around here.
See?
But it's packed with bull sharks. They're pretty aggressive toward man.
Maybe they're less aggressive toward women?
You guys sure know how to reassure a girl. I did not expect to find an actual pyramid down here. Professor Visconti won't be happy to discover that Hartwell's theory is correct. This place must be ancient, maybe even older than Jericho. The kanji above the entrance, are the same as those engraved on the artifact. So Ryoji found this pyramid during his travels and incited an enormous treasure. And those kanji, which from that moment on he began to use as a personal symbol. I can only hope Ryoji left something else here. A clue, something he couldn't take with him. Hermetically sealed, the jar contained what remained of papers or parchments, almost completely destroyed by time. The chain doesn't tighten as it should. I think as soon as I let go, it will slip back into place. The stone slab slides on a guide. With the cartridge, I might be able to immobilize it for a few minutes. For now, it seems to hold. The housing on the wall seems made to hold an object of this shape. A hidden bas relief. Without the circular artifact, I believe Ryoji never had a chance to find it. I feel the artifact vibrate between my fingers, as if gears were turning inside. Another island, and new characters to decipher. What is that symbol in the center of the island? It looks like a spear. Stupid, Alice, stupid! How could you get yourself into a situation like this? They don't move, and the quake caused the safety rope to slip away. I'm trapped in here, with a limited air supply, alone, and unable to communicate with the surface. Calm down, Alice. Keep a cool head. Focus on solving the problem, not on the problem itself. Let's find a way out of here. The dagger must have come loose in the aftershock. A segment in bas relief. It looks like some kind of ancient comic strip. The central element of the first segment is a sort of pi symbol, from which a strong light emerges. Some kind of energy burst? Men dressed in unusual garments, possibly priests, approach the pi symbol and worship it. The priests remove a piece of the pi symbol, which stops emitting energy. It's all very cryptic. But maybe Lars and I will figure it out once I'm out of here. I doubt it'll work, but I'm desperate enough to try anyway. As expected, and now I can't pull the dagger out anymore. Maybe the jar can help me communicate with the surface somehow. I hope the jar amplifies the laser just enough to reach the surface.
And that's how the groundhog won Olympic gold.
What a shame. I was rooting for the gazelle.
Alice had been underwater for several minutes, but the fact that she hadn't tugged on the rope suggested that at least for the moment, the situation was under control. I noticed a faint little dot of light skimming the water and realized it had to be the laser Alice had confiscated from me in India. But why was she trying to communicate with that instead of using the safety rope? And what was she trying to tell me? Dries, Alice needs help.
What makes you say that?
Either that, or the fish threw an underwater party complete with strobe lights.
Oh, the laser. But why didn't she tug the rope, like we told her to?
Maybe she can't reach it for some reason. Do we have any other diving gear?
This is a fishing boat. It's already a lot that I have my own wetsuit. At most, we can move the boat if you think that might help.
Let's move slightly toward the stern.
I have a feeling the safety rope is closer now. Lars must have done something because now the rope is within my reach. It seems firmly secured. I'll give 3 tugs to let Lars know I'm done with the rope.
I was sure I saw it right. Alice had just pulled the safety rope. I didn't know what she was up to down there, but that signal meant she was done. Let's move slightly toward the bow. Dries, push the engine to full power.
What do you want to do?
I think we're about to demolish an ancient and mysterious archaeological site.
Thank heavens it worked. I was afraid I'd be buried down here. Leaving this place behind will be a huge relief. Air. What a wonderful feeling.
Are you okay? What happened down there?
A landslide. I got trapped inside the pyramid with no way to reach the safety rope.
That explains the Wait, did you say a pyramid?
An ancient pyramid submerged right in the middle of the Sea of Japan. Incredible, isn't it?
Like the Yonaguni Pyramid. Fascinating. But experts still haven't been able to determine whether it's man-made or a natural formation.
This one is definitely man-made. Perhaps by a civilization so ancient it was never documented.
Did you find anything inside the pyramid?
Unfortunately, the hidden treasures were gone, but there were some elements that might help us. An ancient mechanism hid a bas-relief depicting a sort of ritual. The point of interest seemed to be a large pi symbol, from which a powerful energy sprang.
A pi symbol?
I think it represented some kind of portal. In the bas-relief, priests were removing a piece from the pi, which then deactivated.
I really don't know what to make of it. Math isn't really my strong suit.
I know the fundamentals of the Pythagorean theory, but only at a basic level. Look here.
The artifact is opened further. What is that thing in the center of the new island?
To me, it looks like a spear. Do you remember what Visconti told us about the Ameno Nuoku?
The Spear of Creation. Of course. You think that...
Nori is trying to track it down and gain the power of creation? A few years ago, I'd have laughed in your face, but after the Hand of Glory incident... In any case, the new elements don't lead us anywhere by themselves. Are we forgetting something?
Wait, look at this drawing in Ryoji's diary.
It's definitely a pi symbol. But how is that possible?
How stupid of me. How did I not think of it before? The one in the diary is clearly a torii, a traditional Japanese gate marking the entrance to a sacred area, often a Shinto shrine.
Of course, we've seen several since we got to Japan.
That's exactly the problem. We understood what was depicted on the bas-relief, but how can we identify the right torii among the thousands that exist?
Alice, do you remember the clue we found in the Heron ship's logbook?
The place accessible only during low tide?
Dries, does a torii with that feature come to mind?
Anyone who's lived in Japan for a few months would think of Itsukushima, the sacred island famous for its floating torii immersed in water.
Lars.
We thought the artifact identified Aoshima as Onagoro, but we were wrong. The floating bridge of the heavens must be Itsukushima.
One thing doesn't add up, though. Assuming Itsukushima's shrine leads to the Spear of Creation, what was the point of Nori's trip to India?
I think the answer lies in the ritual described in the pyramid beneath us. You said the priest deactivated the portal by removing a piece of it. If the portal has been there since the dawn of time, maybe to reactivate it you need something special, something containing a spark of creation.
Something like the Tree of Eden, the sacred banyan of Vrikshapur. Now that you mention it, the bas relief of the torii was hidden beneath the effigy of the Tree of Life.
Everything fits. Alice, we gotta return to the Heron ship and head to Itsukushima. If Nori completes the ritual,
we'd have to face a god.
how's the boy?
He misses the professor, but other than that, he's fine.
And did you?
Yes, I don't like it, but I locked the door.
It's for his own good. Sometimes we have to be strong enough to make hard choices, to protect the people we're responsible for.
While we were at Bimala's, you said, while he was still around, about your father. I was wondering.
He gave me these gloves, along with the scarf, on the day of my so-called initialization as a detective. My mother and I looked for him for years, first in Italy, then in America, with no luck. I thought I had moved on in time, but these past few days, I've thought a lot about him. I look at Eric and I see myself as a kid, going on amazing adventures with Bobby. Only Eric, as twisted as it is, as wrong as it is.
He still has a dad.
Guys, can you hear me? Meet me in the control room as soon as you can.
Are we there?
You should see the shrine in a few minutes. Look!
Something's happening down there.
Let's hope we're not too late. Find a place to land, quick.
Doing my best. That clearing's perfect, but you'll have to walk a few hundred meters.
A nice little jog before dinner won't hurt.
Let's move.
Now, you stay here. You have to find it no matter what.
I'm trying, man. Good luck.
Nori! I want to see Nori!
I'm sorry, kid.
Nori!
Lars, Nori is already at the portal.
And the good news doesn't stop there.
Thanks for the parachute, Pipsqueak. But now the two of you better behave. No, I said stay put.
You can't possibly want this. If Nori completes the ritual...
What's coming is the result of our own actions. Now enjoy the view. It's about to begin.
Fragment of the sacred tree.
He's going to activate the portal.
The time has come.
For all the pain, for the cries of the fallen, for the tormented souls, let the new Genesis begin. We know the world will never be the same. A few people will laugh. A few people will cry. Most people will remain silent. Now I am become life, the creator of worlds.
I was struck by an immense power, and I realized the being before us had transcended his humanity. And yet, Eric had shown me an unexpected side of that man. I could only hope it was still in there, somewhere. All right, I get it. In your own way, you want to heal the world, but...
There is nothing left to heal. The Earth is dying, gripped by a selfish and ravenous parasite.
Don't you think about Eric? How do you think he'd react seeing you like this?
You've just turned into the very monster from the fairy tales you used to tell him.
I will grant Eric a safe place to grow, free of suffering and fear.
If you really have become some kind of god, then show us a better way!
There is a better way, but mankind is blind to it and unworthy of walking it. I shall build it upon the smoking ruins of this very corrupted world. The army of the Rosa Defecta shall rise again, a purifying black tide that will flood the land. And it shall be led by a first-class commander, whose loyalty shall now be rewarded.
Things spiraled out of control within minutes. Nori was about to summon a demon army, while that monster thing was blocking our path. One thing was clear. This time, a few screws wouldn't be enough to get rid of Neil. I found shelter behind a massive rock pillar that looked solid enough. But I noticed there was a crack running through its base.
I'll try to catch its attention by aiming the laser beam away from Lars. And from me. Come on, stupid laser. Don't quit on me now. Just what I needed. The salty water must have fried it. Alright. With a bit of brute force, I should be able to crack the laser open. Loaded and ready to blow. I'll activate it after hiding it behind that rock, to lower the risk of being seen. Absolute silence, Alice. Steady your breathing.
A metal bar stuck out from the debris. The only thing around that might work as an improvised weapon. Somehow, Alice must have caught the demon's attention, giving me a chance to act. Yeah, okay. Can we talk this through? take that as a no.
Hey, you! Yes, I'm talking to you, big guy. What's the matter? You didn't expect one of us to try to stand up to you? You think you're unstoppable now. You're feeling strong just because your little friend gave you some fangs? You want to know what I think? I think Nori finally put a leash around your neck. Guard dog. He's about to snap. Alice, this is your one shot at getting out of this one piece. Breathe, observe, and... What was I thinking?
Lars! I found it, buddy! I finally found it! Systems are failing! I need to get out of here!
It's not over yet. Let's reach the portal.
Nori!
On your knees. What happened to my right-hand man?
We booked him an intensive pressotherapy session. I can squeeze you in too, if you want.
It doesn't matter.
Is that how much you value those who are loyal to you?
Death means nothing when you can create life. I will bring him back, along with those who sacrificed themselves for me and those wiped out by human madness in an instant. I'll bring peace to the souls that have been screaming inside me since that fateful summer day.
What are you talking about?
Lars, Nori's not in his right mind anymore. He'll never listen to us.
Do something, or this'll be the apocalypse.
You think this is a good time to dump all the responsibility on me? We need to work together. Look, the artifact seems to be reacting to the portal.
And it's changed shape again.
It must mean something.
Alice, the mirror is reacting to the portal.
The Rosicrucian mirror? But what does it mean?
I'm not sure. Wait, we never figured out where the circular artifact came from, but...
But it might have been built by the Rosicrucians, just like the mirror.
It's our only chance. Are you ready?
Now or never.
You're only delaying the inevitable. Without the portal, it will take me longer. But in the end, I will still get what I want.
Maybe we won't be the ones to stop you, but we've bought someone else the time to do it.
Who can stand against the god of creation? The world's most powerful leaders will trigger their emergency protocols, convinced there's still a way out. Blinded by their own arrogance, they will condemn humanity to the final toll. Only then will they realize they can no longer claim divine right as they once did. The angel of death, the white beacon, will never serve them again.
You're talking about the bombings of...
Silence! Beneath me, man will be enslaved, and thus freed from the weight of self-destruction he was inevitably heading toward. Do not fear, daughter of chaos. You shall be the first to be reborn in my new dawn.
Don't touch her, demon!
I am a god.
All right, We surrender. I surrender, you hear?
A righteous God.
Stop!
A wrathful God. Some air, finally.
No, not you.
Told you the cage wouldn't hold forever.
Please, not her.
Worship me and despair.
Please let me go.
Shh. Let's not ruin the moment.
I'll do what you want. I'll stop fighting. I'll be yours.
You're already mine. There's no point in resisting. There's no point in resisting.
Alice! No!
Lars?
From your spark, a flame will rise, and then...
Nori!
No. Why are you here?
Nori, please don't be like this. You're scaring me.
Don't look. Don't look at me.
Nori? Dad? Dad? Dad?
What?
Lars, what are you?
Let him go.
Lars, don't do it.
Behold the essence of mankind. Destruction for survival. A cycle that repeats forever and ever.
You're part of humanity too. Whether you like it or not.
You erased my humanity in a blinding flash.
Stop. All of you. Stop.
This is man. The one who builds peace atop the ashes of the innocent.
We've made mistakes. Many times over. And we'll make more.
And how many will suffer for it? I'm pleasantly surprised.
You're both wrong.
When the most virtuous among you chooses this path, how can a god not pass final judgment?
But we can still change.
It's too late for me. For my family.
Nori, stop all of this. Come back to your senses.
Please.
You don't have to believe in me, or in all of mankind.
Believe in him.
My wife, my son, you will never be forgotten. But I can't go down this path any longer. Forgive me.
Nori, is that you again?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to create a better world where you could grow up. I wanted to do it for you. For them.
Alice, the child.
Let's go, little one.
Nori? Aren't you coming with me?
I've told you all the fairy tales I know. But there are so many more out there to discover. Find them all. Invent new ones. And then use them to save the world.
I hope I didn't traumatize him for life.
He's young and strong. He'll heal. Now, come closer. You must find him. He's the only one who can stop the Grandmaster now.
Who are you talking about? What am I supposed to do with this? Nori? I'll take care of Eric. He will be safe, and he will be loved. That's a promise. Are you ready?
Mom?
What is this place?
A recently abandoned office.
Are you suggesting I switch to accounting?
Quite the opposite. How about going back to being a full-time detective?
Hey, you're not trying to get rid of me, are you? I can hand you my resume if you want.
Would you like to come with me somewhere?
What did you find?
I think it's a lead.
A lead to what?
To my father.